Guys ready? We just started recording. Intro, first try. Welcome, gamers and book club members. I am your host, Easy Geeky, with my co-host, Ellie. Today we will be reading Lord of Mysteries, chapter 179 and so forth. Some people are telling me to do 6 hours. We don't care if you don't look at chat, just pay attention to what you read because these chapters are important. I know, you guys were saying that. All right, we're going to lock in this stream, okay? So, if you guys like what you are going to see and you guys are excited for me to finish Lord of Mysteries, Volume 1, make sure you like that button. Like and smash that subscribe button. Ellie awake? Yeah, we woke her up. She heard Lord of Mysteries and she's like, I'm locking in with you. So, if you guys are ready. You guys ready? Because I'm ready. This is already a bad intro, but it's okay. It don't matter. It's okay. Follow the socials. Join the Discord. Everything should be in the description. I hope so. Let me know what you like, what you don't like. And let me know we're improving. Or if we're not improving, let me know how we can improve. Are you guys ready? Parrot meeting time. Let's go. All right. Chapter 179 is called Praising Mr. Fool. Okay. Oh, and before I forget, thank you guys to everybody that's joined the membership. I added the emotes you guys talked about. So we have a few Ellie emotes, you know. I don't know what else to add to at least to the membership side of it. But at least for now, I guess the cheapest entry is $1. And then you can spam those Ellie emotes. Just like Vic did right there. Are you guys ready? All right, now we can start. Chapter 179 is called Praising Mr. Fool. All right, chapter 179 is called Praising Mr. Fool. Olger heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the fool's answer. He lowered his head and humbly said, "Please allow me to thank you in advance, Des, because I'm also curious about the item Quillingus is searching for. I want to know about the item that can allow a sequence sense when blessed to have the strength of a sequence 4. I'm also curious about what a pirate admiral is going to do." And Buckland Klein smiled, maintaining his profound posture. "It's not like I've promised to provide assistance after I hear your prayers." He empathized in his heart. But now he was a lot more confident than before. Now he had actual allies and the mysterious Mr. Azik, who was currently in Buckland. If it was absolutely necessary, Klein was willing to use the bronze whistle to enlist the help of Azik. Of course, he definitely wouldn't mention the Terror Club. He would probably say he got information from some random source. There were still two problems that existed in this matter. First, Klein was only limited to a cooperative relationship with Azik. It wasn't necessarily the case that Azik would provide assistance unless he was interested in what Quillingus was doing, or the mystical item that he was after. Second, Klein was unsure of how powerful Azik was. Even if he had made the assumption that Azik was a high sequence beyonder, he had to consider the fact that his memory loss might have weakened his abilities. After all, knowledge was usually equated with power, and the lack of knowledge would definitely diminish Azik's power. If that was the case, Klein couldn't guarantee that Azik could deal with Quillingus, especially with the latter wielding the creeping hunger. Klein was afraid that I scrolled down too much. Klein was afraid that he would be placing Azik in danger, so he was unwilling to trouble Azik unless he absolutely had to. Now that I think about it, Mr. Azik's terrifying messenger can be summoned with a bronze whistle. No, the thing that doesn't look like a messenger at all, it could take the role of an evil boss. So even if Mr. Azik cannot beat the creeping hunger augmented Quillingus, he should be able to defend himself easily and have enough power left to save the hangman, Miss Justice, and her partners. Klein shifted his posture as he thought. Still leaning against the back of his chair, he propped his right leg over his left. The hanged man, Olger, looked at the fool and spoke once again. "I'm about to receive a batch of pages from Emperor Rizzo's diary. I believe that I can present them to you in the next gathering, or the gathering after that. According to the arrangement of the Church of Lords of Storms, Prince Harbor was under the jurisdiction of Buckland Diocese. Thus, Olger could enter the capital and wait for Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus to show himself under the goose of reporting about the previous voyage." I said 3 different pronunciations. Wait, no, it's not Buckland. Wait, hold up. I got it open. It's right here. Ready? Backland. We agree to just, instead of Backland or Buckland, it's Lend. No, I'm not badooning. No, look. Where was it? According to the arrangement of the Church of Lords of Storms, Prince Harbor was under the jurisdiction of
Backland.
Diocese. Thus, Alger could enter the capital and wait for Rear Admiral Hurricane Quilligus to show himself. That's what Google Translate's saying. To show himself under the guise of reporting about the previous voyage. I hear you say, oh, I said Buckland? My bad, sorry. My nose is still a little bit stuffy, so that's my excuse. But I know how to pronounce it now. Backland had been the headquarters of the Church of Lords of Storms until the end of last epoch, having shifted their holy altar to Pasu Island only after the establishment of the Lowen Kingdom. Regardless, the status of the Church of Lord of Storms in Backland. Oh yeah, that one for sure. I don't know how to pronounce that one. What happened with our schedules? I know they're kind of all over the place. I really want to finish, so I started a little bit early. Was secondly only to the headquarters of the 7 great churches. One could imagine the information of the Church of Lord of Storms held. Under these circumstances, Alger was confident that he was able to collect pages of Emperor Rizzo's diary in the name of research. After all, they were indecipherable at present. Klein allowed the joy to color his tone as he said with a gentle nod, very good. What he was really feeling right now was a mix of joy and worry. He was happy that he could see several pages of Emperor Rizzo's diary soon. They might contain a lot of useful information, but he was also worried about what he had to give the hangman in return. After all, no one knew if the hangman would be interested in the contents of the diary or if the content was valuable enough. Even a seer is unable to determine that in advance. Must I really let my adorer help him? Klein gave a silent sigh. Audrey Hall hurriedly spoke up when she saw the conversation between the hangman and the fool end. Honorable Mr. Fool, may I oh man, that protein tasted bad. Honorable Mr. Fool, may I recite your name and information you using a ritual should I receive any timely and useful information? Timely. Look, Miss Justice's choice of words is so refined. Compared to her, you are too vulgar. The hangman Klein nodded slightly, saying, past the fog, you may. Great. Audrey secretly clenched her fists. At the same time, Klein turned to look at the son, Derek Berg, who had been silently listening to their conversations. He spoke. His tone was peaceful. The same goes for you as well. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek lowered his head. The majestic palace was silent for a few seconds before Audrey spoke. I need to complete pituitary. Oh my, I'm not even gonna say it again. DUNN, I know, we're loading. I'm sorry, we just started. I'm already messing up. Gland of a rainbow salamander. One of the main ingredients of the telepathist potion. The hangman Alger nodded silently as if he was contemplating. I don't have it, to be honest. I've only seen this creature in the textbooks. The son, Derek, heard the term automatically translated to him as the phantom nether drake. What kind of textbook would discuss a supernatural creature? How envious I can only get information like that at a Beyond the Gathering through word of mouth or through a crumbled piece of paper. There's no system in place, and my search for knowledge lacks organization. I'll find a way to trade for the son's textbooks in the future. Oh, he was interested in the formula of the bard potion. Audrey thought a little envious. At that moment, Alger looked at the fool, then retracted his gaze. He then looked opposite of him and said in thought, I might have a way of obtaining a complete pituitary gland of rainbow salamander. Without waiting for Audrey to speak, he added, but it's... Oh, and then because her brother is gonna get one, Alger gets a second one. So now Susie can also advance the telepathist, because now she's gonna have 2 pituitary salamander glands, right? Oh, I can already see it. Like, oh, what a coincidence. I now have 2. But it's under the premise that Quilligus is found. When the time comes, the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander will be equivalent to the extra compensation that I owe you. Miss Justice, you might not know, but these creatures are nearly extinct, and we can only find traces of them in primitive islands in the Sea of Fog, the Berserk Sea, or the Sonia Sea. Now, many people have the coordinates to these islands. Hey, if you're interested, we can make a deal, for I am one of the few he knows how to get there. I'm also interested in those primitive islands. Klein silently listened to their conversation. Thinking about the extinction of the rainbow salamander, he suddenly recalled a joke he cracked with old Neil. The Dragons and the Giants Protection Association has let out a sigh in his heart. Audrey became thrilled after hearing that. She fought back her emotions as she said, I once dreamed of going on a voyage in search of these primitive islands to take history. My goddess, the Terror Club, is too powerful. No, too powerful, too wonderful, too able to recruit a member who has the coordinates of the primitive islands. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey could maintain her spectator state as a smile crept across her face. Primitive islands. Klein froze as I scrolled down too much. Primitive Islands. Klein froze for a moment, then thought about a page of Emperor Bristol Stories. Then he had seen the one where the Emperor described himself as a pirate king. Oh, the One Piece. He said that he discovered an unnamed island with many supernatural creatures. He said that he discovered an unnamed island with many supernatural creatures when he and his 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were traversing the sea of fog at an unsafe sea. Okay, so we literally just hit like 3 mangas that I read. We literally just hit Hell's Paradise, we hit One Piece, and then we literally just hit Chainsaw Man. There's like 3 different references from series that I've read or watched. And then Chainsaw Man, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. And then like the undiscovered island with mysterious supernatural creatures. Just reminded me also of Hell's Paradise. That's so funny, dude. Could that be the so-called primitive island? How unfortunate the great emperor didn't include any coordinates in his diaries. Perhaps the information will be in some future pages, but as of now, I haven't received any pages of the diary in chronological order. Klein was filled with regret and anticipation. The son, Derek, already confused the terms Sea of Fog, Berserk Sea, Sonia Sea, Primitive Island, etc., and more to come. He felt more and more certain that Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman belonged to a different world than he did. After collecting herself for a few seconds, Audrey asked curiously, does the near extinction of the Rainbow Salamander mean that the spectator pathway would be severed soon? No, there would definitely be substitute materials. Okay, Olga gave a definite answer. With substitute materials, what substitute materials are there? Audrey's eyes brightened as she asked. Olga shook his head, replying without revealing certain profound truths. I don't know, perhaps members of the psychology alchemists might know. Then, how can you be so sure that there will be substitute ingredients? Audrey didn't understand. Olga laughed and said, you understand in time, or do you have something to trade for information right now? I guess I'll wait. Audrey pouted and sighed. She also dismissed the idea of asking Mr. Fool. There's no use in me knowing for the time being. The hangman will definitely ask about something regarding Rear Admiral Hurricane, and I cannot be dragged too deep into the matter. She suddenly felt like praising her intellect. Okay. There's no use in me knowing for the time being. The hangman will definitely ask about something regarding Rear Admiral Hurricane, and I cannot be dragged too deep into the matter. She suddenly felt like praising her intellect. But what she never expected was Mr. Fool was feeling very disappointed at the moment. Klein was rather curious about the secrets which Olga's words held. Unfortunately, Miss Justice, who was just the best assistant all this while, didn't choose to go through with the transaction. No matter what methods they choose to perform a transaction, the contents of the deal couldn't be hidden from the owner of the fog. Well, even if the Rainbow Salamander is near extinction, the psychology alchemists are still giving out formulas listing it as ingredients instead of providing a substitute. Oh, they probably have access to like extinct creatures. Does this mean that the psychology alchemists are in possession of the coordinates of a certain primitive islands, or could they be working together with an organization that has the coordinates? Klein wondered. After the end of the transaction discussions, Klein looked around and turned to the sun. He asked in a gentle tone, does the City of Silver still believe in gods? Klein was merely an official member of the Nighthawks and had no access to deeper mysticism knowledge. An example would be sacrificial rituals. Thus, in order to refine his understanding of performing sacrificing dedicated to himself to move materials in the mysterious space above the Grey Fog. As a Sequence 8, Klein needed to learn it as soon as possible from other sources. He came up with 3 methods after continuous consideration. First, he was going to ask Spirit Guide Dali, who was adept at ritualistic magic whilst also being a Decon. But this might invite suspicion from her, thus Klein could only patiently wait for an opportunity. Second, he could ask Mr. Zik, but Klein couldn't guarantee that he was able to recall the knowledge in this area. Third, he was going to use a roundabout way to ask the son who lived in the City of Silver. Klein already had an idea of how he was going to do it while effectively maintaining his image. Whatever he asked would be tied to the gods. Derek replied in a respectful tone. We still believe in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Our true creator was referenced, right? Cults are usually small. That was a reference to the reversed hanged god giant, right? Like the true creator of it all, right? Okay, wait, no confirming. But so the okay, so update. I beat you to it, Mysterious One. Now I got it. We updated it. Okay. So the round table meeting, the Tarot Club meeting, They did their exchange on the salamander stuff. Well, they're going to, and now he's trying to find different ways to like subtly ask for guides and references, right? To like enhance like his own, I don't know, to like indirectly learn on his own, right? Okay. All right, I'm excited. Oh, dude, this is ready. I'm hyped. Dude, we can maybe finish it. No, we probably won't finish it this stream because there's like 30 plus chapters. But we'll see how far we can get. We'll see how far we can get in this meeting. New notes about others or evil gods or orthodox gods. Yeah, no, we have a lot. Get the true creator from that. Is my propaganda that good? It's pretty good. Yeah, it's working. Our true creator. Yeah, I know. It's right. We're definitely going to have to update all our notes once we're done. Because I'm like, when I catch up with notes, I fall behind. Okay, next chapter is 180, correct? Yes, correct. Okay. All right, chapter 180 is called A Smart Person Always Overthinks. Okay. Make sure our timestamp is up. Yes, it is up. Upon hearing the full question, Audrey pricked up her ears and entered her spectator state. She waited for the sun to answer. She had always been curious about where the City of Silver was and what was so special about that place, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. It touched upon his privacy after all. At that moment, Mr. Fool was asking personally. It was like finishing the first volume, as we will finish the first volume very soon, of an outstanding detective novel she had been reading for a long time. And she finally had the chance to buy the next volume. The Sun's answers didn't disappoint her. They didn't believe in the mainstream 7 orthodox deities, nor did they believe in death as the southern continent did. They also didn't believe in the hidden existences, evil gods or devils, primordial there are so many darn, like, spiritual beings. Primordial, Demoness, hidden sage, dark side of the universe, chained god, or the true creator, which they hang... Wait, I thought the true creator was the one... Wait, which the hanged man had told her before. The City of Silver is really special. They actually worship the creator himself. This is the primordial worship that Mr. Hangman described, right? Huh? The description of omnipotence is a little strange. Audrey slowly glanced at the hangman subconsciously and realized that he was nodding slightly. Klein wasn't surprised at all. He purposely chuckled and said, and even replied, even though he abandoned the creator abandoned the City of Silver. Olga was shocked. Shut up, dude. Oh my god, dude. He's so dumb. He's like, oh, because he left you, correct? He's like trying to be on the same tier as him as of right now. No, we're gonna add all this. I know we're gonna have a whole stream just dedicated to all this. There's a lot. Yeah, we'll add all this lore today. I got you guys. The City of Silver is a really special place that actually worship the creator himself. This is the primordial worship that Mr. Hangman described, right? Okay, I just want to reread that part. Abandoned. The creator abandoned the City of Silver. Olga was shocked suddenly when he suddenly made the connection regarding a particular term. The Forsaken Land of the Gods. And the confidential information of the Church of Lords of Storms at the security clearance level that Olga, who was captain equivalent to the... He's a bishop tier, could access the Forsaken Lands of Gods had always only been a name with no actual description. However, it clearly pointed towards the end of the Sonia Sea. From what he knew, even the cathedrals at the core of the church had no idea what the Forsaken Lands of Gods represented. But only the leader of the church, the proxy of the Lord of Storms, knew something about the situation and seemed to be taking charge of the hidden mission to look for the Forsaken Lands of Gods. Olger had once made a bold guess when he equated the true creator's holy residence, which was promoted by the Aurora Order, with the Forsaken Lands of Gods. But unfortunately, the fool hadn't confirmed his guess, so he couldn't be sure. Now he was shocked and surprised to find that the Terror Club member using the sun as his code name was very likely from the Forsaken Lands of Gods. Mr. Fool knew where the Forsaken Lands of Gods was all this time, and he could pull someone from there to be a member of the gathering. This is a hidden place that the Church and the Lord of Storms has been trying to find to no avail. Olger looked at the fool who was seated in the seat of honor at the end of the ancient long bronze tables in horror. He could only see that he was leaning back in his chair in silence, engulfing by the thick fog. Audrey wasn't particularly moved about it. The only time that she had heard about the Forsaken Lands of Gods was from the hangman's question. She wasn't particularly interested, so she failed to associate it to anything from what Mr. Fool said earlier. The City of Silver has a legend about being abandoned by the creator. Huh, Mr. Hangman seems to be deeply affected. What is he amazed and afraid of? Audrey nodded in puzzlement as she remembered. Oh, I dropped my mic! Are we good? Are we good? Can you guys still hear me? as she remember the details of the moment. Yes, we believe that we will regain the Lord's favor in the end. Perhaps it will be on the day the sun rises again. Derek Berg answered in an uncertain tone. We were once ruled by the giants. There were giants that like walked back then. I assumed there were giants just like there were like dragons, all these mythical creatures. I can see it. Just read the OG moderator's message. The city of silver. Oh man. I lost my place. She wasn't particularly interested, so she failed to associate to. Oh wait. I'm gonna reread from right here. Oh wait. Oh my, I'm just reread from here. I'm gonna reread this paragraph. The city of silver has a legend about being abandoned by the creator. Huh? Mr. Hangman seems to be deeply affected. What is he amazed and afraid of? Audrey nodded in puzzlement as she remembered the details of the moment. Yes, we believe that we will regain the Lord's favors in the end. Perhaps it will be on the day the sun rises again. Derek Berg answered in an uncertain tone. We were once ruled by the giant's royal family, and we worshipped the giant king Armir. Later, we were saved. Oh my god, there's so much info dump. Oh, I'm gonna have to reread all this. I can't remember this. Oh my god, there's so much to remember. Later, we were saved by the Lord, and we will never betray the Lord again. Ruled by the giant's royal family, it really is ancient, but it doesn't seem to match. Alger, who had guessed at something, suddenly recalled a description about the second epoch in the hidden chapter of the Book of Storms. The second epoch was known as humanity's Dark Epoch. At that time, the sky, the ocean, and land ruled over by dragons, giants, elves, mutants, devils, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and dead spirits, but in the end, the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity into defeating the supernatural creatures and ushered in the beginning of the third epoch, the glorious era, which was later known as Cataclysm. There's so much going on. Oh my god. I'm gonna reread this chapter off stream. Don't worry. I'm gonna reread this chapter. I'm gonna reread this chapter off stream so I can add all this down. There's so much going on, dude. I can't remember all this. Don't worry. I'll save you guys the link for stream. I'll put this off stream. I'm gonna write down just chapter 180 so I don't remember, because there's too much. I'm gonna just reread this whole Tarot meeting. Giant King Armir. Klein repeated the name in silence. In various legends and myths, it was a great existence on par with the deities. Even now, there were still some places that worshipped him. Even the most famous and most expensive grape wine in Intis Republic was named after Armir. At least he had it named after him. It was said that the giant king practically fancied grape wine, which was like blood. Can you guys hear Ellie barking? I don't know what's going on. Considering the fact that the Church of the God of Combat is in control of the combat of the complete pathway of the warrior, which was one belonging to the giants, can I assume that Armir was the ancient god of combat? Klein guessed. He nodded deliberately, but didn't think any further about it. He then asked calmly, do you still offer sacrifices to this omnipotent god? Yes, we still do, but since the day we were abandoned, we have never gotten any response. Derek's voice had a hint of unconcealed pain. Klein leaned against the back of his chair leisurely. He had closed his eyes and said, wait, describe the process of your offering ritual in detail. Okay, look at that. I'm just like him. Does Mr. Fool want to figure out the truth behind the City of Silver's abandonment, or does he want to determine if the creator still exists? Alger suddenly felt a shock through his body as he quivered. Dude, man, this guy's glazing him up, man. Not only was he afraid, but he was also excited too. Oh, he was excited. This was because he felt that he was being made privy to the secrets between deities. If only he knew who he was. Maybe in the future. That made him feel like he had been elevated to a whole new level. I've been chasing after power, after strength. Didn't I do it to achieve this kind of feeling? Alger leaned back, lifted his chin, and got carried away with his thoughts. Mr. Hangman's mental state doesn't seem to be normal. Audrey looked at him with pity. She's like, oh, Mr. Alger. She's pitying him. She finally understood that there might be some sort of shocking secret behind the communication between Mr. Fool and the Sun, which led to the Hangman's loss of composure. After the Quillingus commission is over, I'll pay the price to get information about what Mr. Hangman learned today. I wonder if he would be willing to. Audrey thought in anticipation, yet was still a little worried. Derek didn't notice. I think I made it scroll down too much. Derek didn't notice the weight that was hanging On his answers, he replied frankly, "We build opulent altars covered in the Lord's symbols. Every time we receive a bumper black-faced grass harvest, we hold a sacrificial ritual." Let's do this. "We use the monsters we captured in the depths of the darkness to use as sacrificial offerings. After we recite God's honorable title and the necessary prayer, we dance for him and then kill the monsters to let the spirituality and tainted blood dye the entire altar. If we haven't caught any monsters, then we use a sinner on the lower floor in the city of silver prison instead." That's kind of dark. "Then we turn the very first batch of black-faced grass into food and serve it before the Lord. At the end, we sing praises in unison and end the ritual. Since I was planning to offer a sacrifice to myself, I'm not picky about time, and the altar can be as simple as possible. The most important part would be to open a channel with the aid of monsters, spirituality, or the blood containing Beyonder's powers to complete the sacrifice offering. Of course, this is under the premise that one will receive a response." How extravagant. Klein used his mysticism knowledge to analyze every step of sacrificial rituals in the City of Silver before finally saying, "What are the corresponding prayers? What language do you recite them in?" Derek, who was also looking forward to this so as to gain hints from Mr. Fool on how to shake off the curse, so he recalled it carefully and answered, "We use Jotun, which is also our common knowledge, the common language. The corresponding prayers are, your devoted believers pray for your attention. We pray for you to take their offerings. We pray for you to open the gates to our kingdom." Klein listened in silence and intentionally let the engulfed fog slowly swirl around him. He nodded as though deep in thought and remained silent. As for what he learned from it, he obviously wouldn't share it. Olger found it very normal. How could the secrets of deity be revealed directly to a mortal? Derek also steeled his resolve to quickly grow in power so that he could obtain something that could garner Mr. Fool's interest in exchange for guidance. If only they knew who he was. After some more communication, Klein ended up gathering, like he's just some random dude that got not isekai, that transmigrated here. Klein ended the gathering. He watched just as the hangman's and the sun's figures vanished before him. He looked down and saw the boundless gray fog and crimson stars that seemed eternally immutable. However, after he advanced to Sequence 8, he realized that he could connect even more stars. Oh shit. Oh, we're definitely going to get at least one new member at the end of this volume, or we get like 3 new members in volume 6, right? How he looked down and saw the boundless gray fog and the crimson stars that seemed eternally immutable. However, after he advanced to Sequence 8, he realized that he can connect even more stars. In other words, he could pull in more members. Oh shit, at least 2! Klein nodded indiscriminately. He wasn't in a hurry to add new members. He planned to act as he had before. He would first wait and observe. If Justice and the Hangman had any recommendations, he could assess them first. What I saw was the last few times was when the sun was praying. There was a clear crystal ball before him. But ever since I pulled him into the world above the great fog, that crystal ball has never appeared again. What crystal ball? Wait, let me read this again. What I saw the last few times when the sun was praying, there was a clear crystal ball before him. But ever since I pulled him into the world above the gray fog, that crystal ball has never appeared again. Does the prerequisite needed to pull people in through the connection of the Crimson Star have something to do with having a special item around them? That's what I've been saying! Derek had the crystal ball, Audrey had the mirror, and Olger had a closet, or like a drawer, a cabinet drawer, right? And he had a crystal ball. Or does every crimson star correspond to an item in reality, which when it's connected successfully, it would return to the world above the gray fog? I wonder if Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman were the same. Let's just assume that's the case. In that case, if people without this special item were to recite, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, and allow me to hear their prayers," would I be able to pull them in? I can give it a try in the future. Klein didn't stay any longer. He wrapped himself with spirituality and stimulated a descent, leaving behind the lofty palace, the ancient table, and the 22 high-backed chairs which sat immutably above the gray fog. He had mastered the overflowing power of the clown potion. He had mastered the overflowing power of the clown potion and eliminated the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, he wanted to try the ritual to summon himself. Oh, snap. I wonder we'll all conjured this time. Klein thought in anticipation and fear as he fell through the mad ravings. Update? I got you, bro. I already know what's gonna happen. One day when he gets to like a high beyonder tier, when he keeps trying to resummon himself, it's gonna come back to bite him. Watch him create like a perfect sentient replica of himself, right? No. Maybe 3. Okay, he potentially creates a perfect like replica of himself and he has no control, like he has his own free will, or he somehow creates the original Klein by doing this, right? Because he keeps trying to summon himself and it's going to come back and bite him in the future. Like he either creates a perfect clone that might replace him, or he just brings back original Klein. I don't know if I should read chat. I'll take a peek. I see the eyes. Okay. We're gonna leave it as that. We can neither confirm nor deny. Okay, I like that. Thank you. Let's go straight to the next chapter. Chapter 181 is called Different State. Timestamp is correct? Yes, so different chapter. Klein didn't hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality when he returned to his room. Instead, he expertly took out a candle infused with the sandal wood and placed it in the middle of his desk. He then followed the steps of the ritual, lighting up the candle with spirituality and scattering essences, extract an powder herb symbolizing good luck and mystery. He saw the flame alternate between being dull and bright as he took in the fragrance of peace and harmony. Klein took 2 steps back and looked at the candle on the table. He then shouted in the language of giants, "I." Oh man, this is gonna be so scary in the future. This guy is too ambitious, man. After a pause, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Okay, maybe in the future he will actually summon the dude that created the gray fog world, right? Because he didn't make it. It was already there. He just entered it unconsciously or by accident, so somebody made it. So he eventually is going to summon the one that made it. At that moment, the flickering flame fused itself with a harmonious scent to form an illusionary vortex, a vortex that manically absorbed the spirituality. After Klein finished reciting the incantations, the vortex stabilized to become a palm-sized circle of grayish-white fog. After observing the fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise without hesitation. He returned to the world above the fog, and as he expected, he saw ripples of light spreading from his high back chair, accentuated the mysterious aura of the weird symbol. The pupil-less eyes that partly contorted lines on his chair. He took a this is scary. He took a deep breath and calmed his soul down using cogitation before extending his hand towards the target. At that moment, he's going to be a target in the future because he's going to try and replace him. I already know what's going to happen. I've seen those crazy movies where you clone yourself and it comes back like to bite you, right? At that moment, he heard the well, I know he's not trying to clone himself. He's just trying to see what happens. At that moment, he heard the incantations that he had just recited. He saw the surging spirituality and the ripples of light fuse to form an illusionary door. Compared to the previous dive, the door was now completely formed and was etched full of mysterious patterns. The patterns were the same as the symbol on the back of the fool's chair, a symbol made up of pupil-less eyes and a partly contorted lines. As he looked at the door, so the door is being more drawn out. As he looked at the door, Klein focused his mind and willed the door open. Without warning, ripples formed in the eternally immutable grayish-white fog and the majestic palace like a stone being cast in a peaceful pond. The ripples spread in the direction of the door of summoning. The sound of heavy scraping sound caused the friction could suddenly be heard. A slit appeared in the heavy Look, what's happening, dude? What's gonna happen? What's he gonna see? A slit appeared in the heavy, mysterious door. Beyond it, one could faintly see an immensely dark world. Oh, he's connecting to the silver. The city of Silver's... The city of Silver's... The city of Silver region. Or continent. Beyond it, one can faintly see an immensely dark world. This is how he meets Derek. Filled with countless indescribable transparent figures. There were also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendor that harbored infinite knowledge. At that moment, Klein felt an unimaginable, irresistible, attractive force coming from beyond the door. He couldn't help but get pulled towards it. Damn, are you not giving me the choice? Just as he had the alarming thought, his body went through the slit and... Oh shit, he went in it. He went in the door? His body went through the slit and vanished into the darkness behind the door. The dizzying medical roars gradually died down. Klein finally came to his senses. He saw a young man in front of him. The man was wearing an... Oh, okay, who is he? Is it Roselle? Himself? The true creator? The original Klein? There's like 4 possibilities. The man was wearing... Or some random schmuck. The man was wearing an old shirt. His black hair... Klein has black hair. Brown eyes and an average-looking facial feature. This is Klein. I remember he said he had an average-looking facial feature. The man having an average build was a little skinny, but his frame seemed to hide considerable power. He also had the obvious demeanor of a scholar. Isn't that me? Klein wasn't a stranger to scenes like this. He encountered something like this every time he looked in the mirror. He's like, I'm a pretty dashing guy. He nodded indiscriminately and surveyed his surroundings. He saw his bed with a white bedsheet draped. Okay, is this before or after? Before or after chapter 1. He saw his half top hat tuxedo and black windbreaker hanging on his clothes rack. I've been saying cloth rack. It's his clothes rack. I'm so dumb. He saw a bookshelf with quite a number of books. His neat table that only had 1 candle on it. He saw the candle flame emitting a grayish-white glow, and now he was floating in front of the palm-sizzled circle of grayish-white fog. So have I really summoned myself? It feels a little like an out-of-body experience, but there's also something a little different. Klein looked at the physical body belonging to him, toward him, blank, vacant eyes, and slipped into deep thought. But he can finally confirm one thing. It was only his soul, also known as his spirit body in mysticism, that headed to the world of fog. The exterior appearance was that of the astral projection. It's no wonder that I can directly see the astral projection surface on the Justice. The Hangman and the Sun confirmed whether they were beyonders or not when I was in the world above the gray fog. I could also guess their sequence numbers. My physical body seems to be under some form of protection. Perhaps from the power of ritual for me to stand in such stability and not lose my balance. It's because he's a sequence 8 clown, dude. He has perfect balance now. Is she be the same for Miss Justice and others? Klein slowly got used to the current situation and started to analyze the conditions of both his physical body and soul. He retracted his gaze and tried to move his soul, now fused with the powers from the mysterious space. Whoosh. A cold wind started to blow as it spiraled around him. Klein simmered the sensations and flying, joyfully making circles in the room. I can also take on the role of a messenger in the city now. What? I wonder if I can carry physical items with me. He collected himself and stopped. He floated in the air and experimented with other abilities. He tried to grab a notebook from the bookshelf, but his hand passed through it. It feels a little sticky. It's not like moving through air. It might be able to grab it after I become a more powerful and able better to utilize the mysterious power of the world above the gray fog. Klein once again tried grabbing a single piece of paper, but to no avail. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, he flew towards the clothes rack and extended his transparent hand into the pocket of his black windbreaker. He touched the slumber charms of the Requiem charms that he replenished from a successful claim. They were objects infused with the power of spirituality, different from ordinary objects in supernatural terms. Thus, Klein wanted to see if he could carry them about. His palm once again went through the charms, but he could clearly feel their existence. He felt the intertwining of spirituality, but he didn't have enough stern to pick them up. Of course, another explanation was that there wasn't enough spirituality. With the charms to achieve a strong resonance with the current state, the spirituality isn't strong enough. Klein thought as he moved towards the other pockets. The pocket stored the flaring sun charms that he made with the stolen power to of the divine blood and his own spirituality. A warm sensation spread all over his body, making the form turn more stable and his thoughts clear. He could take the thin gold piece out of his pocket in the mirror in the room. The charm seemed to float out of the pocket on its own accord, similar to the descriptions in ghost stories. Recall Dali's spirit messenger. He's wondering if he can mimic. Oh, he's trying to see if he can mimic the. He's trying to see if he can mimic. Oh, okay, I got it. He's trying to see if he can mimic her. I can move flaring sun charms. I can also create the sounds using my spirituality. So I do have certain abilities in this state. Klein flew towards the mirror and stopped in front of it. He saw that the only thing gold piece was reflected. Other than that, it was only the furniture and darkness in the room caused by the drawn curtains. After a few seconds of consideration, he placed the flaring sun charm onto the bed before returning to the front of the mirror. He wanted to see if he could move through the mirror. His vision turned dark. Klein's vantage point suddenly changed. He saw the room that was reflected in the mirror, the furniture that was accentuated by the weak source of light. It made him feel as though he was hiding in an obscure corner, peeping into the tiny portion of the room. I really can't go through the mirror, but this is only an ordinary item which doesn't lead to some mysterious and strange world. Klein nodded and charged forward, once again returning to his room. The success of carrying the flaring sun charm gave him immense confidence, hence he attempted grabbing something else. Mr. Azik's copper whistle. The moment he touched the ancient and intricate object, he felt his spirituality expanding and freezing. His illusionary eyes turned into dark, burning flames. It felt like I have gotten a little more powerful. My form is like a wraith. Oh, what? It's like a wraith? But without the strong sense of vengeance, Klein projected his current appearance by calming his mind. This was one of the abilities of a clown? Mr. Azik's copper whistle is truly fascinating. He nodded, noticing that he can now pick up pieces of paper with certain weights. He could also pick up his slumber charms. How unfortunate. I can carry the silver ritual dagger, but the revolver is too heavy. Klein concluded his experiments and turned to see if he could use any spells in this state. Okay. After serious tests, he concluded that he can conjure two spells. The first being a formless howl could shake the souls of his target, and second was inducing a state akin to freezing via contact within the target. Klein came to a satisfied stop. He looked out of the... Dude, I can already see how complicated these fights are going to be, man. Oh, this is kind of wild. Klein came to a satisfied stop. He looked out of the oriel window towards the sunlight street covered by a curtain. I wonder if I can move about during the day in this state, he muttered as he floated towards the window. He then carefully lifted the curtain, creating a slit and allowing a small amount of sunlight to pass through the wall of spirituality into the room. Under the radiant sunlight, Klein felt his soul boil with a black fog. His powers were also being drained away bit by bit. He quickly released his grip, allowing the curtain to block the light. So he can't do this in sunlight. I can't. Klein thought for a moment and placed his gaze onto the flaring sun charm on the bed. I wonder if the effect would be the same if I'm augmented with the divine blood of the eternal blazing sun. He floated towards the bed and tried to grab the thin piece of gold. But just as he touched the charm, the warm, pure feeling formed a stark contrast with the burning, cold spirituality. It was like an existential conflict between fire and water. He tossed the piece of gold away as he had been burned. The power of Mr. Zig's copper whistle cannot inhabit my soul at the same time as a flaring sun charm. Klein understood as he set the copper white whistle. He felt his spirituality shrink and the black flames in his eyes extinguished. In this state, both spells I can use have been weakened. After another round of experimentation, Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm once again, feeling the stabilizing and warm purifying effects the charm had on his spirit body. Oh, so it's like the sealed artifact, how it like cleanses and purifies, right? He returned to the window and cautiously moved through the curtain. The sunlight only felt warm on his body, but it didn't inflict any harm. Not bad. Klein let out a mixed smile. He made his way past the wall of spirituality and cautiously flew out the house with the intention of conducting more experiments. Yeah, we got to update the chapter. Wait, so what's going on? He tried summoning himself. He went through the transparent door. And then he's seeing his physical body through like he's basically like he's basically like an astral projection, right? He's in his spirit form. If you are confused of anything, just ask, okay? No, so it's like he's basically in his spirit form. So I assume he's basically in his spirit form, and that's why he saw himself in his room. And now he's just conducting tests to see what he can do as basically a wraith. So a clown can basically turn into a wraith? How? How does that even make sense of a clown? A clown can be like a ghost? Make an alt account. Small adventures of a spirit form. He's essentially a ghost at this point, or as those said, yeah, he's astral projecting. Romero's ruthless. Oh man, yeah, basically. So he's basically okay, I get it. I originally thought he summoned like the former original Klein, or like he was cloning himself. But it's like not him, but like he's doing it through the aid of the fog, right? Think of the Doctor Strange when he separates from his body. That makes it so much more easier to understand. There's no way. I'm like, okay, I get it. He's astral projecting. Like, oh yeah, just Doctor Strange. He's not using his clown powers. He's using the power of the gray fog by praying to himself and responding to himself. Got it. Got it. Okay, the astral projection is because he summoned himself, not to do with the clown. Okay. So it's not a clown. Wow, dude, he is so... This man is going to be the most broken clown in this whole world, dude. I think the more because of the gray fog, but I don't know. Yeah, so it has to be like, because he did it in the gray fog world. Okay, I get it. And now he's just trying to experiment. So he can interact with some physical objects, but he can't interact with things that are too heavy. Like as of right now, he can only nudge things, right? Like there's paper, daggers, the silver ritual dagger. That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. Yeah, so it's not the clown ability directly, but he's using the gray fog world abilities. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I like the new chapter. It's called The Wanderer Klein. Okay, let me update this timestamp. Wait, what was that? His soul goes into the gray fog. Then he uses the ritual to summon the soul in the gray fog. Oh, Klein is he's cosplaying as a poltergeist. So consuming the clown potion gave him more spiritual. Oh, so the clown potion directly increased his spirituality. And the connection to the area above the gray fogs are stronger now because of his higher sequence, not directly due to being a clown. So just the only benefit he's gotten from the clown potion was his high spirituality, which allows him to go through the door in the gray fog world. Then later he uses the power of the whistle while astral projecting to become similar to a wraith, because the whistle is related to death. Oh, I thought he became a wraith because of that. No, it was because of the whistle. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, now we're good. Now I'm not confused. Okay, I got it. Okay, we got it. Thank you guys. Okay, now let's continue to the next chapter. All right. Okay, I will stop talking about pineapple and ham pizza. Chapter 182. Make sure our timestamp is up. Yes, it's called Wanderer Klein. All the meats you want, like pineapple. No, all the meats you want plus pineapple and ham. All meats including pineapple. I get you, dude. Check Webnovel chat for what the flaring term looks like. I was just about to ask you guys that. Okay, let me take a look. Wait. All right, so here, I'll wait a little bit before we look at it. The weather in Tingen turned from refreshing cold to a bitterly chill in early September. However, the sunlight at 3 or 4 in the afternoon was still warm and soothing. Klein went through the wall of spirituality, an oriel window. He floated in the air outside his bedroom as he looked to the people in carriages and shuttling to and from Daffodil Street. Wow, I misread all of that because we were talking about pizza this whole time. Just then, there was a man in a gray labor uniform who suddenly lifted his head and looked over. Klein panicked and wanted to hide, but he couldn't find any suitable cover. When he didn't see anything to hide behind, he started to sneak back into the house. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the man earlier merely glanced over the window. Then his gaze followed a flying sparrow, but unfortunately he lost sight of it. In Tingen, birds could occasionally be seen. Phew, I forgot that ordinary person wouldn't be able to see me. Phew, Klein let out a breath of relief and felt that he had yet to get used to his situation. As he grew more confident, he flew lower and went to a nearby spacious street where he floated above people's heads. As he drew closer, Klein immediately realized that his vision was the same as his spirit vision. There was no need for him to activate it, but there was a restriction to its range. Also, besides the aura and emotional color, he could faintly feel the existence of everyone's soul. They were blurry, illusionary, and transparent. Wait, I'm gonna let Ellie back out. She wants to go back outside. As he drew closer, Klein immediately realized that his spirit vision was the same as his... He realized that his vision was the same as his spirit vision. There was no need for him to activate him, but there was a restriction to its range. Also, besides the aura and emotional colors, he could faintly see the existence of everyone's soul. They were blurry, illusionary, and transparent. In this state, I think I could bypass a person's body and directly attack their soul. Okay. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He circled around and prepared to test his fastest speed. Hence, he flew towards the Ironcross Street with all his strength. It didn't take long before he came to a halt and arrived outside the apartment he used to stay in. It should be about the speed of a car on the highway. It's a pity that I still can't go in and out of the spirit world. Otherwise, it'd be perfect. But if I were to be lost in the spirit world, it's said that the consequences are very severe. Just as Klein finished his self-evaluation, he felt low-spirited and gloomy. There was an unspoken pressure. He looked around and felt that the Ironcross Street was engulfed with gloominess and ordinary people could see. A darkness that the sunlight couldn't dispel. Let me read this. This sounds important. Zoro stopped posing easy. Wait, what happened? Zoro? What happened? He looked around and felt that the Ironcross Street was engulfed with gloominess that ordinary people couldn't see. A darkness that sunlight couldn't dispel. There were layers of numbness, despair, pain, and other emotions overlapping as though they were corporeal. It feels just like what I experienced when using spiritual perception on this street when I first became a seer. Ironcross Streets, Middle Street, and Lower Street hasn't changed to this day. I wonder how many years it took to accumulate such oppression and gloominess. Klein recalled the past and sighed as he flew up to the 3rd floor of the surrounding buildings. He finally felt sunlight and shook off his depression. Klein flew along the lower street, and from time to time he would see the residents who were dressed in tattered clothes, looking expressionless and malnourished. He even ran into 2 bodies that had died of natural causes, prolonged starvation and malnutrition with a sudden infliction of illness. There were countless people who died in agony every month. However, the bankrupt farmers and slaves that surged in of southern continent replaced them very quickly. Klein sighed in silence and changed the direction and flew south. That was the industrial area of Tengen. The steel workers led factories, ceramic factories, printing factories, metalworker factories, machine construction factories, and other factories all built right to the next to one another. As he flew, Klein saw towering chimneys. He saw dust filling the air and a thick gloominess that was only slightly better than that of the lower street. It was crowded with emotions of exhaustion, pain, pessimism, and numbness. Laborers who were in their 30s were considered the minority. Just as Klein wanted to fly lower to look at the area most closely, he suddenly felt weak. It was a weakness that came from inside of him. My spirituality can't withstand the duress. I've never said that word in my life. Okay, it was a weakness that came from inside of him. My spirituality can't withstand the duress. Klein became alarmed. He was in a hurry to return home, but he suddenly thought of a better possibility. I was summoned out. If I were to end the summon, I would return naturally. He calmed down and carefully felt the surrounding environments of his status. Unsurprisingly, he discovered something that was connected to him from infinitely far away, but also infinitely close to him. I said that wrong. It formed an intricate tether to him. Something's tethered to him. Through this connection, Klein clenched the flaring sun charm tightly and willed a strong desire to end the summoning. A massive, terrifying suction force overwhelmed him as his figure went from transparent to nearly invisible, and in a flash he vanished from the corporeal world. Silence was everywhere in the boundless gray fog, and there were illusionary crimson stars that twinkled. Klein reappeared in the lofty palace that looked like the home of a giant. As he sat in the seat of honor in the ancient bronze table, the entire procedure went well. Furthermore, Klein looked at the spirit body in pleasant surprise and saw that it contained a warm, pure golden portion. The flaring sun charm. I actually brought something corporeal into the world above the gray fog. Wait. I actually brought something corporeal into the world above the gray fog. Oh, the sun charm. He held the charm with a smile and fiddled with it to make sure it wasn't an illusionary item. Klein stood up and paced back and forth, feeling completely gratified. He thought to himself in anticipation. As expected, ingredients and items can be brought. Oh, you're right. So now he can like physically exchange with them. As expected, ingredients and items can be brought into this mysterious place. I just need to find the correct way. However, this method is quite complicated and needs me to do quite a bit before it reaches the destination. Furthermore, if I were to be summoned by the members all the time, it would damage the fool's image. I can only do it occasionally or after I understand more. I can design the incantations that summon the fool's door, but it will be similarly be directed by me. I'm not some born laborer. Why must the incantation point towards me? When the time comes, I can conjure what seems like a messenger or a more unique adorer and let it deal with the dispatch and collections of materials. Ideas popped up one after another as Klein contemplated, but due to the limitation of his capabilities and knowledge, he couldn't put them into practice just yet. As he became even weaker, Klein didn't dare to stay any longer. He used the spirituality to envelop himself and simulate the feeling of descending. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his bedroom. He saw splendid light pouring in through the gaps of curtains. He examined his body and made sure that the blaring sun charm wasn't brought back but left above the gray fog. When I've gotten enough rest, I'll repeat the summoning ritual and dawn to bring the flaring sun charms back to reality. Sigh. It would be great if I could maintain the state a little longer. That way, I would be able to investigate the houses with red chimneys. It's such a pity that I can't do it yet. I could only fly long enough to investigate a few houses before having to return above the gray fog and rest for half a day. The efficiency would be just as low. Klein walked before his desk and put out the silent burning candle. After he packed his things, he didn't remove the wall spirituality immediately. Instead, he sat down and took out a pen and paper to write a letter to Mr. Zik. After he wrote the salutation of "Dear Sir," he pondered for a few minutes before penning. I recently received news that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus, has infiltrated Backland. He carried a mystical item called Creeping Hunger. It provides an ability similar to a shepherd, which is a sequence 5 beyonder that swallows different souls and obtains their corresponding powers. It's said that there is a limit to the number of souls that one can let out to graze, but the souls can be swapped out. Quillingus seems to have many beyonder powers, and I'm not sure what he's trying to do in Backland. The news I received suggests that he might be after a very important, very mystical item that can make Quillingus a high sequence beyonder, or as powerful as a high sequence beyonder. Klein fabricated his source of information to generally describe the situation with Quillingus, but it wasn't like Mr. Zik would look for a Nighthawk captain to confirm it. Klein didn't directly request assistance, but made it seem like he brought up the subject casually to encourage Zik to be careful. Regardless of whether Mr. Zik was willing to help, it wouldn't hurt to first lay the foundations. If Klein eventually needed to ask for help, it wouldn't appear out of the blue that way. Okay, Klein, I get it. Like, you don't want to make it seem like, oh, I need help right now. And he's like, no. Like, you want to, like, gradually, like, kind of... He's trying to, like, gradually bribe him to help him. Klein let out a breath slowly and started writing the main content of the letter. The mastermind behind all this hasn't taken any further action, and I still haven't found any related clues. The reason why I'm contacting you so suddenly is mainly to ask for your guidance regarding the sacrificial rituals. I came across something like that during a recent mission. With the sun's description and Mr. Zik's answer to compare, I should be able to try a sacrificial ritual after that. By revisiting the ritual, I should be able to bestow items. This would be a more suitable ritual for exchange, ingredients and items rather than summoning myself. Yes, let's hope that Mr. Zik remembers the knowledge about this. Klein nodded slightly. He put down his pen without signing his name. There's only one copper whistle, so I'm sure Mr. Zik wouldn't make a mistake with the sender. Therefore, to be careful, Klein didn't leave his name. After he folded the letter, he looked at the 3-meter tall ceilings. He picked up the copper whistle from the bed a little hesitantly. Perfect. Let us squat and get the letter. Klein empathized inwardly before lifting his right hand and putting the copper whistle to his lips. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. The whistle didn't produce a sound. Klein's acute senses noticed that the surroundings had instantly turned cold. He activated his spirit vision and saw that there were blurry yet glistening white bones surging out of his study desk like a fountain as it rose in height. The white bone quickly gathered... The white bones? Oh, because he used the whistle. The white bones quickly gathered together and turned into an illusory yet huge monster. Its head tore through the wall of spirituality and reached somewhere unknown. Klein looked at the white skeleton thighs and body. I thought it said booty. Body. Klein looked at the white skeleton's thighs and body, as well as its arms that hung down. Seeing its right palm open, the corner of Klein's lips twitched as he tossed over the folded letter. The large, bony palm did a sweep and caught the letter firmly. Then Klein picked up his copper whistle and blew again without hesitation. The monster crumbled in an instant, transforming into bones that fell onto his desk before sinking in and vanishing. After doing all of that, Klein removed the wall of spirituality. In the sudden wind and stirred, he hobbled towards the cloth. Oh my god, the clothes rack, the cloth. Oh my! I'm gonna just stop saying it. He hobbled towards the clothes rack and returned to the copper whistle into its original place. Then he quickly walked to his bed and planted his head into it. The moment his body touched the soft mattress, he fell into a deep sleep. No, I don't want any. I'm good. I'll pass. That sounds too scary. I thought that's what he said, though. Okay, we'll update the chapter. I will only give a helping hand to push the score a little closer. Update the top left. Yeah, we'll update it. Any questions you have? No, so far I'm pretty good. Yeah, so far we're good. It's like he's trying to kind of subtly ask Azik for help. I was just confused when it said like the white bones were coming. I was like, what is that? But it was because of the whistle. Good almighty Badoon. I know. You know it, man. You're only going to get that here. That was good, though. I like the chapter. You deleted that so quick, Romero. I didn't even see what Mayo said. No, you're good, Mayo. No, it's okay. We'll be careful. Oh man, my nose is so stuffy. I'm also too lazy. That's why I only do a minimum of 30-minute walk. If I'm not feeling lazy, I'll walk for 3 km. I know Romero's quick, man. You guys are quick. Bro got sniped immediately. I know, that was pretty quick. All right, no, we're good though. No disrespect. If a message, if you guys ever send something and it gets deleted, no disrespect. Like it's just we're just trying to be careful, just in case we give things away. Durs essentially means street or threat. Durs. So that's what it means, Richie. It means street or threat. In that case, it means that his spirituality can't handle the stress of what he's doing. I got you. Okay, thank you. All right, let's do our timestamp. All right, let's do our timestamp for a new chapter, and let's continue. All right, chapter 183 is called A Lesson of Mediumship. Okay, that sounds exciting. After dinner, Klein engaged in small talk before reclining on the sofa. He picked up the recently delivered Awa Evening News and started leisurely reading. Benson wore a bitter expression as he sat opposite of his sister. In front of him was a dining table which had been wiped clean by Bella. It was grammar books, classic literature, accountancy notes, and other materials. In front of Melissa at the... Okay. No. We're going to cancel that. How did it even say that? That was weird. Update? I forgot to update the chapter. I don't know. I don't remember how much I read. It's been a few minutes. Let me reread it again. Chapter 133 is called A Lesson of Mediumship. Okay, chapter's updated. Chapter 183 is called A Lesson of Mediumship. After dinner, Klein engaged in small talk before reclining in the sofa. He picked up the recently delivered Awa Evening News and started leisurely reading. Benson wore a bitter expression as he sat opposite with his sister. In front of him was the dinner table, which had been wiped clean by Bella. On it was the grammar books, classic literature, accountancy notes and other materials. In front of Melissa were notes and stationery, including but not limited to pens, papers, rulers, compasses, etc. It's like I've been taken some 10 years back. Back then, I was still a student of the Church of Sundays now. Benson complained, but continued to study with his head down. That's not too bad. This scene makes me feel the achievement of being a parent. Klein smiled and said, knowing can change one's destiny, and diligence will result in glory. So if you can hear, I think you can hear Ellie licking my hand. Sorry about that. Just had full disclaimer. Oh man, I made up the latter half of that saying, I wonder if Roselle has said that before. He lampooned in his heart. The room quickly became quiet except for the sounds of pens scratching across the pages or of the books being flipped. Bella had finished doing the dishes and tidied up the kitchen before returning to her room on the first floor. A small room was formerly the guest room. I'm so sorry if you guys can hear Ellie. I'm so sorry if this is so loud. Klein sipped on his sib black tea as he read the newspaper, occasionally engaging in small talk with his siblings. It was relaxing. Suddenly, the gas lamps in the living room and dining room turned dark at the same time as they had run out of fuel. What's going on? I get scared when and something immediately happens. It starts to scare me. Woo! Klein. Oh, Benson and Melissa looked up towards the lamps in an attempt to figure out the case. Klein also looked towards the lamps. At this moment, he felt something touch his arm. He was the only one he was the only person in the living room, but something had touched his arm. Oh, it's probably Madame Dally. His hair stood on end. Klein retracted his arm and turned to look over. He saw 5 thin, pale fingers growing on the tip of a tongue. He saw 5 thin, pale fingers growing on the tip of a tongue. Underneath them was an irregular row of sharp teeth. What the heck is he seeing? Klein instinctively reached for his pockets. With them were the requiem charms and slumber charms, but he caught a glimpse of the neatly folding piece of paper in the fingers' grasp. A letter, a messenger. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the 5 paw fingers propped his arm again. Klein saw Melissa about to stand up and check on the gas lamp. He reached out of his left hand and grabbed the letter. Then he quickly retracted his arm and hid the letter under the stack of newspapers on the table. He then saw the finger's tongue and a irregular row of sharp teeth fade away and disappear from the corner of his eyes. With a thought, Klein tapped his left molar and silently activated his spirit vision. He once again saw the 5 abnormally thin fingers. He saw the long red tongue adorned with sharp white teeth. He saw them retracting back into a transparent face on the ground. A second later, the face disappeared completely. The light in the living room and dining room were restored back to normal. Strange. Melissa pouted, finding no faults with the lamps even after a serious check. Why is the lady in our house responsible for such things? While the men watched from the side, Klein shook his head and deactivated his spirit vision. When spirits were willing to be seen and had to be corresponding abilities, even an ordinary person couldn't spot them. What happened just now was an example. After discussing the problem with the gas lamps, the Moretti siblings became quiet once again. Benson and Melissa, I lost my place. Benson and Melissa once again delved into the ocean of knowledge. Klein used the newspaper as a cover and unfolded the letter with one hand. He placed the paper between the newspapers. Ellie, you're slipping. She's slipping. He placed the newspaper between the newspapers and started reading the reply from Spirit Guide Dally. I have to empathize again. I prefer this title, Spirit Medium. I'm going to give you positive response regarding what you asked. Yes, mediumship rituals can also be used on living things, not just living humans, but this is troublesome and poses some level of danger. The souls left behind by the dead are pure. They have few impurities and chaotic thoughts. We can communicate with them, ask them questions, and receiving answers without any barriers. Of course, you can use the method of dream divination to directly receive images from them, but that cannot be replicated with living humans. The subject still has a will and would fight against the unprotected communication between souls. Ellie, you're like pulling my shirt down. Klein's lips twitched when he read the letter. He confirmed that it was Dally here herself who wrote this letter. I know there's more lore. Ugh. Unprotected communication, that really is the way she speaks. Klein returned to the letter after taking a quick glance at the siblings. We only have two methods when faced with such a situation. First, we can use our powerful spirituality and sophisticated mediumship rituals to triumph over the will of other person engaging in barbaric method of communication. Second, we can use medication to make the other party relax. What I use the most are Amantha Essence and Eyes of the Spirit medication. Heh, I'm sure that you still have a lingering impression of those. After reaching the stage of channeling the soul, you must take note that you also have a spiritual state, unlike when you're communicating with the soul left behind by the dead. In similar terms, your spirituality is entering the spirituality world of the other party. Take note, a professional mediumship wouldn't lack the means of protecting themselves under such a state, but you cannot do that. You would not be able to learn or use the techniques that I know of, even if I explain them to you. Okay. Channel tier pathways and mouths to sequences. Oh, that'd be interesting. Pathways and months to sequences. Ah, okay. Yeah, if you have any examples, yeah, let me know. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be fun. At least that way, just not saying 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Yeah, we could probably do that. Charlatan sensei. So you have to maintain a certain level of lucidity and rational thought. Only though this method can you fight back against the torrents of the other party's random and chaotic thoughts before arriving before the spirit in essential communication. At this point, you'll be communicating at the level of the body, of heart, and mind. Okay. At this stage, you have two options. One is to use a technique to forcefully read the memories of the other party, but you have to be very careful, for you cannot be sure if the things you're reading are the things that you want to know. If you indiscriminately receive a large amount of memories from a person, it's very likely that your soul will collapse. Maybe he potentially receives all of the original Klein's memories. Furthermore, it will cause severe damage to your target's soul, sometimes even destroying them completely unless you're a professional spirit mediumship. I do not suggest using this method. The second option is to greatly communicate with the other party's body, of heart, and mind. No matter how you enter, whether it's through the violence of or medication, the target will definitely be in a groggy state. They would generally not be able to lie, just like you couldn't. No, you cannot recall what happened to you, although I know you're definitely oh my god, my nose. Although I know you've definitely forgotten about it. Sorry, Madam Dally, I'm very awake back then. Klein chortled inwardly as he lowered his gaze and read the rest of the letter. Such communication... my nose. Such communication can allow you to obtain real answers, but they won't necessarily all be the truth. You should understand what I mean, as long as you read the news, you must have heard Emperor Roselle's famous quote. I don't remember the actual quote, but the essence of the quote is that what one says shall be the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. In short, a spirit might not remember everything because a lot of memories are in one of the subconscious or collectively be in the I literally just said the same thing. Because a lot of memories are in one subconscious or collectively be in the subconscious. Oh, I shouldn't mention that. Dunn calls it the evil theories of the psychology alchemists. Thus, you must be able to guide the souls and be good at designating your questions. Do you understand? The corresponding techniques include, there are all under normal circumstances. What should we pay attention to when we're trying to communicate with the souls of a beyonder who has gone insane? It's the same. Maintaining your ludicacy, you must not fall into a daze at all. This is because a beyonder's spirituality is very potent and their spirit is filled with chaotic thoughts. Okay. Let me give you an example. An ordinary person consciousness is an island. We were just talking about islands. The what? The subconscious is the portion of the sea beneath the island. The collective subconscious is the surrounding sea. The sun belongs to the spirit world. As for a beyonder, his island might have a controlled active volcano. A lunatic's island might have a volcano that can erupt at any time. It would quake the foundations and pollute the sea. When you come into unprotected contact with the spirit of an insane person, his chaotic thoughts might infect you, just like how polluted water in the sea would flow outward, spread further. Yes, channeling his spirit under such conditions is like linking your sea to his. Thus, you need to pay close attention to his pollution. I'm not gonna lie, this is starting to kind of confuse me. And by what? I mean everything that's being talked about. Oh my. Under normal circumstances, mental diseases are not contagious, but in the domain of mysticism, in the world of channeling spirits, they can indeed be contagious. Maintaining your ludicacy and not being affected by chaotic thoughts of the target are things that you must pay attention to. Following those would be the guided question, which can be used to effectively communicate with an insane person. Hi, Ellie. What? Hi. We're almost done with the chapter. Wait, I'll put you down right now. Hold up. If you wish to try this, I suggest applying for a sedative agent. Ow! Ow, Ellie! Oh, your nails are sharp. A sedative agent before doing so. The corresponding formula is available behind the Tigan Chanis gate. There's also the formulated product. It can be effective in helping you maintain a rational thought during the process. Of course, you can also get DUNN to apply for help from the Buckland Dio. You guys helped me out earlier. I'm not going to mispronounce it. Dosis? I mispronounced it. I'm sorry. I'm very willing to see the spirituality of state of an insane sequence psychiatrist. Ah, psychiatrist. Ellie, what? What? You want to go out? Okay, you get one more bark. One more howl. And then I'll let you out. It's okay. I know she wants attention. Lucidity and rational thought, that's my expertise. I maintain lucidity and rational thought even when my soul was being channeled. Of course, I'm not someone who lets confidence get to my head. I'm still apply for sedative agent, a mantha extract, and eye of the spirit medication. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, a little eager to make the attempt. Right, Ellie? We're almost done with the chapter, Ellie. Just bear with me for like 2 more paragraphs. He put down his newspaper and stood up. Correct, Ellie? He then entered the bathroom and ignited the letter with his spirituality before tossing the ashes into the toilet bowl and flushing them. That night, Klein once again tried the ritual summoning, right, Ellie? Summoning himself and brought the flaring sunstar back to the physical world and into the room, right, Ellie? Yes. He also didn't receive Mr. Azik's letter, even though he had expected a swift reply. Right, Ellie? Perhaps he needs some time to recall the knowledge, or perhaps he's not free to give a new reply. Or perhaps he's worried that he would interrupt my sleep. Interrupt my sleep. Klein dispelled away his spirituality as he had speculated. He made his way to the bed. The following day, Tuesday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door to the captain's office as usual. But it's not going to be a usual conversation. Watch something unusual happen. Oh my god, it's called Behind the Gate. Okay. Imagine people's minds as islands on a sea. The sea is the subconscious of the collective, where each island can influence each other, so mental illnesses can spread through the sea. Oh, that's why they were saying to be careful if you speak to someone insane, right? Because their island could contaminate yours. Ellie has street strikes on stream. That's the first one. Nah, sorry, we'll just take her out. She just wants to go out. She wants to walk about. I don't think she likes being stuck in a room when I'm streaming. Like, look, guys, when I'm not streaming, this is what me and Ellie do. Ready? I'm gonna show you guys what we do on stream. Let me pause the video so it's not too long. Yeah, it got hot in here, dude. Oof, man. Or is it just me? Oh, man, what I get myself into. We got oversized Victorian windbreakers and green dresses. Okay. Okay, all right. Whew. It's cost efficiency. Green dresses are cheaper. That is true. But let me see if I can find some budget-friendly, oversized Victorian windbreakers with a top hat. I got you guys. We'll wait up. Let's hold up. Hold up. We still got like 14 more subs to go. Oh man. Chapter 184 is called Behind the Gate. Oh, we're going behind Chana's gate. Please come in, Dunn said with a mellow and pleasant voice. Klein turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. Are we recording? Yes, we are recording. Klein turned the doorknob and pushed open the door to see the captain having his breakfast. In his right hand, with a cup of coffee emitting a rich aroma, on the plate in front of him, there was a white bread, toast, and bacon. Dunn placed the remaining sandwich toast with butter into the mouth and ate it. He then silently pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Klein didn't disturb his captain from enjoying his breakfast. With a smile, he sat down as he waited patiently. Dunn saw that he was in no hurry, so relaxed back into his chair, picked up his coffee to take a sip, and swallow the food in his mouth. He took a napkin, wiped the corners of his lips, and said, "What's the matter?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "I've met Daxter Gudrian, the dark..." Oh my, he is the next fight. Or it's Quillingus. Klein nodded seriously and said, I've met Dr. Gudrun, the doctor at the asylum, and also a member of the Psychology Alchemist. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the magazine that was spread open before the captain. Did he provide any news? Dunn asked, crossing his arms. Update top left. I was waiting for someone to say that. I knew that. I was going to update it this whole time. And did I find my place? Did he provide any news? Dunn asked, crossing his arms. Klein simply described, he told me that before Hood Eugene went crazy, there was someone who visited him quite frequently. That person's name is Lenevus. Lenevus Dunn massaged his temples. I seem to have heard of it before. He's the cheat who swindled at least 10,000 pounds, Klein reminded him. Dunn thought for a while with a serious look on his face. He then shook his head to show that he had no memory of it. Captain, you're so sensitive at all when it comes to money. Klein lampooned and told him to relate a story about Lenevus by highlighting the main points. The cheat falsely claimed that he had prospected and purchased an iron mine with rich deposits of iron ore. He raised funds from private individuals in Tingen and swindled more than 10,000 pounds. Someone I know from the Divination Club suffered a loss from this. In addition, a young woman was swindled into an engagement with him and is now pregnant with his child. He visited Hood Eugene multiple times before he went crazy. Dunn said and thought, Sequence 8, Beyonder Swindler, the Martyr Pathway. Captain, your memory is actually good when it comes to this kind of thing. Klein found it funny as he reflected over it. He nodded faintly and said, that was my guess as well. Because the steelworks company that Lenevus set up was in the south and the victims were of several different beliefs, that case wasn't passed to us in the end. Even there... Oh my god, I can't read. What's going on? Even if there had been evidence of Beyonder's involvement in the case, it would have been passed over to mandated punishers. Dunn finally understood that the ins and outs of the story. He looked at Klein with his deep grazed eyes and said, what do you want? Cough, Captain. Can you please not be so sensitive? Klein replying with a mask of solemnity. I want to talk to Hood Eugene via Mediumship ritual and figure out why Lenevus came looking for him. I want to know if the visit is directly related to him going insane. Dunn nodded silently and said, even if you haven't implied to do it, I would have had a similar experiment done when we were certain that Hood Eugene is crazy. However, Dally told me that it's quite risky. Are you confident? I can ask for assistance from Backland Diocese? I'm saying it wrong. I'm sorry. It shouldn't be a problem to delay it for a few days. Klein's main motivation to become a Beyonder was to study mysticism and find a way home. As it was a chance for practical exercise and he was confident enough, he was naturally unwilling to give up. Captain, I mastered knowledge on the subject. I'm confident about this. Of course, I'll require certain ingredients such as the Amantha extract, Eye of the Spirit medicine, and sedative agent. Sedative agent. Dunn ruminated over the name and confirmed Klein's professionalism. He remembered Dally mentioned that it was a liquid medicine that was rarely used, yet was very efficient in mediumship. Dunn Smith pondered for nearly 20 seconds and leaned back into his chair. He said, go ahead and I'll fill out a request form, then collect what you need from behind China's Gate. I'm not sure if there are any finished goods. If there aren't any, pick up the ingredients you need and concoct the medicine accordingly. Alright, Klein replied happily. He didn't get up, but sat firmly in his chair. Dunn massaged his temples. He thought carefully and said, it happens to be my turn to monitor the asylum this evening. We can't visit Hood Eugene directly. No one knows my back. No one knows my back. No one knows if there are members of the Psychology Alchemist disguised as doctors, nurses, janitors, or patients in the asylum. No one knows if the Psychology Alchemists are monitoring Hood Eugene. Either any actions we take must be secret. We can't expose that Dexter Guardian has become our informant. We'll go at dawn by sneaking in. Oh my god, we're going to fight in an asylum. Get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. Be back later, Annie? Alright, no, we'll still be here. Oh my god. We're fucking going to find an insane dude in an insane asylum. This is gonna be hype. Say the words. Diocese. That's what I said. Ho, it is getting good. I'm ready, dude. We'll go at dawn by sneaking in secret. We're doing like some Mission Impossible mission. Yes, I'll keep doing. I can already hear the music playing. They're like sneaking in. I can already see this in the anime. We'll go at dawn by sneaking in secretly. Yes, I'll keep guard while you perform the ritual to prevent any accidents from happening. That'd be best. If Hujijin is just pretending to be crazy while I use a mediumship ritual on him, it would be like I barged into the zoo and danced before a tiger. Klein relaxed. That's a scary image. Klein relaxed and said sincerely, "Yes, Captain." He stood up and walked towards the door. Just then, the corner of his eyes noticed the title of the magazine article, and the captain was reading, Doningismen? Doningismen? Tree, I think I pronounced it right. Tree sap in the southern continent's rainforest has had a significant effort of boosting hair growth. I'm gonna need a bottle or two. Klein retracted his gaze, opened the door, and exited the captain's office. Suddenly, there was a playful thought that flashed through his mind. Actually, Beyonder doesn't need to go through such trouble. If Old Neil was still around, he could design a ritualistic magic for hair growth. Yo, maybe this world ain't that bad. Then he would pray to the goddess's assistance whether one would be covered with hair and become a cruelly haired... But I was about to say baboon. Baboon? I keep reading it as badoon rather than baboon. That's another story. What, like, and we will become our brethrens, you know? What would the goddess's response be? If it were me, I would definitely curse motherfucker. What the heck, Klein? What's this man on about? That thought suddenly tainted Klein's happiness with sadness, but there was also a hint of hilarity in the sadness. He entered the clerk's office and sat before Ackerson Model 1346 typewriter and finished typing his application. After Dunn Smith stamped the signs of the application, he took it down to the basement and walked along the tunnel that was lit up the gas lamps towards Chanda's Gate. Only at that moment, Klein realized something. It would be the first time he was going beyond the mysterious gate. I wonder what it looks like. He quickened his pace with anticipation and came before the twin doors of the Black Gate. He first passed his request to seek Tron. Fun fact, guys, Tron Legacy is 14 years old. I remember watching that in the theaters. That's one of my oldest movie tickets. I tried to hold on to my movie tickets, and you can like barely read it. It was like Tron Legacy, dude. From, I don't know, I hear the name Tron, I think of Tron Legacy. That's funny. And I lost my place. It would be the first time he was going beyond the mysterious gate. I wonder what it looks like. He quickened his pace with anticipation and came before the twin doors of Black Gate. He first passed his request to Tron, who was on duty that day for registration purposes. Then Klein took back the document that now had her signature as well. He knocked on Chanda's Gate and sensed how empty and distant the echo was. He didn't hear any footsteps, but with half a minute, the gate with 7 dark sacred emblems opened with a creak. Chanda's Gate opened up to allow a single person passage before coming to a stop. Klein then... Oh, he walked in. This is his first time walking in. Klein then walked in with the help of gas lamps on both sides of the corridor. I was 6 when it came out. Same, I was 6 too. That's pretty cool. Tron game on PSP was fire. It was fire. Easy needs. I do need a lost emote. I need like a badoon with a loading icon when I'm lost. We'll make that. Behind the gate, there was an elderly man with obvious wrinkles and thinning hair. He was wearing a classic black robe and holding a barn lantern. The dim candlelight shone through the glass, illuminating the elderly man. Oh, this is the guard. Wait. Chanda's Gate opened up to allow a single person. I'm sorry if the mic spiked. Chanda's Gate opened up to allow a single person passage before coming to a stop. Klein then walked in to help on the glass lamps on both sides of the corridor. Behind the Chanda's Gate, there was an elderly man with obvious wrinkles and thinning hair. He was wearing a classic black robe and holding a barn lantern. The dim candlelight shone through the glass, illuminating the older man's expression's face with a mixture of light and darkness. His light blue eyes were like ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years. Document, he said with a husky voice. Klein had seen the elder man before, because at dusk every day he would come out from behind Chanda's Gate with his partners. They would pass by the duty room and take the half-way leading to St. Selena Cathedral. They were Nighthawks who had aged and volunteered to keep guard inside. According to Klein's understanding, there were 5 of them who were keeping watch. This is my application. He passed the document in his hand to the elderly man before him. The guard with light blue eyes raised the barn lantern and looked through the request carefully. After he made sure that there were no mistakes, he moved aside to let Klein pass. Klein passed through Chanda's Gate slowly. He had yet to take a good look around when he felt an indescribably chill. It wasn't the cold winter, but a chill that would make a human spirituality shiver. Klein lifted his gaze and looked afar. He saw candlesticks appearing on the wall in succession, and there were silver candles with carvings on them. The flames gave out a blue luster without any flickering creak. The guard closed Chan's gate, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. There was a broad walkway before Klein, a walkway paved with ancient stone slabs. Maybe ancient stone slabs like the blasphemy slate. You accidentally fell asleep for a few hours? Yo, username, you knocked out for a bit? That's crazy, dude. You've been asleep for 2 hours. We missed? Bro, Klein died, bro. No, imagine. Oh my god. No, stop. I'm not even gonna say that. He's dead. No, I'm not. I'm gonna take that back. That's not gonna happen. There was a broad walkway before Klein, a walkway paved with ancient stone slabs. On both sides of the walkway were stone doors labeled ingredients, medicine, information, and so on. At the end of the walkway, there was a flight of stairs that connected to the lower floors. It extended into the dark as though it was connected to the abyss. It should be connected to different sealed locations that have sealed artifacts. I hear that there are a few floors. Oh my god, my voice cracked. I wonder which floor contains Saint Selena's ashes. Klein adapted to the brightness behind the gate and suddenly felt that there was something shapeless scraping against the skin. They were in stripes, and every one of them chilled him to the bones. He shivered, and he couldn't help but activate his spirit vision. Then he looked at the entire area behind China's gate. It was filled with fine black lines. They were swaying lightly, occasionally clustering together, occasionally extending. They were tightly knitted without any gaps. This is the sealing power behind China's gate. Klein nodded indiscriminately. He reined in his thoughts and followed the guard. They went through a heavy stone door labeled medicine room. Very soon he found the mantha extract, the eye of the spirit medicine, and the sedative agent by following the alphabet label. He had seen the first two before, but it was his first time picking up the later one. He saw that a blue fluid rippled in the translucent glass bottle. For some reason, looking at the fluid made him feel as though he had entered a mother's embrace. Okay. On the bottle... Wait, for some reason, looking at the fluid made him feel as though he had entered a mother's embrace. Is this related to Saint Selena or Evernight? Bros provoking. 2 hours, no, I fell asleep for like 6 hours. Damn, man, you've been asleep for a while, dude. You've been asleep for a while, username. Oh, man. On the bottle, there was a label. It showed the manufacturing date and the expiration date, which was still some time away. Luckily, it can still be used. Klein took the 3 tiny bottles of medicine and walked back to China's gate with the guard keeping him company. He shook off the feeling of coldness and reached the deeper corner of his soul and the creepy experience being swept by the black lines. When China's gate closed, he couldn't help but look back. He mumbled to himself, staying in there for a long time would affect both the body and soul, right? It's no wonder the guards have to volunteer. Around dawn, Klein used a special technique to lock his bedroom. What? He pushed open his oriel window and jumped down. Whoa. The 2-story height posed no danger to the present him. He landed steadily without faltering at all. The Nighthawk's carriage was already parked out opposite, waiting for him. Oh, because we're picking up. Without any exchange, Klein quickly arrived at Tingham Asylum. Oh my... Bro, we're about to have like some Batman Arkham Asylum arc right now, huh? Oh man, it's gonna be sick, dude. I wonder if they show the asylum in the anime trailer. Without any exchange, Klein quickly arrived at Tingham Asylum in the North Borough. Following the captain's instructions, he took a detour to one of the corners without a street lamp where he was waiting for Dunn Smith. Let's go in. Dunn nodded faintly. I made sure that there's no one around. Alright, Klein quickly got close. As a clown entering asylum, it keeps reminding me of a famous saying, it's like returning home. He mused to himself. He followed Dunn closely with the aid of the wall's bumpy surface. The somersaulted into the asylum quickly and agilely with outstanding balance. Dunn turned around and looked. He nodded slightly to give the approval. The two of them crouched and silently moved through the hospital's small park and activity square. They then entered the 3-story building in the asylum and arrived at the top floor where Hood Eugene's room was. Oh, it's gonna be crazy. Oh, this is gonna be sick. I could already feel the fight. As Hood Eugene had the possibility of becoming violent, nah, that's not good. As Hood Eugene had the possibility of becoming violent now that he had gone insane, he had been assigned to a single room. Luckily, the monitoring Nighthawks hadn't wasted their efforts during the surveillance and had made a copy of the room key long ago. Gotcha. The lock clicked lightly and Dunn entered first. Klein projected his gaze past his figure and saw the person sitting on the bed. Hood Eugene's face was long and skinny. His eye sockets were deeply concave, and his blonde hair was disheveled. He was looking at the metal barred window with his grayish blue eyes. He was looking at the crimson moon outside. Klein closed the door to the room and chuckled as he casually asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Dunn was taken aback and suddenly remembered that Klein was now a Sequence A clown. Hence, he remained silent and backed off to a corner of the room. Wait, he's like, he got this. Dunn was taken up. Wait. Klein closed the door to the room and chuckled as he casually asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Dunn was taken aback and suddenly remembered that Klein was now a Sequence A clown. Hence, he remained silent and backed off to a corner of the room. Hood Eugene turned his head and looked at Klein. He chuckled foolishly and replied, "I'm waiting for my cake." I want some cake. What spoiler, bro? Mod spoiling, Romero? Oh, it's okay. We'll be careful. Easy get up tape top left. Okay, I'm ready. I'm excited. You guys ready? Was his favorite type of cake like red velvet? I don't think that's a spoiler. We're good. No, it's okay. It's all good. I didn't read it. It's okay. Just to be careful. The pantry spoiler. Oh no, it's okay. We're good. Okay, let's keep going. I don't even think if there was a pantry spoiler, I don't even know what that was in reference to. No, it's okay, guys. No, we're good. No, it's all good. All right, you guys ready? Next chapter. Wait, so Dunn backed off when he remembered how like strong cake is overrated. I haven't had cake in a while. So Dunn, both Klein and Dunn enter the room, and then he just like, oh yeah, he's Sequence 8, and he just backed off, and he's gonna like let him solo it. Is that what was implied? Okay, well, no, here, let's just keep reading. We'll find out. What am I saying? Let's just keep reading. Oh, that's exciting, bro. Say no more. 87% done with volume 1, and pacing gets better. Last chapters go way faster. That's what I like to hear. I'll be like, man, I read like 30 chapters in one day. Ain't no way. Yeah, I know that one. That's where I got stuck. So I'm gonna go back and replay the game now after. So waiting for cake. All right. Chapter 185, Spiritual World. So we can do it in 1 or 2 or at most. Okay, for sure. Waiting for cake. There really wasn't an answer that I wasn't expecting. Of course, if I was able to anticipate the answer of mental patient, wouldn't that mean that I was almost there myself? The thought flashed through Klein's mind. He maintained his relaxed smile as he was chanting with his friend, who is going to send you a cake. Hood Eugene is going to make sure we're recording. Yes. Hood Eugene expression fell instantly. His face long and depressed. No, there's no cake. There's no cake. You stole my cake. His voice suddenly became shrill and glared angrily at Klein. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he let out a shout and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's gone insane. Following which, he leaped from his mattress while salivating. He closed in on Klein with one step and extended his hands, attempting to grab onto Klein's shoulders. He wanted to drag Klein towards him and bite him. Stop. Hold up. I'm gonna just play this, even if it's only for like a minute. Even if it's only for a minute, this sounds kind of badass. That boy Rabbit, he's going crazy, dude. Oh my goodness. His voice suddenly became shrilled as he glared angrily at Klein. Without waiting for Klein, he leapt from his mattress while salivating. He closed in on Klein with one step and extended his hands, attempting to grab onto Klein's shoulder. He wanted to drag Klein towards him and bite him. Despite the sudden attack, Klein retracted quickly despite appearing a little flustered. He instantly bent his knees and squatted. At this, he's like Neo, bro. He's like. At the same time, he tilted his body to the side and raised his left arm. Oof. His shoulder slammed into Hood Eugene's abdomen. Oh my god, I can't read. Causing Hood's eyes to turn white and drool dripped from his mouth. But Hood Eugene didn't stop moving. He'd allowed the momentum to carry him down as he opened his arms in an attempt to pull Klein into a bear hug. Klein tilted his body to the side. This is so cool. He's so much stronger now. Klein tilted his body to the side and rolled over. His movements were smooth, as though he had practiced them hundreds of times. He pushed against the ground with his right hand and stood up with his somersault. He decided to go on the offensive and charge forward to restrain his opponent. But at this moment, Hood Eugene only stood there blankly, his eyes losing focus, becoming vacant and lost. Klein froze for... Oh my god, I can't read. This is kind of exciting. This is exciting, dude. I'm like going 40 hours on my first run of Hollow Knight because I kept running things that wasn't good enough. Oh, I'm like 40 hours into our Lord of Mysteries read-through. Klein froze for a moment. He turned his head towards the corner of the room, only to see Dunn wearing a black windbreaker and matching hat with his hand clasping tightly together and looking down. The captain has dragged Hood Eugene into a dream. Upon realizing this, he stopped his subsequent attack and took the opportunity to take out the silver ritual dagger that couldn't harm anyone. That was hype. That's it. I guess that was the fight right there. We'll see what happens after. Right? The captain dragged Hood Eugene into a dream. Upon realizing that, he stood in the subsequent attack and took the opportunity to take out a silver ritual dagger that he couldn't harm anyone. He used it to create a wall of spirituality which sealed the ward. Klein then took out the 3 candles infused with mint and placed them on the window in a triangular formation. One candle signified that Evernight goddess, another mother of the seekers, and the last represented himself. Soon after, he set up a simple altar that used his spirituality to ignite the candles. Just as he was about to warn the captain, Dunn raised his head and smiled. Hood Eugene's dreams are a sea of chaos. There's no way to guide it. There is no... Add this to the squabble. I'ma add it. There's no fucking shot Dunn Smith is going to lose control because he entered his mind. And like a few chapters ago, they just talked about how when you enter a person's like cognitive island, it can take over. I am dropping Lord of Mysteries. If they kill Dunn Smith at the end of this volume, we're taking a 1-month break. That better not happen, because I'm not gonna be able to read this if that actually happens. Oh no. Hood Eugene's dreams are a sea of chaos. There's no way to guide it. So don't guide it. Just leave, bro. Just leave. You don't need to guide it. You got nothing to prove. Advance a sequence or two, and then you can. We'll come back to this. Just leave him in there. Just as he finished his sentence, a luster returned to Hood Eugene's eyes. It was no longer vacant. Then the insane psychiatrist moved his waist, letting out a comfortable yawn. Klein was momentarily lost, so he remained quiet. He picked up a metal bottle containing the Amantha extract. He dripped the transparent liquid extracted from the night vanilla slumber flower and camellia into the flames of candle, representing himself, allowing the serene aroma to spread around the room. Hood Eugene's nervous anger and relief completely vanished. He languidly sat down again on the edge of the bed and looked out of the crimson moon outside the window in a daze. His eyes once again lost their focus as the peace was restored. Klein also felt that the peace that came with the night. He set up the Amantha extract down and sat beside Hood Eugene. He wanted to find something to break down Hood Eugene. I am traumatized. I don't even want to know, man. Only with the removal of the last sign of the fence. I'm gonna cry like a little bitch at the end of this volume, huh? Only with the removal of the last sign of the events could he use the Eye of the Spirit medication to make Hood Eugene's soul slip into a turbid state. They'd use it. After all, I'm not a professional spirit medium. He had already thought of an idea before coming. He finished out a set of tarot cards from his pocket. This set of cards only had 22 major arcanas, so it was easy to carry around. It was a weapon that Klein had successfully applied for. Yeah, because he can throw them, right? Each of the cards was linked with metal threads made from pure silver. What the fuck? You don't need 100 bullets, and you don't need silver bullets. You just need silver cards? This is so cool. Each of them was able to kill undead beings. He is so badass. Their patterns were complicated and gorgeous, making Klein feel like they were a collector's item and not used against enemies. Klein cut the deck with one hand and smiled at Hood Eugene. Let's play some card games. Cards. Hood Eugene retracted his gaze from outside the window as he repeated the term in the gaze. Klein didn't answer, placing the deck of tarot cards in Hood Eugene's palm with a... What? Klein didn't answer, placing the deck of tarot cards in Hood Eugene's palm with a sincerity that could not be rejected. Hood Eugene mimicked Klein's actions, trying his hardest to cut the deck with one hand to some success. The attention of the metal... Wait, I read that wrong. The attention of the mental patient was slowly drawn to the hard yet flexible, beautifully textured cards in his hand. He flipped over the first card. It was a picture of a man in tattered clothes with his hands tied. He was hanging by his legs with a faint halo at his head. The hangman. Klein nodded in thought. He took the opportunity and grabbed the eyes of the spirit medicine, dripping the amber liquid onto the candle flame, still the one representing himself. An alcoholic fragrance spread forth, inducing the intoxicated feeling that anyone who took a whiff of it. Hood Eugene spaced out bit by bit, his visions losing its focus. The deck of tarot cards in his hand fell onto the bed, but he remained sitting upright without slumping over. Klein used cogitation to fight against the... I keep saying that wrong, I'm so sorry. Klein used cogitation to fight back against the medicine's dreamy effects of turning light-headed and ethereal. He took out another metal bottle from his pocket and twisted the cap open before pouring the blue liquid into his mouth. Sedative agent. The ice-cold liquid flowed through his throat, down his gullet, and into his stomach. Klein instantly felt uneasy, awake without any sense of drowsiness. He slowly exhaled. The familiarity took out the other essential oils, extracts, and herbs, powders, dripping them onto the two candles, signifying the Evernight goddess. In the faint fog, he took 2 steps back and solemnly murmured in Hermes, I pray for the power of the dark night. It's a good movie. I pray for the power of mystery. I pray for the goddess loving grace. I pray that you would allow me to communicate with the spirituality of beyonders beside me. Hood Eugene. The incantation reverberated around him, and Klein saw the flames of the candles, now dyed black, spread outward. He didn't avoid them, nor did he guard against them. He allowed the dark night to envelop him. In the unusually lucid state, he felt his spirit leave the protection of his body and enter a space akin to deep space. All around him was boundless, silent darkness. The sky above him was filled with countless indescribable transparent figures. There were also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendors that harbored infinite knowledge, the spiritual world. Klein was no longer a stranger to this. Just as he had this thought, a foggy word appeared before him. It was a world enveloped by a faint tornado of light. Klein knew that it represented Hood Eugene's spirit that represented his body of heart and mind. Thus, he leaned over, digging into the wall that was the tornado. In an instant, he saw countless specks of light pelting him. He heard the voice of thousands of people discussing something in whispers. These murmurings were very chaotic and lacked any sense of logic. Some included praises for the elegances of some lady, then it turned into a description of the feeling of relief after using the toilet. Some started as a weep, then turned into enfrenzied joy. The insane thought lashed on and gone at Klein's spirit in a bid to assimilate him. But Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality, quickly flying towards Hood Eugene's spiritual world. This is like a pleasant concert compared to the horrifying murmurings and howls I heard when entering the world above the gray fog. Klein smiled secretly and made his way through the tornado. He saw a groggy, translucent Hood Eugene. This Sequence 7 psychiatrist maintained the same state as he was in the outside world. He looked over with a dazed expression. Klein stood before him and asked softly, Do you know La Nevus? Hood Eugene replied blankly, yes. The light around them underwent a transformation as if Hood Eugene was revealing his spiritual sea. Quickening, the intertwining light revealed a bespectacled, average-looking man who wore a sarcastic smile. It was the same La Nevus whom Klein had seen in the arrest warrants. Klein nodded in satisfaction and collected himself. He asked the guiding question, why did La Nevus look for you? He said. Hood Eugene's voice slowly turned soft. Suddenly he changed into a more charismatic voice and laughed in a little manically. Hood Eugene, this is the worst era, but also the best era. As long as you seize the opportunity, we can become the rulers of this world. We can become true immortals by reaching Sequence 1. As long as you're willing to help, I'll not only tell you the way to master your potion and avoid losing control, also promise that you'll receive a godhood qualities in the future, immortal godhood qualities. You should be able to see the presence behind me. Do not listen to the hidden sage or whatever equivalent of him is for these people. You should be able to see the presence behind me. My promise is him. Oh, my promise is his promise? In some sense, the psychology alchemists are connected to him. The all-knowing primordial god, right? Like the creator. Do not doubt that psychology alchemists aren't strong enough at the moment. It is unable to provide you with well enough help unless you're willing to stay at this level for the rest of your life. It is unable to provide you with enough help unless you're willing to stay at this level for the rest of your life. So you can stay at sequence 7 and then somehow reach godhood. The method to grasp your potion without losing control. Why does this sound like how I enticed others with the active method? Lenevus sure has lofty ambitions. He's only a sequence 8, yet he's already talking about manipulating godhood qualities. Just what hidden presence is backing him? This guy seems to be plotting something which isn't solely just to cheat people out of money, or could running scams just be his hobby? This has something to do with how gloomy, dark, and like depressing the spirit world looks like, right? Like maybe depending on how gloomy they can make the world, they like indirectly influence the spirit world, and maybe he resides in the spirit world. Lenevus, my best friend and most trustworthy ally. Like we go way back. Like he's the homie. Just what hidden presence is backing him? This guy seems to be plotting something which isn't solely just to cheat people out of money, or could running scams just be his hobby? Klein had many thoughts as he listened. When Hood Eugene stopped talking, he quickly pressed on. What kind of assistance does Lenevus want you to provide? Hood Eugene didn't answer immediately. His spiritual world turned silent. He then broke out into laughter. He replied erratically, help! Oh, help my back. Help, help, help. Ha, I provided help. I provided help. I made. Yes, you can be sequenced the rest of your life. Don't know how long it's gonna last though. Yeah, like you don't know how long it'll last, but like you could stay, right? Oh, just like old Neil. He was at 9. I made. His words came. Easy get update top left. Okay, I got you. I got you. His words came to an abrupt halt as his blurry soul contorted. The light and darkness of the surroundings, which represented the spiritual sea, quickly turned incorporeal, forming a sinister, scary, dark altar. On top of the altar was a cross. There seemed to be something hanging on the cross, as well as things that appeared indescribable piled at the bottom. The light and darkness altered, and as the hanging item was about to become clear, the entire spiritual world shook, as if it was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Oh, that's scary. Holy shit. Klein had a premonition that something dangerous was Wait, let me read this. The light and darkness altered, and as the hanging item was about to become clear, the entire spiritual world shook as if it was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Holy shit. Klein had a premonition that something dangerous was about to happen. Without thinking, he turned and flew towards the chaotic tornado of thoughts in an attempt to escape. Oh, man. The handsome captain. Okay, okay. Our dashing captain is here to save the day. Write your theories down, Easy Geeky. I'm on mobile, so I can't add it to the PowerPoint. I got you. I'll be honest. I will make shorts on all my videos. I'll go back and because I've said too many things that I don't remember what I said. Klein say holy shit is somehow hilarious. Yeah, I can just imagine Klein. Holy shit! Let's get the fuck out of here. All right, dude, this is kind of scary. So maybe maybe like the spirit world and the real world can somehow influence each other, and maybe he started like that magnitude 10 earthquake, and now something's gonna happen in the real world, and that's why he's leaving. This is why he's a master cosplayer. How many people can he act as a god? You're like, who knows, man? Let's see how many more he can check off. You guys ready? Chapter 186 is called The Handsome Chill Guy. He's just a chill guy. The Handsome Captain, who is also a very chill guy. You guys ready? That's so cool. There's almost 40 of you guys here listening to me yap and about, dude. That is so cool. Thank you, guys. All right, chapter 186 is called The Handsome Captain. Damn, are they talking about me or like what's going on here, dude? It's a real Japanese word. Oh, okay. I'll look it up. Okay, if it's a real Japanese word. Okay. Countless rays of brilliance surround Klein as raving of 1,000,000 people filled his ears. However, Klein thought nothing of it. His ability as a clown told him that his spirit was being engulfed by a black shadow that was rapidly expanding. Him. The black shadow was a huge cross, and there seemed to be a person hanging... It is him! The black shadow was a huge cross, upside down cross, and there seems to be a person hanging upside down. Dude, how's he handling that? Of all the blood going to he's seeing him. Oh my god, maybe him is he. You remember that part from Rush Hour? Me, you, who, me, I am you, we, everybody. Maybe he is him. Right? Like the stream. Yeah, like the stream, bro. That way more people can join. Yeah, dude. Wait. The black shadow was a huge cross and there seems to be a person hanging upside down on it. Gotcha. The chaotic tornado of thoughts unleashed its loads outwards and turned uniform. Slowly, Hood Eugene's spiritual world disintegrated. Shut up. There's no way he died. Klein noticed that he had exceeded his fastest flying speed from his previous trial. His soul had become significantly stronger after he briefly mixed with some of the strength from the mysterious space above the gray fog. Just as the cross shadow was about to engulf him entirely, he dashed out of the blurry world and felt his body. Familiarity stimulated descent, and Hood Eugene's long, skinny face and messy blonde hair instantly appeared in the vision. Along with the 3 candles that were burning at the window ledge, he had managed to get out of the mediumship state in time. In that instant, he saw black scales growing one after another on Hood Eugene's face. Oh, he's changing. Oh, stop. Are we going to have to get walls closing in ready? His vacant pupils turned into slits, becoming extremely cool and ruthless. Oh shit, he's going to lose control. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh shit, he's going to lose control. Klein's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he saw a figure in a knee-length black windbreaker and silk top hat 2 huge strides before Hood Eugene. He then raised a revolver and pushed it against the man's head. Bang, bang, bang. He shot 5 times. Dunn Smith fired 5 bullets consecutively. Hood Eugene's head suddenly blew up like a water... No way, dude. Dunn Smith fired 5 bullets consecutively. Hood Eugene's head suddenly blew up like a watermelon falling down from a high height. The red and white rainstorm splattered across each and every corner of the room. He had taken care of Hood Eugene before he lost control completely. Ah, so there's no fight? Ah, okay, alright. It's alright. It's okay. Klein, who was 50 centimeters away, was covered in blood and dirt. He looked at Dunn Smith in a daze, only having the feeling that the captain was very handsome at the moment. Like, what a beautiful man. He just saved my life. As long as you ignore his memory problems, the captain is very trustworthy. He complimented this sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Did an accident happen? Dunn put away his revolver and watched Hood Eugene mostly headless body slowly fall to the floor. What do you mean did an accident happen? He literally just blasted him. What? As long as you ignore his memory problems, the captain is very trustworthy. Did an accident happen? Then put away his revolver and watch Hood Eugene mostly headless body slowly fall to the ground. Ah, I thought I was gonna go more, dude. Just as Klein was about to organize his words, he saw that the body had become a pile of bloody flesh within a few seconds, and that the asylum uniform that covered it appeared to have its most basic structure damaged. Hood Eugene's corpse was left with very few complete items. There were dozens of scales. Shut up, we're gonna get like the salamander part. There were dozens of scales twinkling with a black shimmer, and his heart that had turned crystalline and faint blue. His heart turned crystalline and faint blue? No, wait, there's almost 40 of you guys here. That means that an accident happened in the mine when doing the medium ritual. Oh, okay, I thought like when he shot him, oh, I thought he was like, that wasn't me. I didn't kill him. I thought he was trying to find an excuse for like the people that work inside, like, oh, did an accident happen? Like, did he kill himself? Hood Eugene's corpse left behind his heart that turned crystalline and faint blue. The heart had a magical luster, like a diamond refracting incoming light. It could calm someone down or make them restless. It could create tension or develop chaos. But other than that, there was nothing notable. This item should be controllable. After Dunn holstered his revolver, he took out a black glove and wore it on his right hand. He then squatted down to pick up the crystalline heart. What? A controlled item, according to what the captain previously mentioned, it could be used as the main ingredient for the formula of a Sequence 5 psychiatrist. But would it lead to an advanced beyond or losing control even more easily? Klein took out his handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and body. He then picked up his specially made tarot cards and cleaned their surfaces. He looked at the ground and asked curiously, what kind of items would these black scales be considered as? These are ingredients that are contaminated with beyond their powers. They could be made into items that have long-lasting effects. Oh, okay. For example, our demon hunting bullets' ability to injure the dead spirits or monsters would decrease drastically as soon as they pass the 3-month mark, leaving only a tiny portion of demon hunting characteristics and redundant materials. If the materials used were something like the black scales, the effectiveness period would be as long as a year or two. Oh, okay. And the effect would be even better. Of course, due to their characteristics, the black scales are obviously not suitable to be made into demon hunting bullets. Dunn explained as he took a piece of paper from Klein to wrap the blue heart and black scales. It's just like the materials we use as supplementary ingredients for the potions, Klein asked. Dunn stood back up and nodded slightly. Yes. Someone who loses control will really become a monster. Klein sighed. He seized the opportunity while the room was still sealed with a wall of spirituality and quickly described his encounter in Eugene's mind. When I was communicating with Hood Eugene's spirit, I saw a figure like the true creator in his mind, but it was different from the mainstream ones. It wasn't the chain-bound hanged gate, nor was it the eye behind the shadow curtains. Instead, it was similar to the one you saw in Hanas Vincent's dreams. Hanas Vincent was a member of the Aura Order, as Melissa's friend Selena had peeked at the incantations and completed the magic mirror divination, and led to the Nighthawk's investigation of him. Smith saw something close to the true creator in his dream, but it was different of the image of the mainstream image that was widely circulated. In the end, the result of injury was a strange death. When Hood Eugene flipped over the tarot card, the Hangman Klein had actually already expected, but he never thought that it would be presented in such a way. Of course, it was only in direct contact. It would have been comparable to the time when he spied on the eternal blazing sun directly. The worst outcome was just mild injury or mild corruption. As he listened to Klein's description, Dunn's expression became solemn. He knitted his eyebrows and said with a deep voice, a huge cross, black nails, a naked man covered in blood hanging upside down. I didn't see it clearly. That's also the reason why I'm not injured. Giant? Not. Oh, I know. I don't know what I read. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. No, we're good, guys. I only noticed a huge cross and figure similar to a man being hung upside down, Klein replied tactfully. At that moment, all he cared about was feeling. Seamingless in thought, Dunn nodded and said, Lenevus visit the Hood Eugene was related to the true creator, so the Aurora Order is involved. Klein quickly repeated the conversation he had been during the communication. Lenevus tempted Hood Eugene with the acting method and so called the immortal godhood, but I don't understand why he said that it was the worst of times and also the best of times. Perhaps it was just the way he speaks of. Oh, wait, are you guys playing something? I played a few MMOs in the day. Then help Hood Eugene provide involved a sinister and dark altar. Wait. Lenevus tempted Hood Eugene with the acting method and so-called immortal godhood, but I don't understand why he said that it was the worst of times. And also the best of times. Perhaps it was just the way he speaks of a swindler. Then help Hood Eugene involved a sinister and dark altar. I suspect that Lenevus is plotting something terrifying. Then his heart stirred as he spoke. Captain, do you remember the letter written to Mr. Z? The letter that the member... I do not remember the letter. The letter that the member from the Aurora Order whom I killed carried. He mentioned in the letter that he was waiting for an appropriate opportunity. We got a Twitter bot. Oh, thank you for the first time chatter, Twitter bot. Thank you. Can Lenevus be the Mr. Z? Oh! He mentioned in the letter that he was waiting for an appropriate opportunity, something about the arrival of the end of days. I vaguely remember this now. He will offer all of the lambs in Tingen to be his so-called god. Would this be related to the Lenevus plot? Could Lenevus be Mr. Z from the Aurora Order? Ah. Dunn Smith thought carefully and said, I don't think so. Lenevus couldn't be Mr. Z. Otherwise, he wouldn't be setting up a fake steelworks company to scam people while the Aurora Order was up to something. It would introduce too many variables in his main mission. If anything went wrong with that scam, he would draw attention from the police and us. He would have to run away from Tingen and abandon his plan. Of course, if he was insane, made you look? Oh, that's funny. Of course, if he was just insane, it would be perfectly normal for him to act illogical. But judging from the scam he set up, the calmness and cunningness with which he swept away the money doesn't make him look really lunatic. So I don't think he's Mr. Z from the Aurora Order. Of course, he might be really involved in matter as mentioned in the letter. The one offering all the lambs in Tingen, the so-called god. Upon saying that, Dunn paused, then paced back and forth as he said, this incident might have quite severe repercussions. We have to re-investigate Lenevus and get some clues. Huh? Let's clean up the scene and cover up any evidence here. Let everyone know that Hood Eugene died, but leave no clues as to who killed him. Okay. This should lead to the action by psychology alchemists or the beyonders that are paying attention to the asylum. They might know something. The Lenevus scam is either still in the hands of the police department or transferred to the minded punishers. We'll join the investigations by saying that we obtain clues while investigating the Aurora Order. Then we'll write together with the mandated punishers machinery hive mind. We'll concentrate the forces in Tingen and investigate everything and anyone associated with Lenevus. We can request assistance from Buckland Diocese. I completely forgot how to mispronounce it. And the Holy Cathedral if it's necessary. After Dunn turned his head sideways to look at Klein. He ruminated and said, do you have anything that you'd like to add? Captain, you basically said it all. Klein shook his head solemnly. No. He hurriedly used ritualistic magic to remove some of the necessary traces with the aid of simple altar that he had yet to clear in order to ensure that no one would be able to tell that they were the ones who killed Hood Eugene. Then he put away his ingredients, blew out the candles to remove the wall of spirituality, and left the ward in silence with Dunn Smith. Then they left the asylum by climbing over its walls. Go back and rest. Dunn stood at the corner with a street lamp. He pressed his black silk hat and said, there are many things that only can be done tomorrow. All right, Klein wasn't a sleepless who only slept 2 or 3 hours a day. He merely bade farewell to the captain and took the Nighthawk's dedicated carriage that was waiting nearby and returned to Daffodil Street. Before he entered the carriage, he turned back to take a glance. He saw the captain still standing in the dark, which even in the moonlight couldn't touch. He appeared to be thinking in silence. The streets were quiet and void of people before dawn. The carriage tore through the streets, sometimes going straight, sometimes taking turns. Klein was pondering about Lenevus, when suddenly he felt as if he was in a trance. He saw that the color before his eyes became saturated. What the heck is going on? The reds became rarer and the blacks became blacker, just like an impressionist oils painting. The surroundings slowed down and the carriage seemed to enter a strange world. Is time slowing down? Klein grabbed his flaring sun charm and drew his revolver. Just then a huge, white, bony palm extended through the carriage window and threw in... Oh, it's Azik! And threw in a neatly letter. Then the palm pulled back and vanished. The oil painting-like scene suddenly... The oil painting? Oh, get it? Because Azik's was a baron in the oil painting. Do-ice me. Diosi. Then the palm pulled back and vanished. The oil painting-like scene suddenly returned to normal while the carriage was still driving along the street steadily. It's a really well-hidden method. Klein looked at the letter by the side of his foot as the corner of his lips twitched. Update? I got you. We're going to update that right away. What's Azik going to tell him, man? So, okay. They left the asylum. Hood Eugene is dead. They're speculating on Lenevus' true motives. How is Azik able to communicate back with him if he doesn't have the whistle? Azik giving easy jump scares? He is giving me jump scares. Cooking? I don't even know what I said. Azik Messenger loves to just appear and jump scare. It's scaring me, dude. Like, when he just comes out like that, I feel like Klein, bro. Like, I'm about to start taking out charms and weapons, dude. Like, I'm about to start taking out the garlic, bro. It's scary, dude. Like, ugh. I really hope Volume 1 has a happy ending. Like, I might be, like... This might age poorly, but I really hope we have a happy ending. All right, that's all I want. All I want is a happy ending. That's all I need. Klein has a whistle and Azik can track it? Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Let's do our timestamp and let's continue. All right. Let's continue. Woo! Let me do a little yawn. Chapter 187 is called Azik's Warning. So he has to be talking about Quillingus. The action of the messenger shocked Klein for a full 5 seconds. Before he recovered, he bent over and picked up the letter. Even if Mr. Azik is unable to use a good portion of his abilities as a Beyonder, because of his memory loss, being able to send out a such messenger should make him powerful enough to deal with a Sequence 7 or Sequence 6 Beyonder. His heart reflected his shock and envious expression. He didn't unfold the letter immediately. Instead, he placed the letter into his pocket together with the slumber charm. The carriage continued forward. When Klein exited the carriage at Daffodil Street, he instinctively looked at the driver, Caesar, only to see his relaxed smile. As if he hadn't noticed anything unusual that had happened, Klein nodded and returned home after observing Caesar. Caesar. Oh my, I thought I read Sesamir. Caesar with his spirit vision. I know. It's crazy how I haven't gotten it yet. I keep saying I'm gonna do it. Klein nodded and returned home after observing Caesar with his spirit vision. He looked at the balcony and pipes on the second floor and pondered for a few seconds. He decided to maintain his gentlemanly behavior. Oh, it's because I'm using Opera GX. He looked at the balcony and the pipes on the second floor and pondered for a few seconds. He decided to maintain his gentlemanly behavior and not attempt to scale the pipe back in his room. As for his stained clothes... I lost my place. As for his stained clothes, he would take them to Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow and get a professional to wash them through the police department. That would prevent his clothes from shocking his maid Bella and sister. Klein had removed the reverse lock on the front door before he leapt out the window from the second floor. Now he took advantage of the fact that it was late at night and quietly opened the door to his house, definitely making his way in. After closing and locking the main door, he heaved a sigh of relief. He went up to the second floor with his hushed footsteps. Stopping before his locked bedroom, Klein took out a tarot card calmly. He inserted it into the slit in the door and slightly pulled, easily breaking the specialized lock he designed himself. He then entered the room, locked the door, and removed his clothes before he fully relaxed. I turned down the music a tad. Yeah, I kind of already felt that was a little bit too loud. I got you. I think this... I got you. He then entered the room, locked the door, and removed his clothes before he fully relaxed. It sure feels like being a thief. Klein laughed as he shook his head. He calmly took out his revolver and placed it under the pillow. After he finished with all of that, he lifted up the gas lamp and sat in front of the desk. Oh, just like chapter 1. He took out the letter and began reading seriously. I'm sorry for replying only now. I've been busy searching for traces of my past. I've also been meeting up with former teachers and students, and those drag on late in the night. I finally understand the encounters that I've had over the past 2 days after reading your letter. The police searched every room in the hotel that I'm staying at. There was a person who secretly snooped around in the hotel night. Yes, I'm talking about a person with Beyonder powers. So Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus, who's a frequent character in novels and newspapers, has infiltrated Backland and has gone on quite a killing spree. I remember that he's not only wanted by the Lowen Kingdom, he's also on the bounty list of the Phasic Empire, the Intis Republic, the Feyna... Dude, everybody wants him. The Feyna Potter Kingdom. So how much is the bounty? Klein subconsciously wondered. He didn't get an answer because Azik had switched to mentioning something else. I find the abilities of a shepherd that you described quite familiar. It's as if I've seen it somewhere, but I cannot remember where. It must be an encounter from one of my past lives. Not being able to recall it makes me very frustrated. Mr. Azik is a little interested in the shepherd. I can use this to get him to help me. Yes, this is sure is coincidental, though this is not a coincidence, but inevitable. It can be inferred that Mr. Zik has lived over 1,000 years and is most likely a high sequence beyonder. Then he would most likely have encountered the powers of many different beyonders in his earlier lives. He would also have deeper impressions of those that were more unique. In other words, it's only that the shepherd that would give him feelings of familiarity. Oh my goodness. But jobs such as unshadowed demon hunters or guardians that would also do as well. It's highly likely that Mr. Azik would find any mystical item that corresponded to a particular sequence ability and familiar and have the interest piqued. That's something that can be imagined. Klein was doubtful at first before being enlightened. He was a lot more certain as a result. He shifted his gaze and continued to read the letter. I've long recalled some parts of the sacrificial ritual you asked about, probably because I have a deeper impression of them. Perhaps I was a priest in one of my more recent lifetimes. Oh, my ears are ringing. I have to remind you and warn you that you have to be very cautious when using sacrificial rituals. You cannot entrust your safety to evil gods or hidden mysterious existences. They do not have consciousness like we do. Also, you have to possess a strong sense of right and wrong, for evil gods and devils often create seemingly harmless identities for themselves. That sounds bad. My opinion is that you cannot sacrifice something whose presence you are not fully aware of. Otherwise, your soul could end up being a sacrificial item. In simpler terms, evil gods and devils will take on another form, disguising themselves as someone trustworthy. Just like on the internet, an account that claims to be singularly adorable chick might be controlled by a huge block. He had to be cautious even if they were to meet offline after confirming that person's looks. As a person might just be a cross-dresser, Klein didn't disregard Azik's warnings just because he was conducting the sacrificial ritual for himself. He nodded in approval. After Azik emphasized a few things he had to look out for, he quickly explained the sacrificial ritual he knew of. First, set up the ritual. Choose the symbols based on which deity or unorthodox mysterious existences you are going to offer sacrifice to. Use the corresponding herbs and minerals of his or her domain. Of course, you can also make them into holy oils, ointments, scents, and other items in advance. Symbols. Klein froze for a moment. He realized that he, the fool, that didn't belong to this era, didn't know what his corresponding symbol was. What? He thought for a moment. He's just casually talking about that. Symbols. Klein froze for a moment. He realized that the fool that didn't belong to his era didn't know what his corresponding symbol was. He thought for a moment, quickly recalling the complex symbols of the back of his chair and an ancient bronze table. It was made up of a pupilless eye, which represented secrecy, and the partial contorted lines, which represented change. That should be my symbol, or more accurately, this is what symbolizes me in the world above the gray fog. My domain is much simpler than secrecy, changing, good luck, but I cannot be too sure of that, so I'll have to try it out. Even if the symbol is wrong, as long as I get my honorary name right, the target of sacrifice wouldn't point towards some other entity. The worst thing that could happen is a ritual would fail. Of that, I'm certain. Klein thought as he rubbed the surface of the paper as he formed a plan in his heart. His eye focused on the letter once again, reading the rest of the letter. Second, you need to be clear if the sacrifice needs to happen at a special time, then follow the process of a normal ritual until you finish reciting the honorable name and incantations of the ritual. You must remember to use either Jotun, Dragoness, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. Yeah, probably. Klein Sequence 8 doing way too much. He's doing way too much for Sequence 8. You remember to use either Jotun, Dragoness, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. Damn. You can design the exact incantations to use it, but it must include these critical terms: pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. Finally, you must use materials that have certain spirituality qualities to create a connection with the natural powers of incantation. This will allow you to construct a tunnel that connects to the gates of the kingdom where the corresponding entity resides. If the entity is interested, then your sacrifice is incomplete. This step is absolutely necessary. If you can make the corresponding entity very interested in your sacrifice, then he will open the gate to his kingdom for you. After you finish reciting the incantations, establish a stable tunnel on his own accord. Of course, this will often imply danger, as the orthodox result, as relatively friendly hidden gods rarely do this. Only evil gods or devils would reply to you directly in order to achieve their goals. Materials that have spirituality are not cheap. I wonder if merely reciting the incantations would allow me to open a sacrificial tunnel. Similar to the door of summoning, I wonder if I could make use of the abilities of the world above the Great Fog. Yes, I'll try that first and only get the materials of spirituality from the underground market if I fail. Do I need beyond ingredients? It should be fine if it's possessed as a certain amount of spirituality, right? Klein thought about the 300 pounds lying around in his anonymous account. He thought about the 10 plus pounds of savings that he had saved up. Beyonder materials were not completely identical to materials that possess spirituality. For example, the heart that Hood Eugene left behind was a Beyonder ingredients, while the black scales were a material posing certain amounts of spirituality. After he finished reading Mr. Azik's letter, Klein rubbed his fingers together and ignited a flame of spirituality. He burned the paper to ash and threw it into the rubbish bin. It was already deep into the night, and Klein was in no hurry to try the ritual. He intended to first make a plan with Elion. Oh man, I need coffee. After he finished reading Mr. Zik's letter, he rubbed his fingers together and ignited a flame of spirituality. He burned the paper to ash and threw it away into the rubbish bin. It was already deep into the night, and Klein was in no hurry to try his ritual. He intended to first make a plan to go through everything that he needed to take note of before putting it into practice. He had a vague understanding of his shortcomings long ago. He was cautious and rational when it came to things he made plans for. But once the events deviated from his original plans, he would easily consider only the good and disregarded the bad when he forced to be on his toes. A simple description would be that a rash action of his would easily cause him to court death. Klein extended the palm to cover his face. The next day, DUNN... We got an ad. One sec. I'm going to reread from right here. A simpler description would be that a rash action of his would easily cause him to court death. Klein extended his palm to cover his face. The next day, DUNN Smith, who had communicated with the mandated punishers and machinery Hive Knight, started to assign missions. Klein also received his assignment. He then walked to investigate a number of people who had connections to Lenavus. Well, because of his suggestion and the policy of the Nighthawks, he didn't have to be responsible for people he had met previously. Of course, Klein continued with his combat lessons in the afternoon, nor did DUNN assign him the role of a lead investigator. Hillston Backland, in a building with a horse stable and garden, Quillingus, who had a unique white chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man before him. He took off the man's clothes and wore them. Shut up, he's gonna pretend to be him. He then leisurely walked in front of the dressing mirror and saw the black glove on his left hand twitch. So it twitched. He saw many contorted lines appear on his back. A few seconds later, Quillingus saw a thin veil of light envelop his figure. His muscle, skin, and bones began undergoing a strange transformation. Sometime later, he transformed into the unconscious man, completely identical in height, appearance, and demeanor. That's crazy. Damn, dude. That's so cool. You know what? If Ellie stays still, we can try reading like this. Do I have my timestamp? Wait, do not go in there. That's gross. Chapter 188 is called Ball. Okay. Alright, man. Oh, did I say it was called Balls? I meant Ball. Chapter 180, like, I assume like a ballroom, right? Like a ballroom. Alright, chapter 188 is called Ball. Sharp nose, thin eyebrows, slightly droopy cheeks, faint blue eyes. Quillingus examined himself in the mirror. He was certain that he looked no different from the unconscious man. After he rehearsed a few of the man's gestures, he bent down to drag the man off the ground and shoved him into a wardrobe. Then he extended his right hand with an audible snap. He broke the man's neck. Quillingus took out the handkerchief and wiped his hands before closing the wardrobe. He slowly walked back to the mirror. He wore a black double-breasted suited suit, a bow tie. Is live for 3 hours before he couldn't even read 1 to 5. I know, right? Well, I feel like we've come a long way. I feel like we have come a long way, right? Right, OG? Oh, man, those were the days. Remember where it took me like 30 minutes to read 2 chapters? I mean, it still does sometimes. He slowly walked back to the mirror, wore a black double-breasted suit, tied a bow tie, and raised a bottle of amber-colored cologne. He dripped a few drops on his wrist, then dabbed them over himself. Quillingus tidied his hair in front of the mirror. then walked out of the room. He clasped his hands and told his butler, who was... Why are you shaking, Ellie? Who was waiting outside. Don't let anyone enter my room. I'm keeping something very important in there. Yes, Baron. The balding butler pressed his hand against his chest and bowed. Your carriage and personal servant is waiting downstairs. Duke Negan's invitation card is there as well. Maintaining the Baron's mannerisms, Quillingus nodded indiscriminately. He walked towards the stairs in an arrogant manner under the company of his butler. A Baron who is riddled in debt to the point of not wanting to hire a normal security guard has actually maintained hiring of a butler personal male servant, 2 attendants, 2 first-grade maidservants, 4 second-grade maidservants, 2 laundry female workers, 1 carriage driver, 1 stablesman, 1 gardener, 1 chef, and 1 sous chef. To the foolish noble's dignity really is everything. I even have to waste some of my time learning the strange pronunciations and so-called noble slang, Quillingus thought to himself in disdain. Okay. After finishing all of him, you will be able to get a job doing audiobooks. Yeah, we can do it. I think we can do it. Buckland, oh, not with these mispronunciations, my bad. Backland, Sherwood Backland, in a particular cramped apartment, Shio Derecha sat cross-legged on a bed and looked at Forrest Wall, who was reading a novel with the light from the window. This is so disappointing. Quillingus didn't leave any clues behind. We still haven't figured out what he's trying to do in Backland. They have acted according to their initial plans and lodged a police report. Then they secretly sent a letter to the local police station and described the strange situation of the crime scene in detail. They also mentioned that the suspect could be Quillingus. The police station responded as they had predicted. The policemen were very careful, and they transferred the case directly to the mandated punishers. After a day's time, the news that Rear Admiral Hurricane has sneaked into Backland was widely spread among all enforcement teams. Shio and Force also left the place they originally rented and hid to investigate in secret. They didn't want to be brought back to the police station to help with the official investigations. Ellie, what are you doing up there? The mandated Punisher, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hive 9 were all hostile towards non-official Beyonders. The churches viewed them as potential criminals. Hence, not only were Shio and Force avoiding the possibility of Quillingus' pursuit, but they were also hiding from enforcement authorities? Okay. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna read that. If we could discover his purpose so easily, Quillingus would have been buried in the cemetery long ago, and a tombstone would be covered in weeds. Forrest replied casually, we need to wait patiently. As long as the authorities continue to take this much interest in him, Quillingus will definitely make a mistake. I've got to say, I'm quite envious. No way! Oh, gee, no, stop, bro. You don't have to, dude. Thank you, dude. No, you've done a lot, man. You've done a lot already, bro. No, it's okay. Don't worry about that, dude. Thank you, though. Dude, thank you, bro. Quillingus will definitely make a mistake. I've got to say, I'm quite envious of a mystical item that can allow one to change appearances. Shio hugged her knees and looked out the window. I'm just worried that Quillingus will take the action soon and then flee from Backland before anyone can respond. If that happens, I don't know when I'll be able to advance to Sequence 8, let alone Sequence 6 and Sequence 5. She paused and muttered to her mind spaced out. I don't know when I'll be able to take back the things belonging to our family. It's been almost a year since I last saw my younger brother. Forrest gave her a comforting smile. When you fulfill... What was that? Hi, Ellie. Hi. No, you're gonna finish this chapter with me whether you like it or not. No. You're gonna finish this chapter with me. Because you're like, please let me back in. You're like stretching the door and then you come in with me and then you're like, let me go back out. No, make up your mind. That's being toxic, Ellie. You're being toxic towards me and that hurts my feelings. I'm just worrying that Quillingus will take action soon and then flee from Backland before... I just read this. She paused and muttered as her mind spaced out. I don't know when I'll be able to take back the thing that belonged to our family. It's been almost a year since I last saw my younger brother. Forrest gave her a comforting smile. When you fulfill your wishes, please allow me to write your experience into a story. Oh, Ellie's sad. Let me let it out. It would definitely be an interesting and exciting one. Really, Ellie? You want to go out already? Yeah, you're right. We're at 989 subs. That's where the notification sound came from. Dude, thank you guys. Thank you for everyone that's subscribing. We're so close to 1,000, dude. Thank you. No, thank you guys, man. No need to imagine. It's the reality. Huh, I actually find Miss Audrey very generous. Even if Quillingus escapes, I think she'll still be reward us handsomely. We've been busying ourselves for so long. After all, we've even caused Quillingus to appear. I hope so. Sigh, why can't I have any fortune encounters? Shio grabbed her shoulder-length blonde hair. Force frowned and said, in the Beyond the World, fortune encounters are usually accompanied with danger. I have yet to figure out what the ravings we hear during the full moon mean, or if they will result in negative changes. Oh, during a full moon? They only hear ravings we hear during the full moon. I actually don't know how to become a member, OG. You'd have to ask Vec and username or whoever else is a member. I think it's in the main YouTube page. Can mods be? Yeah, they should be able to. I don't know how to do it. the full moon image. I'll look into it. Yeah, if you. Oh, it gets right there. It's available. It is available because I can't. Oh snap! Oh yeah, I forgot. Romero said it's not available in his. Okay. Force frowned and said, in the Beyond the World, I think I skipped a line. I hope so, Sai. Why can't I be a fortune's encounter? Shio grabbed her shoulder-length blonde hair. Force frowned and said, in the Beyond the World, fortune encounters are usually accompanied with danger. I have yet to figure out what the ravings we hear during the full moon mean, or if they will result in negative changes. Fortuneless encounters without dangers may exist, but they are very, very rare. It's difficult for you to wish to be fulfilled unless we receive the favor from the orthodox deity or the attention of some friendly hidden existence. However, it would be hard for us to tell if it was really an evil god or devil. In disguise, Shio sat straight and drew a crimson moon on her chest. May the goddess watch over me. Duke Negan was in his mansion located in Backland Empress Borough, where he was hosting a grand ball. There were two parts of the mansion. One was a dancing hall located on the ground floor, which was covered with glamorous stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. There was the Duke's excellent ensemble playing music in the corner. Up the stairs, there was a winding corridor that circulated the hall located on the second floor. The guests were holding their glasses, leaning against the railing, overlooking the people dancing on the ground floor as though they were enjoying a fencing match from the stands. Occasionally, a gentleman will walk before a lady or his wife to invite them to dance. If his invitation was accepted, both of them would walk down the stairs hand in hand and enter the hall. On the far side of the corridor, there were doors after doors. There were rooms that had been allocated to the guests as they were resting quarters. But behind a French door was a corridor, and both of the sides of the corridor were various gypsum status. They were all the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the corridor was another hall which could see the ball. Long tables were covered with a variety of delicious foods and fine wines, and another ensemble belonged to the Duke, who was playing relaxing melodies for the guests. In the hall, the guests were gathering in groups. Some were seated and some stood around, chatting about all kinds of matters. Those who wished to get away from the frivolous for a while would go to the attached balconies to overlook the garden and enjoy the crimson moon in the sky. After participating in the opening dance, Audrey Hall stood on the second floor above the dancing hall and stared at the candles on the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the rooftop in days. However, she noticed that many young men were appearing to pump themselves up to come over and invite her for a dance. So she wisely left the place and went to the corridor that connected to the dining hall. How boring, but my attendance is necessary. Sigh, can't they just let my observance in silence? I have to say, some people have rich facial expressions when they dance. They remind me of animals seeking mates. Audrey lowered her head, looked at the tips of her feet, and walked in a straight line out of the boardroom. Boardroom? Oh, walked out of boredom. Just then, the corner of her eyes caught an approaching figure. She slowed down, stood straight, and instantly became the elegant yet quiet Miss Hall. Good day, Baron Gramir. Audrey greeted with a flawless smile and etiquette. Baron Gramir had thin eyebrows and faint blue eyes. He smiled and bowed. Nice to meet you again, Miss Hall. You are the brightest and most dazzling gemstone at this ball. After exchanging a few words, Baron Gramir headed to the dancing hall while Audrey continued approaching the dining hall. After a few steps, she suddenly frowned. There was a puzzlement in her green eyes. In the past, when he sees a pretty lady or a madam of a higher rank than he is, and one that's relatively prettier, he will look at the side without them looking at them directly. Then he will still glances constantly, but today he appears very confident. Also, his cologne smells off. Oh, it's Quillingus! In the numerous party in the past, his body would emit the final note of the amber cologne fragrance, musky yet faint, not ostentatious yet elegant. In other words, he would spray the cologne a few hours earlier to let the front and middle notes disperse before gathering. But just now, his cologne was amber in the middle note, rich and refined. Audrey slowed down her footsteps. Oh, shit. As a spectator who had completely digested her potion, her sensitivity towards details wasn't anything other than Beyonders could compare. Suddenly, she thought of the possibility. Her green crystal eyes froze. It couldn't be Quillingus in disguise, right? Shit. The plot does thicken. This is getting good. Maybe, you know what? You're right. Tense music is suited. We'll play this for now. It couldn't be Quillingus in disguise, right? The creeping hunger has the power to change a person's appearance. The more Audrey thought about it, the more possible it seemed that she felt uptight and she turned nervous and panically. We're recording, correct? Yes, we're recording. If he really was Rear Admiral Hurricane, what is he trying to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to the ball. Otherwise, I could ask her to observe Baron Grimir. No way, I have to warn Father. Amidst her frantic thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found the Count Hall, who was taking the Chief Cabinet Secretary and others. Update top left. Oh my god, we have to update it right now. Okay. Oh, thank you. I thought we skipped it. She flashed in a flawless smile and walked over. She held the Count Hall by his arm and told the others, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I borrow Count Hall for a few minutes?" "Beautiful lady, it's your right," the few gentlemen said in a friendly response. Audrey held Count Hall by his arms and moved to the nearest balcony. They found a quiet, uninhabited corner, and she said to her middle-aged father, who was getting plump, "Father, I have something to tell you." Count Hall was smiling fondly at his daughter, but he got serious when he saw her serious facial expression. "What's the matter?" "I ran into Baron Grimir earlier, but there are things about him that are different from the past. For instance, his cologne was in the middle of the note of the amber fragrance. It used to be the end of the note," and Audrey continued with the things that she found different. "It could be explained as being sensitive and meticulous." After she described what she had noticed, she weighed her words and added, "I heard from Viscount Klein that Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus has the ability to take on other people's appearances. Hasn't he been in Buckland recently?" Oh no, they're not gonna kill her dad, bro. Stop it. Count Hall listened to her carefully and his face grew abnormally grave. But he soon flashed a smile. No, Why are we celebrating? What was that celebrating I call Plastic January? Are you better not be celebrating. What's with that cowboy? What are we doing here? Oh my god. But soon he flashed a smile and comforted his anxious daughter. "I'll take care of this. Go look for your mother and stay with her. She's at the lounge in the hall." Okay, Audrey nodded obediently. On the way back to the lounge, she turned around and looked at her father. She saw that Count Hall was talking to another noble softly as he wore a rather solemn look. Audrey couldn't help but feel anxious. She felt that she had to do something to make sure that her father, mother, and brother didn't get hurt. She surveyed the areas and changed the direction in which she was heading. She left the dining hall and found Duke Negan's small prayer room. She pushed the door closed and locked it behind her. She looked at the symbol of the Lord of Storms behind her and subconsciously found a remote, dark corner. Audrey sat down with her body leaned forward. She clasped her hands together in a praying position and supported her forehead. Oh, shit. Then she recited softly in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler, but the great fog." Oh my god, dude. "You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. We don't know what is happening." Oh no. I'm scared. I think it's a gingerbread man. Okay. Prayers and replies. Okay, so maybe it's not going to be as dark as I think it might be. Okay, let's keep going. Let's update our chapter. Hopefully, my man just decided to use a new clone today. And like, it's as simple as that. And it's not Quillingus. Wait, I'm dumb. It is Quillingus because he hit him in the room. Oh my god. Okay. Let's update our timestamp. I am not gonna lie. Now update the chapter. Let's update the chapter. And I am not gonna lie. I am getting stressed. I'm pretty sure you guys can see it, that every time I like any ounce of suspense, I get scared. So we can probably change the music before we reach chapter 100. 189, correct? Yes. Chapter 189 is called Prayers and Replies. LOTM stress is real. I know, I'm scared, man. Like, who's gonna be next? Who's gonna bite the bullet? Tengen City, Daffodil Street. Klein was discussing the latest play with Benson and Melissa. Oh, no. I don't want anything to do with the family. Just get him out of here. We're too close to the end of this series to be talking and hanging out with our family. No, let's go. Let's leave them alone, man. The stakes are a little too high right now. Tengen City, Daffodil Street. Klein was discussing the latest play with Benson and Melissa and was inviting them to watch it at the theater next weekend. Oh, they're definitely going to that play with one less Moretti. I think the newspapers have said enough about it. The Return of the Count is definitely a play that's worth watching. Oh, man. The Return of the Count. Could the Count be referring to him? Is it like some Tokyo Ghoul references where with the book, how it correlates to Kaneki, right? Maybe? No? PTSD. I'm stressing out. I'm stressing out, dude. The Return of the Count is definitely a play that's worth watching. It's already been performed more than 10 times in Backland, and it's sold out each time. I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity. Klein, who had lacked sources of entertainment, was unwilling to give up. After all, he had been a dent following the television shows back on Earth. Of course, if it wasn't for the maintenance of my image, I'd rather go to a bar and play billiards. Yes, renting a venue for tennis isn't a bad choice. This can be considered as a leisure sport for the middle class. With my current fitness, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I should be able to handle my opponents easily. Forget it. It can only be a passing thought for now. I still have to reinvestigate the figures associated with Landavus in the morning, go for combat training in the afternoon, and search for the house with the red chimney in the evening before returning home. I sure am a busy man. Klein trying to remain optimistic. Noticed that Benson was inclined towards his suggestion while Melissa was still a little hesitant. Klein smiled as he added, I heard that the most popular supporting cast, The Return of the Count, is a genius mechanic. Alright, we do have to see a play at large theater once in our lives. Melissa pouted and nodded. Maybe she's gonna be good. And she just joins him. And then she becomes like his sensei, her sensei, right? Her teacher, and nodded her head grudgingly. Oh my God. I'm stressed out. I can't even read. But there was now a sparkle in her eyes. Klein, what are we getting phone calls right now? I'm reading. We're reading. All right, we do have to see a play at large theater once in our lives. Melissa pouted and nodded her head grudgingly, but there was now a sparkle in her eyes. Klein was about to respond when he heard a buzzing in his ears. He became dizzy for a few seconds. Someone is praying to me. He supported his back with his right hand and chuckled. Then I shall wait patiently for the tickets to go on sale. All right, I'll be returning to my bedroom to write up a report. We also have to plunge into the sea of knowledge and hope that we don't drown. Benson let out a self-deprecating laugh as he returned to the dining room with Melissa. I can hear Ellie outside. That's funny. Klein went to the second floor and looked at the door to his room. He sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantations, returning to the world above the gray fog. His figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor in a magnificent palace fit for a giant. A pulsating crimson star. Oh, we delete messages? Oh shit, no, it's okay. It's okay. Man, his figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor in a magnificent palace that fit for a giant. A pulsing crimson star reflected in his eyes. Klein lifted his right hand and extended his spirituality, establishing a connection with the star representing justice. With a boom, he saw blurred, distorted images. He saw Miss Justice in long, beige, regal dressing, sitting on a chair in a dark corner. Her head was bowed, her hands clasped. At the same time, her still nascent and nervous voice stacked in all the illusory manner, reverberating around the space. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You're a mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your attention. I pray for you to listen. I'm at the ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who suspected to be Quillingus. He disguised himself as Baron Grimir, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grimir were a little different than usual. This made me recall the apprentice altering beyond their powers that Kolinga's mystical item has. Oh, I scrolled down too much. Klein listened seriously and carefully interpreted what was happening. Finally, he understood what Miss Justice was describing. Quillingus has actually used the special powers of Creeping Hunger to infiltrate Duke Nugan's hall. But Quillingus probably didn't expect that one of the ladies at the ball is Spectator, a specter who has committed the mannerisms of Baron Grimir to memory. Hence, he doesn't realize that he's been exposed. What does Quillingus want, and what should I do? I've tried conducting the sacrificial ritual without spirituality-infused materials over the past 2 days and realized that I can create something like the Door of Summoning, but she can do the same thing, but I'm unable to summon it. I was going to find some time to purchase materials with spirituality in the underground market to prepare for my second experiment. Oh, wait, no. It's him. Miss Justice definitely wouldn't have spirituality-infused materials when she's attending the ball. Klein thought for more than 10 seconds before beginning his response. You guys are talking quite a bit. Hold up. Something's happening. In a small prayer room in Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey repeated her prayer a few times before finally stopping. She tidied her clothes and walked quietly to the door. She knew that she couldn't be gone for too long because her parents would worry about her and thus misjudge the situation. It would cause them to react in the wrong way. Oh, my nose. This is a bad time to have a runny nose. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath, extended her right hand, to which was covered in a white veiled glove, and released the lock with a wary heart. After leaving the small prayer room, she followed to the path back to the dining hall. She saw the figures holding wine glasses and plates getting closer when her vision was suddenly turned blurry. She realized an illusory fog was spraying. So he's answering. Oh, he's replying. It's called. That's why it had reply in the chapter. Yeah, she realized that an illusory fog was spreading into the surroundings. In the middle of the thick white fog was an ancient chair. On top of the chair was a mysterious presence that seemed to be overlooking everything. Mr. Fool, Audrey almost shouted in a pleasant surprise. She then heard a deep, familiar voice. I am aware. The voice reverberated around the space as the fog vanished. Audrey's vision was still filled with images of the long tables of foods and wine, as well as the bustling signs of interacting guests. The worry and unease in her heart vanished as she subconsciously straightened her back and entered the dining hall with light steps. She walked towards the reception room in the dining hall. In a magnificent palace in the world of fog, Klein started to think about how to convey the message to the hangman after finishing his reply to Miss Justice. I cannot just repeat the description to him since it undermines my authority. After all, what mysterious existence would personally take on the role of a messenger? He deliberated for nearly a minute before an idea came to him. He conjured the scene of Miss Justice praying and transformed it into something akin to a movie scene with the faces of mosaic and censored. He then extended his hand and tapped, launching the scene into the crimson star representing the hangman. Backland, Sherwood, Backland at the Holy Wind Cathedral. The hanged man. Oh, it's a cathedral. Yeah, I know. Klein's acting like, oh, I knew that was gonna happen. Like, I was aware this whole time. The hangman, Olger Wisson, was going through the investigation reports in a... I'm not muted, right? We're still good? Okay. In a simple room, trying to find traces of rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus. Near his right hand was a stack of paper filled with many contorted symbols. Just as Olger was leaning back into his chair and rubbing his eyes, he saw his field of vision turn blurry. His line of sight was filled with thick gray fog. There was an ancient chair that seemed to exist eternally deep within the endless fog. Atop the chair was a faint human figure. Mr. Fool, just as the thought came to Olger, he then saw that another hazy figure in regal dress within the grayish-white fog. She was in a praying position. I'm at the ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Quillingus. He disguised himself as Baron Grimir and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grimir were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance altering beyond her powers that Quillingus' mystical item has. Olger was shocked at first, then he let out a look of pleasant surprises. He pressed his palm against his chest and lowered his head. Praise you, Mr. Fool. Everything he saw or heard vanished before he vanished in a sentence as if nothing happened. Staring at the desk, stern with Emperor Rizzo's diary pages and his investigation reports, all your pupils constricted as he realized how powerful the Fool was once again. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of Lord of Storms. Even though that was history for more than 1,000 years ago, many believers still viewed this place as sacred. But Mr. Fool could still descend upon the space without warning and give a reply. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Olger gathered his stuff and exited the room. He was going to look for one of the cathedrals of the churches of the Lord of the Storms and archbishops of Len. Here you go. Diosis. Diosis. Diosus. I said it wrong. I apologize. And I lost my place. Oh man. But Mr. Fool could still descend upon the space without warning and give a reply. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Olger gathered his stuff and exited the room. He was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of the Lords of Storms and Archbishop of the Buckland Diocese. Diocese. I'll just shut up. Spellsinger of God, a snake. For Olger Wilson, being able to cure Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus personally was the best course of action. No way they're gonna fight. You had it right the first time? Diocese. Diocese. Oh, I did say it right. Okay, hell yeah. We're learning. There you go. And I lost my place again. Oh, Spellsinger of the God Ace Snake. For Olger Wilson, being able to kill Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus personally was the best course of action. But if he was unable to do that, guarantee that he was really dead was acceptable in his book. After forwarding Miss Justice's description to the hangman, Klein left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. While he was in no hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality, he sat before his desk and took out a piece of paper. He picked up a pen and began his letter. According to an urgent indication from a source, Quillingus has used the abilities of a shepherd to take on the appearance of Baron Grimir and has infiltrated Duke Negan's ball. His motives are unclear at this moment. Klein wasn't worried that Mr. Zik would be suspected of him or doubt why someone in Tegan would be so quick to know something that just happened in Backland, for the telegraph existed in this world. I don't know if you would be interested in this, but I thought that I should let you know. Klein quickly ended the letter and folded the piece of paper. He then found the ancient copper whistle, brought to it his mouth, and gave it a hard blow. The gigantic, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again, still standing at its original spot, not minding that its head was going through the ceiling. Klein fought back the urge to use the abilities of the clown to turn the letter into a flying dagger. He tossed the letter towards the messenger without a fuss. He then blew on the copper whistle once again in the end of the summoning. Klein collecting himself and went through the events in his head once again. This was all he could do for the time being. Although Klein could also make use of the summoning ritual and bring flaring sun charms directly to Backland, it was too dangerous for him to do so. First, Quillingus was a sequence's wind blessed and had with him the creeping hunger. Second, it was too troublesome. He had to first bring the flaring sun charm to the world above the great fog. Third, his image would be affected. Thus, he wisely gave up on the idea. To be honest, the problem is not too serious. Duke Negan is the most influential noble outside of the royal family, a key member behind the Conservative Party. There will be many high-ranking nobles attending the ball today. I have no doubt that there are beyonders guarding the area. If not for this consideration, there would have no need for him to infiltrate the palace under a disguise. Since Miss Justice noticed him earlier, the noble should be prepared. This incident shouldn't blow out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Zik messenger is. If it travels through the spirit world, Mr. Zik could still likely make it in time for the main course. Stop. What's gonna happen? But if it's as slow as a Madame Downless messenger, then there might only read about the incident in tomorrow's papers. Klein nodded indiscriminately and tossed this incident to the back of his head. After all, there was nothing more that he could do. What do you mean? He can do more. There's 40 people. Dude, there's 42 of you guys here. I'm getting scared, man. I'm like... Her whole family is there. Olger might go. Audrey might be there. Susie might be there. Dude, there's like 42 of you guys here. Thank you guys. That means a lot. Okay. I'm scared, man. I'm not ready. Yes, more and more stuff happening. I'm starting to stress out. Okay, let's update our chapter. Let's go chapter 190. I think I got a few more left in me. Guys. Predictions. I'm not even gonna predict. Fucking her mom can die. Her dad can die. Her brother can die. Some crazy shit could happen where Audrey dies or Olger dies, and maybe they aren't like actual side characters. Like, who knows what could happen? Quillingus has to die, or maybe he leaves and becomes a stronger Beyonder in a future volume. You guys deleted a message because you guys know I'm onto something. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. We're just gonna update our timestamp, update our chapter, and we're just gonna continue because I got a few more in me, and I'm trying to end on a good note. I'm trying to end on a good note, guys. Okay, can we do that? No prediction. Okay, no prediction. Let's just keep going. This chapter title is kind of scaring me. The Assortment of Abilities. It's chapter 190, and we have not updated our timestamp. Let's do that first. In Duke Negan's mansion in the dancing hall, disguised as Baron Grimir, Quillingus held a glass of blood-red Armir grape wine and casually stood behind the railing of the winding corridor on the second floor. No, I updated it. I almost forgot. He overlooked the people on the dance floor and enjoyed the view of the glamorously dressed ladies. However, there was no lust in his eyes. There was a calm as frozen lake. From the corner of his eyes, he stole glances at the hanging chandelier and nearby Duke Negan, who was looking at the beautiful figures passing by. The Duke was wearing a well-ironed navy uniform with red ribbon attached to the medals on his shoulder. He preferred to wear the military uniform on formal occasions in remembrance of his decades of illustrious services while in the military. However, he had put on much weight since then. His once sharp gray eyes had been left turbid and filled with desires. However, I lost my place. However, he took good care of himself, as the wrinkles of the corners of his eyes, lips, and forehead were faint, and his black hair was still thick and luxuriant. I read that wrong. That was the Fellas Negan, the current Duke Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the brother of Prime Minister Augussid, one of the richest and most powerful men in the Lowen Kingdom. At the same time, he was also the reason why Quillingus has sneaked into Backland. The thought of assassinating such an important figure makes me shiver in excitement. Quillingus retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept the commission because he had been offered a sufficiently attractive price, and it was also because Quillingus loved the adventure and enjoyed taking on difficult challenges. If this assassination is successful, my fame will spread across the northern and southern continents, placing me above the four kings, and all receive a card which contains the mystery of God that the Emperor Rizal created. Quillingus suppressed his excitement and lowered his head to examine his left hand. Oh, the glove thing. Creeping hunger had become transparent. It was impossible to tell that Baron Grimir was wearing a glove via the naked eye or through contact. This is such a magical item. If it wasn't for this, a Sequence 6 like me wouldn't have achieved a rank of Pirate Admiral. Thoughts flashed through his mind as bout of regret surged within Quillingus. In his years as a pirate, he had seen and interacted with many Beyonders. Among them were members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonia Sea. So he knew that Creeping Hunger was still rather different from a real shepherd. Firstly, the speed at which the States was too slow. It requires at least a second, but a real shepherd could switch instantly. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use 1 to 3 abilities before the person died. As for what abilities could be used and how powerful they were, that all depended on luck. On the other hand, a real shepherd could decide on the 3 abilities. They didn't have to gamble like they were at a casino. Lastly, Creeping Hunger could only have 5 souls at the same time, while a real shepherd could have 7. Of course, both... Dude, there's so much info going on, man. There is so much, like, lore and my notes. Oh my... I am so behind on notes. Whoo! We are so behind. Of course, both had the same restriction, which was that they could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use the souls corresponding to Beyonder's powers and their own Beyonder powers. If they wanted to replace one of the souls with a new soul, the procedure would be irreversible. Quillingus went through the 7 or 8 years of adjustment and finally settled with 5 souls. Their abilities complemented one another and made their own very terrifying. Because of the constant adjustments and experimentation that he did over the years, there were rumors among pirates that claimed that Rear Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent. Shepard can have every ability of 7 other pathways. That's broken SF. So a Shepard can mix and match any 7 ability or any any abilities from 7 different souls, like be it whatever pathway. But with Creeping Hunger, you can only have 5, and it's randomize the abilities you get. Well, I mean, like I assume if you get a Nighthawk member, a certain sleepless Nighthawk, you gain the sleepless Nighthawk abilities, but you don't know which ones you have. I'm not even gonna think about that. During the ardent, that sounds OP as fuck though. During the ardent dance music, Quillingus rehearsed the subsequent actions he would take in his mind. He'd sign with regret in his heart. It's a pity that I didn't find the traveler over the past few days, otherwise I wouldn't have to worry about anything tonight. If he had captured the woman that was most likely a traveler, Quillingus wouldn't have hesitated to feed on one of the 5 souls that he was grazing to creeping hunger. To him, a traveler's abilities would be invaluable. Quillingus stole... Oh, he's talking about when Forz and Shio were in the room. Right? No. Well, no, yeah, because he said traveler. I remember he whispered that. Quillingus stole a glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the rooftop and decided to wait no longer. The soul that he controlled currently had only one ability, which was to change his appearance, but it didn't possess any power to fight against other Beyonders. However, the transformation ability was still very useful, and Quillingus hadn't been willing to replace it with something else all this time. The good thing was that no matter which soul he controlled, Quillingus could use his wind-blessed Beyonder powers at the same time. That's broken. Finally, he acted as though his gaze was locked, looking onto the curvy figure of a noble's wife before he swept it towards Duke Negan and all the gentlemen around him. Duke Negan is a staunch follower of the Lord of Storms, and so that's why it falls to Olger, because Duke Negan is a staunch follower of the Lords of Storms. I assume he's probably like a huge donor to the Lords of Storms, and he is a key figure in the influence of the Church of the Lord of Storms that has on politics. That's why Olger's trying to get Quillingus, right? There must be a Beyonder from the Church of Lord of Storms besides him who's protecting him. Although Negan family isn't an ancient 1,000-year-old family, he's one of the wealthiest and powerful men in the kingdom. He definitely searched for sequence potion formulas in secret or hired Beyonders. Quillingus' thoughts surged. He mentally eliminated the gentlemen who were nobles and officers before locking eyes on the man who was constantly besides Duke Negan. The man was brown-haired, blue-eyed, and wearing a black tuxedo. He was almost expressionless while he remained vigilant on his surroundings constantly. Quillingus nodded indiscriminately and pressed his right hand forward silently. Whoosh. A sudden gust of wind swept in the area above the dance floor, extinguishing the chandelier candles. I think I need to change the music. Oh, stop it. Stop it. What's gonna happen? Stop. Is it a fight? At that moment between light and darkness, while everyone's attention was drawn away, a few wind blades slashed at the same spot on a metal chain supporting the crystal chandelier. Geased among the gusts of wind. I can't read. With a harsh, shattering noise, the huge crystal chandelier plummeted straight to the dance floor. It made a loud crash, and I am putting the volume up. I'm getting scared. With a harsh, shattering noise, the huge crystal chandelier plummeted straight to the dance floor. It made a loud crash, and people screamed in surprise. Shards of debris flew, cutting gusts and leaving them screaming in pain and fear. The darkened hall was suddenly full of opportunities. Quillingus' gloves squirmed and changed, condensing into a golden surface. His expression was imposing, and his eyes saw through the darkness as he fixed his gaze onto the man next to Duke Negan. Suddenly, Quillingus' eyes shone like lightning. The Beyonders, who was in charge of protecting Duke Negan, suddenly let out a tragic scream and fell on the ground holding his head. He rolled around and struggled? What the fuck is going on? There's 45 of you guys here? No way, dude. With a swoosh, Quillingus' figure dashed through the darkness and charged at Duke Negan. However, in the deep recesses of his eyes, it reflected his target, who didn't show any signs of panic. It was of utmost confidence. Duke Negan plumped figure stood erect on the spot and observed the incoming assassin as he was looking down on him. He lifted his right hand and pushed forward. He murmured in ancient Hermes, "Imprison!" In silence, Quillingus suddenly stopped. He was suddenly surrounded by a transparent wall, something that was wrapped around him like a sticky liquid. It made him seem like an insect in amber or a prisoner in prison. The leader of the Conservative Party nobles, the hereditary Duke Palin Negan, was a Beyonder. Oh, he was a Beyonder! Was a Beyonder himself, a very strong Beyonder. Duke Negan spoke in a low voice again and waved his right hand. Flog. Quillingus seemed to be whipped by a shapeless whip. His clothing tore from the whipping as his skin was lacerated, revealing white bone. Ugh. Duke Negan leaned forward and held his right fist. He declared it in an imposing manner. Death. His arm waved, his entire body slamming into Quillingus' head with numerous after images. His fist had struck his target's head in an unavoidable manner. Kacha. Quillingus' head shattered. Did we kill him also already? No way. It was unknown when... Wait, Duke Negan remained standing at his original spot. It was just... Ah, piece of shit. It was a dream. His fist has struck his target's head in an unavoidable manner. Kacha, Quillingus' head shattered, but the surroundings... Oh my god, I can't read. I'm getting excited. But the surroundings shattered as well. Duke Negan remained standing at his original spot. It was just a dream. It was unknown when the pirate admiral had already switched to his ability and entered the nightmare state. When did he get a nightmare state ability? And the only nightmare guy I know is DUNN Smith, and he's completely fine. It was unknown when the pirate admiral had already switched to his ability and entered the nightmare state. Unlike an ordinary nightmare, he could still move his body after he dragged people into a dream. Quillingus stealthily appeared behind Duke Negan, and his cold gaze locked onto Duke. Wrapped with high speed, spiraling winds, his right fist stabbed into the target's vest like a sharp blade. Whoosh. Amidst the howling of the wind, Quillingus' right fist punched straight through Duke Negan's body and... Shut up, he killed him. And through his heart. But Duke Negan's figure rapidly turned... Oh my, it's an after image. His figure rapidly turned transparent, just like a soul that was summoned. After nearly... Man, everybody's doing clone jutsus up in here, dude. It was in Creeping Hunger. It was... I assumed it was in Creeping Hunger, right? Okay, okay. Another Beyonder... They prepared ahead of time to lay an ambush for me. I skipped a line. After the nearly formless figure dissipated, Duke Negan appeared before the French door on the other side of the winding corridor. He wore a scrutinizing smile, another Beyonder. They prepared ahead of time to lay an ambush for me. How was that possible? Although Quillingus was unwilling to accept this fact, he dealt with it calmly. The glove on his left hand squirmed. And took on the form of dark golden scales. I'm putting the volume up a little bit. I lost my place. His irises grew pale and became vertical. Is he losing control? His irises grew pale and became vertical. Then a shapeless wave swept from every direction. Ladies and gentlemen were thrown in a state of uncontrollable fear at the same time. They left their hiding places and ran around aimlessly. The scene became chaotic. The Beyonders didn't dare to act recklessly as they were worried they might hurt their relatives and friends. Seizing the opportunity, Quillingus ran quickly and as hurricanes whirled around him. He smashed through one of the resting room doors before smashing through an oriel window. Amidst the shattering sounds, he leaped outside and flew a distance away from Duke Negan's mansion with the aid of the wind. Yeah, little bitch is trying to escape, dude. Get out. Get back in there, baby. What are you doing? He's like, oh, I can do it. And then he runs away. The moment he landed, Quillingus immediately ran towards a forest ahead of time. It was a municipal garden, an escape route he had scouted out a while ago. What up, baby? Get back in there, dude. Once he shook off his pursuers, he could change... Oh, that's broken. He could change his appearance and blend into the massive population of Buckland of more than 5 million people. That was also the reason why he dared to accept such a difficult mission. After a while, there was a gale blowing towards Duke Negan's mansion. The Cardinal of the Church of Lords of Swords, the Shut up. Who's gonna come out? Is it Alger? The Archbishop of Buckland, Spellsinger of God. Ace Snake brought a few mandated punishers and flew towards the mansion. He could inform the other Beyonders in time. Alger was one of the members. Shut up, dude. Alger was one of the members that arrived with Archbishop Ace. However, he was in a bad mood because he saw the broken windows and the other Beyonders running out of the mansion. It was meant that Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus had escaped. Dude, no way he's here. Oh my god. Dude, please tell me Alger and Audrey and Susie meet. Like, they have to meet. And we get a happy ending. I mean, we'll see. Man, you guys are really hyping up Monster. So far, this Creeping Hunger shit and Shepherd sounds totally busted. This, dude, Shepherd and Creeping Hunger sound kind of stupidly broken. The squad is here. Let's update our timestamp and let's continue, dude. Are you guys ready? Chapter 191 is called Unclear Motives. What's gonna happen? Quillingus lost his pursuers with the help of the wind after crossing a man-made lake. He surveyed his surroundings, intending to create the illusion that he had entered a ditch to escape into the Tussock River before turning to the financial center of Backland to Hillston Borough. At that moment, his field of vision suddenly blurred. He saw the colors around him saturate into the darkness. The green trees became greener, the red fruits even redder, the dark blackness of the water became darker. Everything appeared to be splashed with pastel paint. Oh, it's Azik. Pastel paint? Under the sky where the crimson moon was obscured, there were many indescribable transparent figures, as well as different lustrous splendors that contained mysterious knowledge. Quillingus found himself coming to a halt as he floated in midair. Beneath his feet, dark water continuously rose towards him. Under the water were pale white palms reaching out for his Azik. Not good. Quillingus realized that he had been ambushed, and the ambusher was definitely not weak. It's Azik! A giant humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared before him. The monster was 4 meters tall. Yeah, it's Azik. It's a 12-foot skeleton. And the burning in his eye sockets were pitch black flames. It's Azik's messenger. The bones on his body were blurry and illusionary. Quillingus gave his enemy an expressionless look as he let out a sneer. At the same time, the glove on his left hand releasing a radiant light, appearing as if it was cast out of pure gold. Quillingus leaned back and spread his arms wide as though he was trying to hug the sun. A bolt of pure burning brilliance descended. I updated my timestamp, right? Okay. A bolt of pure burning brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping the giant skeleton. The pastel-like world quaked in response, and the pale hands... Daddy is sick. And its pale hands under the dark water evaporated one by one. This was the beyonder powers of the Priest of Light. It was a beyonder power from the sun sequence pathway. Priest of Light. Okay. I don't think I know that. I think I do. It was a beyonder power from the sun sequence pathway. It was the nemesis of the undead. Oh shit, this guy really has it all. The radiant pillar of light dissipated and the pitch black flames on the giant skeleton instantly extinguished. It then turned transparent as if disintegrated in the air. Before Quillingus had... Oh, that makes sense because sealed artifact the 03 whatever, like the what the charm is based on, it like it purifies the undead. Barred pathways is sun, right? Got it. Okay, thank you. The radiant sun pillar of light dissipated in the pitch black flames of the giant skeleton instantly extinguished, and then turned transparent as if it disintegrated into the air. Before Quillingus had time to use the abilities of the Priest of Light to dispel the pastel-like world, his expression abruptly turned rigid. He saw another giant skeleton appear to his left. It was also 4 meters tall, its eyes burning with black flames, identical to the monster from before. Immediately following that, the same skeletal monster appeared around Quillingus, one after another. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 100 of them. Oh my god, dude. How fucking strong is Azik, dude? Oh my god. Daddy Azik is here to save the day, dude. More than 100 pair of burning black flames cast their gaze onto their target at the same time. Underneath him, the dark water surface rose higher, almost coming into contact with Quillingus' feet. Pale white hands extended outwards, flaying them around constantly as though they were grabbing at a life-saving straw. Spread out and pursued him, tried to corner him, and struck the cathedral a snake. He conjured a typhoon and took to the air, flying towards the direction where Quillingus had fled. Duke Negan and the rest didn't join ranks and demanded punishers in consideration of their statuses. Instead, they stood at the windows of the balconies to observe. It was also this moment when the ordinary nobles who were running around frantically slowly calmed down. Due to the darkness and undoubting shouts, they were unsure of what exactly happened. All they knew was that Duke Negan might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson clenched his jaws and ran out of Duke Negan's mansion, following the path of the municipal garden in the Hillston Borough. He wasn't willing to miss his opportunity, no matter how small the hope was. Suddenly, he heard a voice which was carried to him by the wind. There's no need to continue the pursuit. No need to continue the pursuit. The voice of Cardonial Snake. Alger stopped after running after a few steps forward. He turned to look into the sky, puzzled. He saw cardinal snake who was wearing a black robe adorned with many storm symbols, floating above the forest in the man-made lake and staring down. Oliver crested his brows and sped over to where the cardinal was without considering the reason. As he neared his position, he made use of his seafarer abilities to get a clearer look. The spellsinger of God showed no expression, but his posture made it evident that he was serious. His exposed white hair that peeked out from under his black hat swayed with the wind, accentuated his stern silver eyes. Oliver retracted his gaze and ran out of the forest. The scene of the calm palm reflected the crimson moonlight suddenly appearing in his eyes. On the palm surfaces, a tall figure was floating near the bank. The figure had a unique white jaw. His brown hair was tied in a ponytail. His dark green eyes were cold yet blank. Quillingus, Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus. Oliver Wilson was taken aback at first, then he felt both surprise and joy. He couldn't believe his eyes and even suspected that the darkness was causing him to hallucinate. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Quillingus' face rot rapidly. Shut up. Azik took him out already? Why? Oh, the chapter's called Unclear Motives, because we don't know. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Quillingus' face rot rapidly. This chapter, these last few chapters have low-key subverted my expectations. I thought we were gonna fight Duke. Nah. I thought we were gonna fight the psychiatrist in the asylum. It ended pretty quickly. I thought we were gonna fight Quillingus, and that ended pretty quickly. What the hell is gonna happen? Wait, those were the two bad guys being hyped up. Oh, maybe Triss comes back. And she rests her palm, like, on him already. I can't do this, dude. I'm thinking way too much. No. He did send a letter, right? Azik does not mess around, dude. He suddenly saw Quillingus' face rot rapidly. It oozed a yellow-green liquid, his flesh peeling off the piece of paper. Pat, pat, pat. All that was left in Quillingus' face was a skull. His two vacant eyeballs fell from their sockets and onto the ground beside the lake. Quillingus fell apart completely. His clothes draped over his rotting flesh and white bones and blocked the sparkling radiance. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 Pyro Admiral Quillingus had died mysteriously in front of Olger's eyes. This shocking scene was etched deeply into Olger's mind. It made him suspect if he was having a terrifying nightmare. What was happening? Didn't Quillingus escape successfully? Why did he die so simply yet so mysteriously here? What did he encounter for him to lose his life in such a short amount of time? He's a sequence 6. Dude, that means Azik is higher than 6. So he's not a mid-tier Beyonder or a mid-sequence. He's a high sequence. He's a sequence 6 Wind Blessed, the owner of Creeping Hunger. Who did it? What was the motive of killing Quillingus? Just as countless ideas flooded Olger's mind, he heard the spell singer of the god A Snake's characteristic voice. Did you give the information to anyone else? Is there anyone else who knows of this information? Olger quickly calmed down. He glanced at Quillingus' remains and gave an explanation that he had prepared. I reported the information to you the moment I found out about it. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that A Snake had gone for a walk along the Tussock River, forcing me to spend time finding him, Quillingus might have not even escaped Duke Negan's mansion. Of course, he didn't dare say that in front of a high sequence Beyonder. He could only respectfully and humbly continue. The personnel who received the information directly even sacrificed himself for it, and no one opened the letter during its transfer. I can vouch for this, but I cannot confirm if there was a leak of the source of information. Since we could learn of it, others might have too. As Olger spoke, he formulated some guesses about who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus. The person or organization who tasked Quillingus to assassinate Duke Negan. Since Quillingus had already successfully escaped and there were no threat of any information leaks. I feel like my music is a little bit too loud now, right? Let me lower it a bit. I feel like I can't read as loud anymore. Self-love, best love, it is. Also, Quillingus only trusts himself, so he wouldn't tell his assassination plan to anyone. Duke Negan has been organizing gatherings lately in preparation for the bill proposal in September, so there are... Dude, Ezra, dude, thank you for being a member. Welcome. Dude, thank you so much. Awesome. Look, now you can spam all the Ellie emotes. Hell yeah. Welcome to the club, dude. Welcome to the club, bro. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you. No, really, thank you, dude. Other than Quillingus himself, there's no one who can correctly predict. There's no one who... Oh my god, I can't even see. What does it do it twice? Welcome to the Coolman Club. Welcome. Other than Quillingus himself, there's no one who can correctly predict when he would strike. Unless that person was a prophet, but that is unlikely. Other factions, not possible. Miss Justice prayed to Mr. Fool to relay the information the moment she noticed problem. There was no way another organization could have received the information at the same time. Mr. Fool, Alger was shocked as he thought a possibility. The person who struck was Mr. Fool's door. He happened to be in the buckland and thus he lent a hand. The more he thought about it, the more Alger felt that his guesses was close to the truth. Only the members of subordinates of the Tarot Club could have received the information in time. Only the help of the Fool's doors could make it seem so mysterious and without motive. Just as he was immense in his thoughts, Cardinal Sake felt silent for a moment. He told the rest of the mandated punishers who were making their way over. Quillingus is dead. A high sequence beyonder, someone who used a sealed artifact of a similar level killed him. But this is rather dangerous and highly unlikely. After preliminary analysis, I believe the high sequence beyonders is of the pathway of death, perhaps a member of the Numinous Ecopate. No spoilers in chat? No, it's okay. But not someone I know of. There's also the possibility of being a member of another secret organization. The motive is unclear. The Numinous Episcopate. I'm reading that so wrong. Originated from the southern continent that believe in death. Legend has it was the first formed by a descendant of death in an attempt to revive death. Azik. They were nearly, maybe they're talking about, maybe it is Azik. Maybe we think it's a descendant. Well, I mean, you guys would know, but maybe like they want us to think this is a descendant when Azik is actually death himself. They were nearly eradicated after the southern continent was colonized, but they stubbornly survived and spread towards the countries. Oh my, I can't read. Towards the countries of the North Continent. A high sequence beyonder, yes, only a high sequence beyonder could kill Quillingus. In such a short amount of time, just a mere door of Mr. Fool was already at such a high sequence. That's a demigod. Augur once again looked at the pile of flesh and bone. He felt disassociated from everything as if he had lost all his emotions. He's like, holy shit, dude, he is strong. He stood there in the gaze, watching everything. If I happened to betray him, Mr. Fool, one day, he suddenly had such a thought. Why would you... No. There better not be a... No. No one better betray him. If I happened to betray Mr. Fool one day, he suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, the terrifying scene of Quillingus rapidly rotting appeared in front of him. Alger couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time, he relaxed. Since he couldn't escape or fight back, then he could only choose to be loyal. With Quillingus dead, no one can threaten me with a secret anymore. He exhaled, his worries completely vanishing. In Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall, who was discussing the assassination with her mother and the other nobles, saw her father appear at the door. She found an excuse and left the resting room for the balcony at the main hall. Father, is something wrong? Audrey looked at the Count Hall with her green eyes. Her green eyes had come from her mother, not her father. Count Hall smiled. It's been resolved, my child. You need not to worry any longer, huh? Did you tell anyone that Baron Grimir was an imposter? No. Audrey shook her head firmly. I only told an almost godlike existence, she added to her heart. She thought for a moment, then explained herself. After I told you, I went to the bathroom, then to where Mother was. You can ask her. I see. Count Hall nodded and didn't say anything else before mentioning Quillingus is dead. Someone killed him. Who? Audrey was as shocked as she was excited. She's just excited. Who? Audrey was shocked that she was excited. No idea. We can't even figure out who the murderer killed Quillingus. It's truly incomprehensible. Count Hall paused. Perhaps is a person or an organization. A secret and a powerful organization. If only you guys knew who was the Terror Club. Unclear motive. A secret powerful organization. Could it be Mr. Fool or Door? It could be our Terror Club. Audrey suddenly had an epiphany. That's so funny, dude. She's like, oh, did I do that? She's like, was that because of me? Was that because I told Klein? Oh my god. I like the next chapter. It's called Attention. So Azik killed Quillingus. His motives are technically unclear because even though Klein told him there's no reason for him to do it, maybe he's doing it to like pay him back for helping him get his memories. This is an explanation for how creeping hunger works. It can be stored a maximum of 5 souls, so 5 souls. Oh, 1 per finger. That's cool. Each soul randomly grants 1 to 3 abilities each. Yeah, so he potentially has between 5 to 15 random abilities from 5 separate B. Oh no, that's okay. No, thank you. No, thank you, Richie. I didn't realize it was like every finger could be one. How one tap his sequence 6 with a cracked artifact? I know, man. He one tapped his sequence 6 with a cracked artifact. His motives are perfectly clear. He is just quirky like that. Okay. Okay. All right. Awesome. I'm ready. Let's go to the next chapter, man. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready. I am rejuvenated. Okay, we'll keep going. I am a real. We're going to keep going because the more we read, the faster we are done with volume 1. Oh my goodness. Chapter 192 is called Attention. Attention all. Roll call. Attention. Audrey. Why am I calling Ellie Audrey? Ellie. Oh, look. Ellie. Oh, you guys can't see her. Look, she's just off camera. Look. Look, she like rolled over and she's getting comfy. Okay. Oh god. Oh no. Now I can't balance my camera. I just realized we're still recording, so it's okay. Okay, this is a really bad start to chapter 192, but I think that's good. Perfect? Okay, that's good. How about we're sleepless? Yeah, no, you guys are sleepless. Chapter 192 is called Attention. Audrey analyzed many... Oh, that's why I said it, because it was the first word. Dang, it's a long stream. I joined late and got to sleep before the end of the stream. I know, I'm sorry, Nazir. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're almost at a 5-hour stream. Oh, yeah, we're still live, man. I'm trying to read as much as I can, because the more I read, the closer we are to the end next stream. Chapter 192 is called Attention. Audrey analyzed many things at once as her mind whirled. Mr. Hangman said that Quillingus was a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he knew he would know his own plan. Other than my early discovery of him, there shouldn't have been anyone else who knew he would attempt an assassination tonight. Wait, let me change the music since the fight's over. Yeah, let's just play this. Wish me luck. Dude, good luck, Nazir. You got it, bro. You got it. You got it, bro. You're gonna ace it, bro. You got this, dude. Audrey analyzed many things at once as her mind whirled. Mr. Hangman said that Quillingus was a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he would know of his own plan. Other than my early discovery of him, there shouldn't have been anyone else who knew he would attempt an assassination tonight. I only told Father and Mr. Fool that I suspected that Quillingus was disguised as Baron Grimir. Although there was a telegram cable in Duke Negan's mansion, as he would have been able to send out information in time to ask for help, there's no reason to hide that. Dad's puzzlement implies that the powerful being that killed Quillingus wasn't even within their expectations. Combining all of the above, I can almost be certain that the person who killed Quillingus was Mr. Fool's adorer. Plus, only the unique model... I skipped the line. Plus, only the unique model of the Terror Club can create such a strange situation with unclear motives. The name of the chapter, right? Unclear motives. Quillingus was a sequence 6 when blessed, and he had the magical item, the Creeping Hunger, to be able to quickly kill him without leaving any traces behind. It could only be a high sequence beyonder, known also as demigods, right? Or maybe he used sealed artifact which possesses immense power. Regardless of the possibility, it shows that Mr. Fool's adorer is extremely powerful. Mr. Fool lives up to his reputation. Regardless, I certainly provided clues, so Mr. Hangman has to carry out the promise and pass me the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. This should be our Terror Club's very first mission, right? Oh, it was their first mission. Look at that. One of the 7 pirate animals, Quillingus, died because of us. Looking at his daughter, who seemed excited, Count Hall, who was a handsome man in his youth, coughed lightly and warned his daughter with a massive solemnity. Audrey, I know that you're very interested in mysticism, and I normally tolerate it, but you mustn't be involved in this. You can't even ask about it. You will be introduced by the Queen to the Backland social scene events by the end of this year. As an adult, you should clearly know and remember that the terrifying Beyonders, or a powerful hidden organization, is equivalent to danger. Do you understand? He just told her about Beyonders. I mean, she knows, right? The glazing does continue, dude. Yes, Father, Audrey replied charmingly. I was just a little curious. Curiosity won't do either. Count Hall empathized, and he couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. Okay, Audrey nodded. Wait. Was her father the Beyonder that was being assassinated? I just completely missed that. Wait. The guy was Quillingus trying to kill Audrey's dad, or was this somebody else? Her dad was the Beyonder, right? Yes? No? Yes, Father Audrey replied charmingly. I was just a little curious. That's why he brought up Beyonders, right? Curiously, one do either. Derek is always on left. Little son would have destroyed the whole place. No, it's not him, right? Somebody else? No, it was okay. So it wasn't the father. Somebody else, right? Okay. Curiosity, one do either. Count Hall empathize. Okay, thank you. Okay, no, it was somebody else, right? Okay. Curiosity, one do either. Count Hall empathized and he couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. Okay. Audrey nodded obediently. I understand this whole incident better than you do anyways. She made a silly face in her head. Count Hall thought and said with a gentle smile, regardless, you are the heroine tonight, the savior Duke Negan. Half the reason why Quillingus is dead is partly because of you. And it's still the same with bounty. Of course, if there was no one that admits the killing of Quillingus and comes to receive the bounty, the remaining half of it will be yours too. Added together, it will be 10,000 pounds in total, huh? The bounty set up by the Intis Republic, the Phasic Empire, and the other countries' organizations could be received as well. After conversation, there should be about 20,000 pounds in total. Duke Negan promised that he would give you his holiday estate and Desi Bay as a gift. It includes a huge rubber tree plantation. I don't know the annual profit exactly, but it definitely won't be low. He spent 8,000 pounds to buy it back then and later. He even built a house and purchased good quality seeds for planting. Audrey, who already had an inheritance of 300,000. That's so much money, dude. Oh my god. Thank you guys for seeing with somebody else. No, the guy assassinated is Duke Negan, her father's Count Hall. Thank you. I thought it was the same person. Oh my god, 20k. That's so much money. Audrey, she already had the inheritance. Audrey, who already had an inheritance of 300,000 pounds, was considered rich. However, a reward that was almost 40,000 pounds was still a huge amount of income. Many noble ladies wouldn't even receive such a figure as a dowry. And an allied marriage of noble and businessmen in August, Miss Mary Oldbury, the daughter of a millionaire, only had 80,000 pounds. 80,000 pound dowry? I never considered the bounty, Audrey muttered inwardly. Suddenly she thought of something. If she were to receive the bounty and her name spread, the hangman could easily find out who justice was. Yeah, so he's like, no, this can't happen. As a member of the Terror Club, I have to maintain a sense of mystery. Like, I have to keep up that. She's learning how to lampoon as well. Like, I must also keep up the Mac. Sugar mommy. Dude, she has way too much money, dude. This can't happen. As a member of the Terror Club, I have to maintain a sense of mystery. Audrey looked towards her dad and reorganized her words. Dad, I'm a little worried. Why? What happened? Count Hall asked in concern. If it were to spread that I found out that Quillingus was disguised as Baron Grimir, I'm afraid that his underlings would take revenge on me. I'm afraid that whoever instructed Quillingus to assassinate Duke Negan would target me. Audrey tried to make herself seem pitiful, weak, and helpless. I'll hire somebody to protect you, Count Hall replied. Then he nodded faintly and said, there's really no need for you to take such a risk. Plus, the person that killed Quillingus took the creeping hunger of... Oh my god. What if Azik gives it to... Oh, wait. What if he gives it to Klein? No, because then he's going to have to be killing people. No. Never mind. That won't work. I'll hire someone to protect you, Count Hall replied. Then he nodded faintly and said, there's really no need for you to take such a risk. Plus, the person that killed Quillingus took the creeping hunger. Of course, to a high sequence Beyonder, that wouldn't be a strong enough motive for inheritance. For interfering, yes, I'll inform Duke Negan to keep the secret and tell somebody else to receive the bounty on your behalf and compensate you in private. Then Count Hall smiled and said, you really are my daughter. You earned 40,000 pounds so easily. This is more than 1/10 of your current wealth. The 300,000 pounds was what he had set aside for her in advance. He would still add in another part when she got married as his daughter's inheritance. Am I as good as you were? Audrey happily asked in reply. Count Hall shook his head and laughed. Much better than I was. The profit for you, my very first business venture, was only 60 pounds. Only 60. Audrey suddenly became extremely thrilled. The satisfaction derived from receiving a 40,000 pound bounty, getting her father's compliment, causing Quillingus' death, completed an extraordinary task, and the reward of a rainbow salamander pituitary gland that she was going to get from the hangman amplified her happiness. I really want to report this to Mr. Fool to get his reassurance. No. Wait. No way. A powerful mysterious being killed Quillingus with an unknown motive. There might be someone observing me in secret, looking for clues regarding Kolinka's death. I can't show any hint of abnormality. Feel. There's nothing abnormal about me to begin with, as long as I don't attempt to recite Mr. Fool's honorary name. Hell, if Mr. Fulador was really the murderer, he must have already known the outcome. He wouldn't need me to report it to him. Well, do I need to share my bounty with the adorer? No, no matter what kind of payment method is used to transfer 20,000 pounds, it would definitely draw attention. I can't take the risk. Plus, it has always been the hangman who's been asking for help from Mr. Fool. Technically, he should pay the reward. Yes, yes. After all, he declared that he had many pages of Emperor Rizzo's diary. Oh, that's what he was memorizing, right? I'll try to gather more pages of the diary to thank Mr. Fool for answering my prayers. He definitely wouldn't be interested in crass money. No, of course, that's all he wants. Oh, we are still waiting for it. We are going on a 5+ hour stream. Yo, you just saw the stream? Bro, MT, we've been going at this for like 5 hours. Bro, we're almost done with our... Man, it's been a lot. We've been reading a lot, man. We started at 179, and we are at 192. Whew. These are not going to be... These long streams are not going to be often, but when it happens, it is a fun treat. Audrey quickly determined... I skipped a line. I'll try to gather more pages of the diary to thank Mr. Fool for answering my prayers. He definitely wouldn't be interested in crass money. Audrey quickly determined her next course of action. In Duke Negan's mansion in his secret study room, the fat and tall Duke sat on a high chair behind a desk. He was smoking a cigar as he looked at the spell singer of God, a snake, Prime Minister Aurur Negan, and others opposite of him. I read that wrong. I'm sorry. Holy, yeah, appreciate you, man. No, appreciate you guys. Almost 13 chapters today. Yeah, no, we've been going strong, dude. Based on our current knowledge, we still aren't able to identify the high sequence beyonder that killed Quillingus. Like, dude, we've been reading so much. I had to change, man, because I got sweaty. Because I'm stressing out, dude. You guys actually were able to gaslight me into reading a 5-hour stream. When Romero said gaslight into reading 6 hours, like, that ain't gonna happen. I'm better than that. You ain't gonna gaslight me. They gaslighted me. Based on the current knowledge, we still aren't certain of the identity of the high sequence beyonder that killed Quillingus. Prime Minister Augustus Negan had just rushed over for the king's side. Archbishop Snake nodded. Metal Gear? We've determined that it wasn't any of the high sequence beyonders that we're familiar with our numerous episcopate either. I read that wrong again. We have sufficient reason to believe that it's a powerful, mysterious beyonder we aren't aware of. Of course, we haven't eliminated the possibility that the person was using a dangerous sealed artifact. Duke Negan held his cigar and said, maybe it wasn't... Oh, my voice. Maybe it wasn't just a high sequence beyonder. There might be a hidden organization behind that person. Wait, I think Ellie's having a nightmare. Hold up. When she does that, it's because she's having a nightmare. Hold up. Pause. Maybe Dunn Smith entered her dreams. Hold up. I gotta give her a kiss. I gotta comfort her. I'm scared to continue, man. We determined that it wasn't any of the high... I read this. Duke Negan held his cigar and said, maybe it wasn't a high sequence beyonder. There might be a hidden organization behind that person. A hidden organization that we don't know enough about. Otherwise, there wouldn't be able to lay in an ambush for Quillingus so accurately. Yes, perhaps one of the guests at tonight's balls is a member of theirs. His brother, Prime Minister Augustus, stated solemnly, oh, I'm losing my voice. This is what happens when we've been reading for over 5 hours. Regardless, 3.5 hours on video, or almost 4 hours on video. Regardless of that possibility, we have to be careful oh my god, and I can't read. We have to quickly find out the identity of the high sequence beyonder, the purpose of this present in Buckland, and why he killed Quillingus. A high sequence beyonder that they didn't know about, who wandered in Buckland, was sufficient to draw attention from the government and 3 major churches. Although a sequence 4 or sequence 3 beyonder might not be able to withstand the cannon attacks of their warships, there was no need for them to experience a frontal assault. They possessed too much of a mysterious power. Hence, they were existences even more dangerous than ironclad warships. Hence the reason why they were called demigods. Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, stood up and said, let me make some arrangements and get into contact with the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The Church of God of Stephen Machinery Hive Mind, His Majesty will allow the military and intelligence agencies to cooperate. Prime Minister Agusid promised. I'm reading that so wrong. You had class, Silhouette? Oh, no way. It's fine. Wait, what happened? I finally got to the scream. I know, dude. We've been live for over 5 hours. It's gonna be a long video. Oh man, we're definitely gonna have to leave the PC on overnight while we upload the video. I know I can see the time. Okay, I'm sorry we were streaming for so long, guys. I know, I apologize. In a hotel of the North Borough of Buckland, Azik sat under a gas lamp and looked at the glove before him. Oh shit, we switched to Azik. The glove was very thin. Oh, you know what's crazy? Azik is gonna keep the glove because if he's part of death, watch him just indirectly feed the glove souls without him having to physically kill a person. Don't apologize. Wait, for what? Wait, what happened? I can't see time. That's what I said. What happened? You guys okay? Man, hold up my nose. All right, let's continue. In a hotel in the... I'm gonna reread it again. That's metal. How many of us have been here the whole time? I've noticed a few of you guys here the whole time. In a hotel in the North Borough of Backland, Azik sat under a gas lamp and looked at the glove before him. The glove was very thin, as though it was made from human skin. It seemed that as long as it was filled with flesh and blood, it would turn into a hand. Azik looked at it for a very long time, his face suddenly contorted in agony and pain as he muttered, I seem to have cooperated with them before. Klein didn't sleep well the entire night because he didn't receive... I feel like the music is not a little bit too loud, right? I'm gonna turn it down just a tad. Klein didn't sleep well the entire night because he didn't receive any reports from Justice or the Hangman, nor did he receive any reply from Mr. Zik. He kept thinking about the outcome of the incident with Quillingus. It must have been quite a scene if Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman didn't dare to contact me recklessly. But why didn't Mr. Zik reply to my letter? Did he not get involved, or was there an accident? Did Quillingus hurt him? Klein extended his hand and covered his mouth as he yawned. He got onto the trackless carriage and headed for Zotland Street. Extra, Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus killed in Backland. Extra, Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus killed in Backland. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paperboy, which was also on... Damn, they passed that quick, dude. Mine says 31. I missed the first hour, but otherwise I've been here. Wow, you guys have been here for a while. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paperboy, which was also one of the Emperor Roselle's invitations. Klein was momentarily stunned as he fished out a penny and bought the Tingen morning paper. Many passengers made the same choice. He opened the newspaper and quickly read the headline. Pirate Quillingus shot dead by Duke's bodyguard in Backland. Quillingus died, Mr. Zik did it. Klein fell into deep thought and lampooned himself. As the boss behind the scenes, I actually had to find out the outcome from the newspapers. Oh man. We ending on 192? I can read one more. Invention. Oh. Whenever he can't read it more, he wants to read more so we can finish next stream in 12 hours. Oh my god. I can keep going. I think I'm good. I think I can keep going. It's kind of funny though. He's like the leader of the secret organization and he has to find out through the newspapers if his mission was successful or not. Damn, one more? Maybe a few more. I think I'm still good. I am fine. Okay. I'm sorry, but I think I can keep going. Bro is hooked. I am hooked. I am hooked. This guy is going to say one more for the next 5 hours. Like, it's like, you guys down for one more chapter? Like, you know that one meme, like, hey, you got any more? Like, one more. You guys want to read one more chapter? It's like, you guys want to read one more chapter? Okay. You starting to understand why I started skipping lectures to read hello to him? Hey, I get it. Typical Klein. He really going to just one more? Just one more. Just one more chapter, guys. Yeah, just one more. Just gonna keep going. There's no way we've been fucking streaming for over 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Wait, sorry, I used the Lord in vain. I know people get mad. I'm sorry. That one slipped. I take that back. I should say it. Fucking Mr. Fool. Or no, like, Mr. Fool. I'm gonna just say Mr. Fool. Oh, man. Like, Ruler of the gold. No. Oh, dude, I'm tripping out now. Okay, let's keep going, dude. Let's get our timestamp and let's go straight to the next chapter. Make a new channel on Discord for me. Make a new channel. What do we need? Withdrawals are going to be crazy. Luckily, I got my daily COI hit. Okay, okay. I like that. Holy fool. We'll say that. Okay, after getting all our Lord of Mystery shared words, we have Mother Fooler, Holy Storms, Holy... I like Holium already. Holy Lord of Storms, Hidden Sack of Sage, You Piece of Steam and Machinery, Holy Triss, Son of a Deaf, or Son of a Hidden Sage. Okay. That was a really long tangent, but chapter 193 is called Coming to a Close. I can almost taste the finish line, man. We've been live for so long. We are coming to a close of the end of... Oh my god, we're entering the final act. That's it. We're entering the final act. That's why this chapter is called Coming to a Close. The article covering what happened to Quillingus wasn't long, and all it stated was the time, place, people involved, and the outcome. As the saying goes, the more succinct, succinct. I cannot read that. I'm gonna read this one more time. The article covering what happened to Quillingus wasn't long, and all it stated was at the time, place, people involved, and the outcome. As the saying goes, the more succinct the content, the... what is that word? I know what it is, but I can't pronounce it. The more serious the situation. Something that happened in Backland at 8 or 9 last night, already being reported in Tigan City this morning. The spread of information in this world isn't too slow due to the exceptional contributions of Emperor Roselle. It must have been one of the nobles or ministers who attended the ball who leaked the information to some reporter. Then the reporter used the telegram to send the sensational news to the news companies in various counties. The morning papers are usually drafted at night and printed after midnight before being distributed in the morning. There was just enough time to make changes and publish this article. Just based on this, the Tigan Morning Post would be able to sell an extra 1,000 copies, and that only considered just the city. Klein's thoughts became more and more distracted before finally calming down. Since Rear Admiral King Quillingus is dead, that means that even Mr. Azik is injured. It wouldn't be too serious. If it was serious, he definitely would have been captured by the mandated punishers or Duke Negan Beyonder bodyguards that were in pursuit of Quillingus, and when facing such a situation, Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman would definitely try their best to report it to me. The latter not happening is enough to indicate that everything is under control. Yes, if Mr. Zig doesn't give me a reply, or if Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman do not pray to me by tonight, I'll blow the copper whistle once again and summon the messenger to send over a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention back after answering the newspaper. Then he surveyed the public carriage. Most of the people who could afford transport like this could read and understand the influence of the term extra. Many had bought the Tigan Morning Post. Now a few of them were quite discussing the incident. There's still almost 40 of you guys watching. Son of a mushroom? I like that. That's a really good swear word. Son of a mushroom. The king of pirates and the admirals have been terrorizing the sea routes for a long time. I'm gonna have to remember that one. I'll add that one right at the end of the chapter. The king of pirates and admirals have been terrorizing the sea routes for a long time. They back off when they see the battleship of the various... They back off when they see the battleships of the various countries, but they don't pay much attention regarding the merchant ships. Even though Quillingus had only been induced as one of the 7 pirate admirals for less than a decade, he's the first to be killed by the government. Frankly, I'm curious as to what he was doing in Backland. When a pirate leaves the ocean, death is a foreseeable outcome. Let's hope that there will be more detailed reports in the future. Holy Lord of Storm. That's a good one. Son of a witch. I like this one. Holy Lord of Storms. I wish to know which of Duke Negan's bodyguards killed Quillingus. His bounty was a full 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. If I had 10,000 pounds, I would immediately quit my job and buy 2 or 3 medium-sized nurseries. I would invest in the shares of some colonizing companies and railroad companies and receive a stable divided every year. That's only the bounty of the kingdom. Intis, Fasek, Fana Potter, and some merchant organizations also have bounties of Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus. I sure hope that there's a newspaper that will give a full list of bounties. Oh my god, my voice. 10,000 pounds. Klein was shocked to hear that. With his already impressive pay, he would have to take 20 years to be able to save up that much money, even without eating and drinking. If only, forget it, there's nothing I can do either. It would be impossible for me to claim the bounty. He folded the newspaper in a little dejectedly and looked out the window of the carriage. At this point, he finally concluded that the incident with Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus had come to a close. All that was left was to tie up the loose ends, such as the batch of result diaries and the hangman had promised him. Buckland, Sherwood, Borough, Forest Wall, and Shio Derecha were walking along the street towards the nearest branch of the Vervet Bank. My money seems to disappear without me noticing. Foresight. Shio felt the same way. That's right. Luckily, my book Stormwind Mountain Villa is rather popular, and there are still royalties being sent to my account. Otherwise, I'd have to find a clinic or a hospital and become a doctor once again. Forrest let out a sigh, both in satisfaction and in worry. Shio was silent for a moment before carefully asking, will the investigation of Quillingus affect your status as an author? After all, we could be under attention of the mandated punishers, Nighthawks, and the rest. No, the only one who would focus one is you, Forrest laughed. You were the one who sent someone to make a police report. Same for the one who sent the letter and the one famous among the allies and gangs of the East Borough. As for me, Forrest Wall, I'm still a popular best-selling author. Shio said in the days, so you're just being accompanying me all this time. Forrest stroked her hair and laughed. Don't you find this way an interesting experience? This experience has provided me with much needed inspiration for my work. My next novel will be about a sudden brutal murder. That is not on. That is a little on the nose. I know I'm son of a badoon. That's so funny, dude. Son of a badoon. That's a little on the nose. Don't you find this way interesting? My next novel will be about a sudden brutal murder. It's a little on the nose, man, for bringing that up towards the end of the volume. I'm not ready. Shio paused, not knowing how to continue the conversation. All she could do was continue walking forward, bitterly forgetting to make a turn until Forrest dragged her back. At that moment, they heard a paperboy shout, "Extra, extra, Rear Admiral Hurricane Quillingus killed in Backland." What? Shio and Forrest looked at each other in confusion. They only came to their senses after the paperboy repeated himself multiple times. What? Quillingus is dead. Forrest couldn't believe what she was hearing. He's dead. How did he die so suddenly? Shio, who was trying to hide from the prosecution of the merciless pirate, was shocked and dazed. This have to follow a normal procedure. First, they find clues to confirm Quillingus' motives. Then they would gather powerful beyonders and ambush him. Killing the pirate was the last step, but Quillingus was killed even though the first step hadn't been completed yet. He died just like that. Forrest and Shio exchanged looks as if they were two marble statues. Nearly a minute later, Shio charged towards the paperboy and bought a copy of Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 most distributed newspapers in Lowen Kingdom. Oh, Quillingus is really dead, killed by Duke Negan's bodyguard. Oh, Goddess Negan's bodyguard is Shio gasped, leaving out a powerful beyonder that she had wanted to say. Forrest looked at her good friend in pity. To think that you would believe everything the newspapers say. Alright, perhaps someone realized Quillingus' motives in advance, and the mandated punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery, Hive 9, and the military cooperated and executed successful ambush. Shio froze and exhaled. We don't need to worry about it any longer. We can go back to our normal lives, but we have to avoid the sphere of influence that the police station from before. She looked at Forrest and asked, a little worried, how much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us now? I know that a few £100 wouldn't be too much to her, but we haven't really completed what she asked of us. No, at least we made Quillingus appear on his own accord. The reason he rushed to take action and fall to the ambush was definitely in some part due to our contributions. Forrest consoled her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, she'll give us half the reward, even if she's not giving us all of it. Let's hope so. Shio took in a deep breath and had an expected gaze. I wonder who will claim the bounty of £10,000. It sure invites the envy of others. If I had that much money, I'd have become a Sequence 7 or Sequence since long ago. But I missed out the opportunity time and time again. Forrest also felt a little sorry, but she reminded her friend, Shio, let us not contact Miss Audrey for the time being. Let her contact us on her own accord. There are too many hidden details surrounding the death of Quillingus. Looking for Miss Audrey abruptly could put us in a dangerous situation. Shio first nodded before saying in surprise, how did you know that I was thinking of heading to Emperor's Borough? Try guessing. Forrest laughed in response. After a busy morning, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He reported to Dunn Smith, Captain, the people connected to the Lenavus that I'm in charge of investigation have no problems. They were merely victims not associated with any beyond incidents. Dunn placed both his elbows on his desk, then stopped that for the time being. We shall place our focus on more likely suspects, and the rest of the members have finished with their investigation. We cannot direct all our manpower onto the incident. We have to guard it against other sudden incidents. Alright, Klein was about to stand up and head to lunch when he suddenly heard the knocking on the door. Please enter, Dunn said in a mellow voice. The handle moved and Roseanne peeked inside. Captain, someone is here with him. Oh my god, it sounds like the final mission. Oh no, it sounds like the final mission of the volume. Stakes are a little high. Captain, someone is here with a mission. Oh, what a coincidence. A mission. This seems to be targeted at Blackthorn Security Company and not the Nighthawk Squad. So who mistakenly claimed to us this time? Klein wondered to himself. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, we can go here, the request out. Oh my god, I can't read. It's been so long. Ugh. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, we can go here, the request out, and rejected if it's too troublesome. He arranged his shirt, vest, and walked out of the office. He made his way through the partition and towards the sofa in the receptionist area. Klein and Roseanne following curiously behind. There were two ladies on the sofa. Both of them were wearing black hats dressed without any extra color. One of the ladies was plump and had fair skin. Her face was completely obscured by the black veil of her hat. Klein felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her. Who is this? I am stressed, as you can see. Klein felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Who could it be? Who could it be? The fiancé? Just as he was recalling, he heard the skinnier lady beside her speak. The mission we would like to entrust to you is for you to track and monitor the Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes. Madame Sharon, Klein suddenly had an epiphany. He recalled where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady that remained silent was the wife of the Member of Parliament Maynard, the daughter of the new party. I don't remember who she is. The wife of the dude that died. Wait, no. The daughter of the new party's leader. She finds it hard to accept the death of her husband and is unwilling to accept the conclusion the police department came to. Okay, so she came to the security company in private to do another investigation. To think that she came directly to us. Klein shook his head and laughed to himself. Oh, what if she recognizes him? Why is this chapter called Infiltration, man? No, man. This is not good. What if like he spawns in and just like, oh, he kills someone he really cares about? The wife of the dude who died. Yeah. No, I remember now. It's her, right? I'm a little scared. All right, let's keep going. Let's update this timestamp and chapter title. So, Unhinged Provoker. I'm gonna pin this. I'm pinning this. Everything better be fine. Yo, easy geeky, don't worry, nothing happens. Everything is fine. I'm gonna remember that. Chapter 194 is called Infiltration. Okay, nothing happens, bro. Okay. Chapter 194 is called Infiltration. Madame Sharon Dunn obviously knew of Baron Coy's widow, a famous social... can't read. Guys, let's pull the eyes out. Hell no, man. You better keep those eyes in there. I don't want to see no eyes in here. Nah, I don't want to see that right now. That scared me, man. Last time those fucking eyes came out, it was nothing but bad news. And I already pinned on Hinge Provokers. Yo, bro, don't worry, man. Nothing happens. Everything is chill. Madame Sharon then obviously knew of Baron Coy's widow, a famous socialite in Tingen. Maynard's wife turned her head to shot a glance at the scrawny lady who came here from the Blackthorn Security Company, but she didn't speak for herself. The scrawny lady in the black dress and hat weighed her words from before she spoke. Yes, Madame Sharon, the wife of the deceased Baron Coy, she stammered and suddenly spat in anger. She's a bitch. Upon hearing her curse, Klein suddenly recalled the porno that she had seen, and Madame Sharon's behavior, which appeared nervous on the surface, but was calm deep down. That made him believe that the rumors about her and felt sorry for the deceased old Baron.
It's not like Madam Sharon can't remarry, but her lost behavior really makes the old barren grave a perfect nesting ground for what? Cuckoos? Cuckoos? She's a DUNN? I don't even know what that means. Dunn didn't have much of a change in his facial expressions. He sat on the sofa opposite and said with his mellow voice, but that doesn't make her a criminal. You know clearly, and I know it clearly too. Madame Shirley is very influential in Tingen. If we were to follow her and monitor her, there could be very serious consequences for us. She's a criminal, the scrawny lady said angrily. She caused my brother's death, but those lovers of hers persuaded the police department. Her brother's death? Did she marry her brother? Wait. I'm not even gonna read that out loud, Romero. You guys are funny. She's a DUNN? I don't even know what's a DUNN. Okay, I think I know what that is. Okay. Wait. Did she marry her brother? That she married her brother. She's a criminal, the scrawny lady. She caused my brother's death. The doom. She caused my brother's death, but those lovers of her persuaded the police department and made them pronounce that my brother died of excessive drinking and continue indulging in sexual pleasure. She married her brother? Did I overlook this when we read it? The wife was his sister? Those Klein realized that the scrawny lady was Maynard's sister while feeling sorry for the old baron once again. Or maybe another guy died after seeing her. Nah, there are two ladies. The wife of the dead man and his sister. I thought his wife was a sister. Oh, she was like, yo, man, they don't do it like in Alabama anymore. I was like, oh, snap. It was like, whoo, I was like, yeehaw, we're in Alabama. Read unhinged messages. Okay, man, I thought they were rolling like in Alabama. Okay, I'm not gonna make fun of Alabama. Okay, I'll stop. It's like, yeehaw. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, two different ladies, the wife and the sister. Okay, that's she is the sister of the husband. Okay, she's the sister of the husband, and the wife was there. Bro, from Alabama. I'm sorry. I meant no disrespect on Hinge Provoker. I meant no disrespect. I'm sorry. I love Alabama. That makes sense. Yeehaw, man. Okay, I'll stop. No comment. That's right for such a... Oh my god, I'm losing my voice. Hold up. I'm gonna pause the recording. I clearly lost my place after that. That's right, for such a scandal, she would definitely not send a maidservant here. It's better if the request is made by family. He nodded in his head and elegant. Mrs. Maynard patted the back of the scrawny woman's hand and added with a deep yet cold voice, she's a criminal. If she suffers any damages because of this, I will compensate you for your losses. That tone, she lives up to her identity as the daughter of the new party side. If the police department wasn't very confident with the result of my mediumship ritual, I'm afraid they would have submitted under her pressure. Klein lampooned inwardly. Dunn was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he said, alright, I have another question. Why do you seem to be so certain that we would find something? The scrawny lady nodded and said, the tobacco merchant Vic Roy introduced us here. He said that you're the cream of the crop in this industry and can complete missions that others aren't capable of completing. Like, it's true. The tobacco merchant Vic Roy, who's he? Klein looked at Captain subconsciously and noticed that Dunn looked really confused. Who is this? Watch this be like some crazy... Watch this be like Chuck from Supernatural. Like some random merchant. Watch... I'm already calling it... If you guys read Supernatural, you know who's Chuck. Watch there be some random character in this series that's like an equivalent version of Chuck. But in Lord... we're not going to talk about that. I'm so silly. Why did I hope for Captain to remember something like this? After all, even I don't quite remember, he sighed. The scrawny lady saw the two elite mercenaries look confused, so she added, you saved his kidnapped son. Oh! This is a coincidence. This is a coincidence. It is a coincidence. Oh, him. The kid. Oh, yeah, right here. Oh, him. The kidnap case led me to the discovery of the Antigonus family notebook. Klein was suddenly enlightened. Ah, sounds like a bro's cooking. Yeah, oh, there is going to be a Chuck in this series. Dunn nodded slightly and said, I understand. Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid... Without spoiling who's Chuck in Supernatural. I mean, it is like a 15-season series, so you guys should watch it. Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid out her offer. Oh, side note, do you guys remember episode 200 of Supernatural? The musical episode? Oh, such a good episode. I do have PTSD. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm getting ready. I'm a man. I'm already getting ready. No tears. Upon seeing... I'm rereading this. And if you find evidence of her crimes, I skipped the line, but we will pay 50... I'm skipping lines. I'm skipping lines. Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid out... This is what happens when you read for this long. You out loud, and... We're going on 6 hours. You are to tell and monitor that bitch for 2... You are to tell and monitor that bitch for 2 weeks. Even if you don't find any evidence of her crimes, you have to take note of who visited her and who she visited. We will pay £50 for this. And if you find evidence of her crime, we would pay another additional 200. Like Klein's like, sign me up, bro. Say no more. 200 additional pounds. That's a large sum of money. When Klein suddenly recalled that he had only spent £7 to hire Detective Henry to gather so much information about red chimney houses, he became a little ashamed. He's like, damn, like I did all that. I hired him only for fucking £7. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, no problem. We can sign the contract now. You'll have to pay the deposit of £20 up front. Captain, we're really lacking in manpower right now. There's a huge case regarding Lenivos. Klein didn't expect Dunn Smith to accept the mission, although he himself was quite keen on accepting it. Miss Maynard nodded slightly and said, no problem, I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me. Dunn smiled but kept quiet. He turned his head and told Razan, please write up a contract. When the contract was signed and the deposit was paid, then watch Miss Maynard and scrawny lady leave the Blackthorn Security Company. He then looked sideways at Klein and said, this mission will be yours, huh? Klein looked confused. Dunn smiled and said, didn't you want to learn tailing techniques and monitor skills? This is a great opportunity. It also turns out that you're done with your part of the Lenivos case. Alright, Klein didn't reject the assignment. Just as he accepted, his mind began whirling quickly. According to the rules, half of the mission commission is handed to Miss Oriana as additional funding for the team. The remaining would be split among the involved members. However, it seems like I'm the only one handling the case. Oh, so he gets everything. Regardless of whether the investigation succeeds, there will be at least £25 of income. On top of that, I'll receive my usually weekly salary. If I really could find some clues, I could even receive £125. Captain is a wise man. He's like, Captain, sign me up. All is well. Here, see? Oh, you guys deleted something? Okay, hold up. It's okay. Dunn slowly glanced at him and said, learn the tailing techniques and monitor skills from Leonard and Fryer in the morning and put your combat training on hold for this week. Yes, I think you're quite well trained already, so I'll send someone to inform Gawain. Learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard Fryer. That doesn't seem very reliable. Klein was stunned. He could imagine Leonard using only one method, which was playing his Fane of Potter lute while singing melodious poetry. Then he would probably seduce Madame Sharon to bed in order to monitor her up close. As for Fryer, then he would probably seduce Madame Sharon to bed in order to monitor her up close. As for Fryer, he had a unique air to him. It was cold and gloomy, so no matter where he went, he could catch the attention of others. How could such people make good spies? As his thoughts churned, Klein replied seriously, all right. Dunn nodded slightly and walked towards the partition. Suddenly, he paused, turned around, and hesitated before he spoke. Do you remember the tobacco merchant? What was the kidnapping about? So you don't remember anything or understood anything? Why were you acting so steady and confident? Klein facepalmed. He doesn't even remember. He's like, yeah, but we'll do it. Dude, Klein facepalmed. Based on Leonard's guidance, Klein wasn't in a hurry to tell Madame Sharon, even though he knew that she stayed on Onsa Street in the East Borough. Until you know the target's routine, you can't tell your target recklessly. Plus, monitoring alone makes it difficult to take note of everything, unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, and go home, Leonard had said. Hence, Klein followed his suggestions and found one of the Triad bosses in the Hound pub and spent £5 to get his underlings to monitor Madame Sharon and record her daily routine. Luckily, this can be reimbursed. Why does it feel like I'm contracting. On Friday afternoon, Klein received an investigation report from the Triad boss. Calling it an investigation report was an obvious insult to the professional detectives. Not one of the Triad boss's underlings were literate. They relied on the drawings and symbolisms, which was then interpreted and organized by their semi-literal bosses who had attended Sunday school for a year. Klein got a headache just from reading it and took quite a while to finish reading the report. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon seldom leaves her place recently. There aren't many guests who visit either. She might be affected by Maynard's death. Those Triad underlings are quite capable. They even gather information from Madame Sharon's maidservants. Huh? She will be attending the Conservative Party's banquets tonight. She might return home quite late, or maybe not return. This is an opportunity for me to put the theory into practice. Klein quickly decided to sneak into Madame Sharon's house and search her. These guys gonna sneak into her house? With his duties regarding the Lenevus case over, the temporary suspicion of combat training, and the end of the Quillingus incident, Klein only had 2 matters on hand. One was to investigate the Red Chimney house, and the second was following the monitor Madame Sharon. In other words, he was relatively free. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Zik's reply. There was only one sentence on the letter. I obtained the creeping hunger and recalled something. Klein had finally confirmed that it was Mr. Zik who killed Quininglis, and that it was amnesiac teacher of his who had a long life with a high sequence beyond her. However, he didn't dare ask him what he had recalled with the aid of the creeping hunger. Azik, obviously, he created the creeping hunger, or watched the creeping hunger be like a physical part of him. Azik obviously didn't want to talk about it. If he was willing to share, he would have described it directly in the letter. In Klein's reply, he only remembered Mr. Zik that the creeping hunger yearned for the flesh, blood, and soul of living humans. He had to find a safe sealing method. In addition, Justice and the Hangman had yet to pray to him, but Klein wasn't worried. He understood that both members were afraid of being monitored, so they didn't recite his name recklessly. Gas street lamps illuminating the straight Osna Street at night while the crimson moon hung high above. Klein, who had sneaked out with the clown balance and agility, leaped over the outer walls of Madame Sharon's house quietly. Passing through the garden, he arrived by the side of the house. He climbed up the water pipe and slipped onto the balcony on the 2nd floor. Klein had never even climbed a tree successfully when he was young, so it was quite a monumental event. He took out a tarot card from his pocket of his black windbreaker, slotted it into the gap of the balcony door, lifted it lightly, and unlocked the door. The servants are as careless. They didn't use any additional lock. Otherwise, I'd have to try entering by climbing through the window. Klein muttered silently and entered the house. Based on the information provided by the Triad boss, he found Madame Sharon's bedroom easily. He turned the knob and stepped into the room. He closed the door carefully and suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. It reminded him of a fragrance of a woman that caused the blood vessels of people to swell. Shut up, is it Triss? Klein felt a little faint, and he even felt his body reacting. He mainly calmed down with his congregation and made a self-deprecating comment. She's using an aphrodisiac as perfume? Okay. This is scary. Holy Triss, that's what I'm saying. Holy Triss, I need a stretch. After 6 hours. Holy Triss. So she's using an aphrodisiac as a perfume? What is she trying to do? Who's she trying to get with? I'm so confused. Didn't she just lose her husband? Oh wait, no. Oh, this is the other lady, not the wife. I'm dumb. Okay, this is a complete different person. Okay, hold up. I need a stretch. Okay, after that little stretch, we're doing more chapters. Wait, I lied. I haven't done my timestamp. Let me do my timestamp first, and then we'll do more chapters. Okay. You guys ready? Our 17th chapter. Bro, I got you. Editing is hard. I spent 5 hours editing a 2-hour-long video once. That's a lot. That's crazy, dude. It's hard. I get it. Yeah. No, I'm hitting that pause and play button, and then upload. Chapter 195 is called Lockpicking Expert Klein. Okay. Maybe he's progressing as a clown by doing that. No comment, fool. After a few seconds later, Klein activated his spirit vision and surveyed the room, only to find how extravagantly decorated Madame Sharon's room was. In a spacious area with a cloakroom that was ajar, there was a thick carpet, a blanket made with goose feathers, a makeup table stored with skin care products and a cosmetic, a dazzling array of jewelry, thin clothing, and socks thrown over the rocking chair, and multiple decorative items adorned with gold silk. All of these entered Klein's field of vision. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check out the manual now after. Just to see what it looks like, right? What attracted Klein's attention the most was an unfinished oil painting. On the painting was the naked figure of Madame Sharon herself. Oh, her brown hair like a waterfall. Her eyes like an innocent deer's. Ooh, pure and limpid. But her curved eyebrows, sharp nose, and tender lips accentuated her form as a mature female. The two qualities fused together despite the contradiction, releasing an alarming temptation. Klein only gave a cursory glance at the area under the neck for a moment. He wasn't trying to be gentlemanly. After all, he had already seen the porno, so why would he have to scrupulous over a picture? His attention had been grabbed by the pastels, palettes, and paintbrushes besides the painting, as well as a full-length silver-coated mirror. This combination and their placement relative to each other gave Klein a weird thought that the painter was Madame Sharon herself and not some artist she had seduced. A beautiful woman with a great figure, flirtatious yet innocent. I think my stream crashed. No? Okay, thank God we're good. If she forgot, I skipped a line. I skipped another line. A beautiful woman with a great figure, flirtatious yet innocent, stripping and drawing herself while looking in the mirror to chronicle her beauty. It feels a little odd. Is Madame Sharon narcissistic? Klein gulped silently and retracted his gaze. He started to search for possible evidence of her crimes. Following Leonard's and Friar's instructions, he kept his black gloves on as he searched. He had to keep the original position of everything in his memory to facilitate putting everything back after he was done. This proved easy for an advanced seer. If he forgot, he could use stream divination to recall the placement easily. Of course, he had performed a divination before. He left the house tonight. There was going to be no danger, and he would be met with relative success. There's something a good charlatan would do. If I'm already a clown, Klein lampooned himself. He spent 20 minutes searching Madame Sharon's room, but he didn't find anything noteworthy, nor did he see any light emanating spirituality. Finally, he stopped before a safe in the corner of the room. The steel safe was a metal tall, thick and heavy. It gave the impression that it was unusually sturdy, as if it could only be opened using explosives. This sure is a characteristic of the age of steam. There must be complicated machinery within the safe. Klein tried to open the safe but failed miserably. He left the safe for last. He took off his left glove and unwound the topaz dangling on his left wrist. Grabbing the silver chain and allowing the pendulum to fall, Klein dispelled the excitement of the fragrance in the room that gave him entered a state of cognition. His eyes turned dark as he chanted to himself, "There is a secret room or a hidden partition in this room. There's a secret room or hidden partition in this room." After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes regained their normal color. He looked at the dangling topaz, which was turning counterclockwise. It was a negative result. Klein nodded slightly and left Madame Sharon's room. According to the process from before, he went through the study, the living room, the greenhouse, and the other parts of the house, but he didn't find any clues of value. He didn't use dowsing rod seeking since he didn't exactly know what he was looking for. Klein took out his silver pocket watch and gave it a look. He confirmed that the time before returning Madame Sharon's bedrooms. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out the silver dagger used for rituals and release spirituality, allowing it to fuse with the powers of nature and seal the room. He was going to summon himself. He was going to go through the safe using his spirit and check the thing inside. Grandpa doesn't need to know how to lockpick, Klein proclaimed it in Mandarin. The process was simple since he was praying to himself. He didn't have to be too particular. Oh, my voice, man. I'm like slowly losing it. Klein took out a candle infused with sandalwood and ignited it to use his spirituality that was going to be his altar. I summon in my name the fool that why is he summoning himself? Why are you using a bread emoji? Unhinged provoke. What's going on? Stream okay? Okay, we're good. Now stream still up. Oh, thank goodness. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above. Oh, he's going in. He's gonna use his astral projection, right? The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated around Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality poured out from within him, gently fusing with the candle flame to become a grey palm-sized veil of light. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise, made his way through the mad ravings and into the world above the grey fog. Hydration? Yeah, no, it's important. I know. All right, once we finish the chapter. He then took 4 steps, which I read. He saw the door of summoning appear behind the seat of horror, honor, and the ancient long table. Klein was about to react when he froze. I should perform a divination to see if I can discover any clues since I am already here. Here, as well as removing any interference, my powers are also significantly boosted. Also because of where I am now, performing divination is akin to using any object Madame Sharon brings around with her every day. He sat down and conjured a fountain pen and a goatskin. What should I divine? Klein slipped into deep thought. Is there anything wrong with Madame Sharon? No, everyone makes mistakes. There would be something wrong with anyone. Is Madame Sharon involved in a crime? No, that's not a narrow enough either. As a famous socialite tied to the political sphere, it's natural that she would be associated with something dirty, yet cannot be convicted for. Also, what is the definition of a crime anyway? The law of the Lone Kingdom or the laws of the Interest Republic, or is it up to me to decide? Despite his many thoughts, Klein didn't want to delay it any further. After all, his physical body was still in the real world, thus he decided to confirm the past few divinations he did regarding the incident. He picked up the pen, and without writing, he conjured a divination statement of the goatskin before him. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. This was the divination he did when he went to Maynard's house to help the police. The answer he received last time was negative. Grabbing the silver chain, he allowed the topaz pendulum to almost touch the statement of the goatskin. Klein half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils constricted suddenly. The topaz pendulum was spinning counterclockwise. Oh wait, it was spinning clockwise, not counterclockwise. Clockwise meant a positive result. Maynard's death was really due to a supernatural influences. Klein stared at the pendulum that was slowing down. His heart churned in turmoil. My divination back then was influence disrupted. Madame Sharon is beyond her, a rather powerful beyond her. Or is there someone backing her, having helped in planning Maynard's death? Did they want to remove a powerful opponent to the seat of mayor, to remove a future House of Commons members of Parliament from the new party? Many thoughts raced through his mind as Klein wrote a new divination statement. Madame Sharon is beyond her. He recited the statement 7 times, still using the pendulum technique. Klein used the location he was at, as well as the information he knew regarding Madame Sharon's, to complete the divination. He saw an answer. The answer was clockwise. Oh, so she is. The answer was the clockwise rotation of the topaz pendulum. The answer was yes. Madame Sharon is beyond her. Klein's nerves tense. He didn't delay any further, immediately answering his own prayer and pushed open the mysterious door. After the moment of chaos and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon's bedroom and himself. Klein floated to the front of the heavy safe and extended his right hand. He carefully extended his hand into the safe. As Madame Sharon was beyond her, he had to be wary of traps in the safe. In such a state where his soul was infused with the powers of mysterious space and his spirituality, Klein no longer needed divination. He would receive a warning when he was approaching something dangerous. A large portion of divination was obtaining revelations by allowing one's astral projection to roam in spirituality world. In other words, it was derived from one's spirituality. Klein didn't notice anything unusual when his nearly transparent hand made it through the thick metal door. Oh, he's gonna be able to pull it out. Bible man, we are going strong, man. We are locked in right now. After sweeping his hand, he leaned forward, plunging his entire spirit into the safe. He saw that the inside of the safe was split into 3 sections. The first was filled with gold bars, thick stacks of cash, and even more precious jewelry. Another layer had sealed documents. Klein blew on them, but he didn't manage to flip them open to look at the contents. Yes, I'll have to try again with Mr. Azik's copper whistle. Klein had experimented with it previously when he enveloped the flaring sun charms or Azik's copper whilst with his spirit, both of the items able to make it through the obstacles as if becoming illusionary items themselves. The bottommost layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo. I thought it said potato. I thought it said the bot. I thought it said potato. It's a photo. Oh my god, I lost my place. Oh my god. I lost my place. Klein didn't notice anything unusual when he nearly transparent hand made it way through the thick metal. Oh my god, I lost my place. This deep in. Yes, I'll have to try again with Mr. Zik's copper whistle. Klein had experimented with it previously. When he enveloped the flaring sun charm or Azik's copper whistle with his spirit, both the items were able to make it through the obstacles as if becoming illusionary items themselves. The bottommost layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo there. This potato. On the photo was a suave young man. Right? Madame Sharon's past lover. Were they forcibly broken apart and Madame Sharon having no choice but to marry the old baron, and thus embarked on the path of debauchery by entering the beds of multiple men, but deep in her heart she still harbors pure space. Every night when it's quiet, she takes out this photo and strokes it with tears on her face. Klein instantly imagined the plot of a great romantic tragedy. But the more he looked at it, the more something seemed amiss. The young man in the photo seemed perhaps a little too much like Madame Sharon. Wait. Oh, she drank the witch potion. She drank the witch potion. Perhaps a little too much like Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's brother. She's a beyonder. Fuck. Could she also be... Oh. Could she also be of the Demoness pathway, the same as Instigator Trissy? Oh, snap. Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration which scared him. Could the reason Trissy stayed in Tigan this long be because her partner was here? Klein... Oh, I almost disconnected the power. Oh my god, the whole VOD would have been corrupted. Smash? Holy Triss. Smash. Sign me up. Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration which scared himself. Could the reason Trissy stayed in Tigan this long be because her partner was here? Klein observed the photo closely, realizing that the young man looked remarkably like Madame Sharon. His nearly transparent face grimaced in pain. He could no longer view that porno the same way as before. Collecting himself, Klein felt for the corners of the safe to see if they hid anything. Even though he couldn't pick up any papers in his current state, passing through objects was a different feeling from passing through the air. The feeling was also different when passing through objects of different densities. In his search, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the side of the safe facing the wall, a hidden compartment. Oh my god, we're almost done with the chapter. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein made his way inside. When entered his field of vision were ointments, frankincense, powdered herbs, and other objects. The centerpiece was a statue of a god that took the form of a skeleton. The statue was about the size of a palm. Oh, this is the same one Triss had. The statue was about the size of a palm and probably of a beautiful girl. It had long hair all the way to its heels. That assumed as like the Demoness goddess. Each strand of hair was thick and clear like a venomous snake. Situated at the tip of every strand of her hair was an eye, some closed, others open. Yeah, is the same one. The same one Trissy had. Klein was shocked. He caught a whiff of an evil scent and hurried out of the hidden compartment. He now understood why his divination for any secret rooms or partition in the room had failed. Okay. That's crazy. Okay. Primordial. Thank you, Primordial Demoness. Update top left. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was mentioned in chapter 180. Man, we are going strong, and there's 40 of you guys here right now. I'm losing my voice, but we're still going. So now we learned is not only Trissy, that's part of the Demoness sect, but now we have Lady Sharon? I already forgot her name. Ain't no way I forgot her name already. We're on chapter 196. When Klein first used divination in the real world to see if death of the... Oh my god, let me reread that. When Klein first used divination in the real world to see if the death of the combustor... I like the way you worded it. Was murder or not, it said that it was not a murder. But when Klein did it in the Grey Fog, it was murder, basically. So, it's basically amplifying it, no? Right? Yes? When he does it in the... Wow, I am losing my voice. But you know what? Yes, we're going to take a quick water break. Then we will continue. All right, do it with me, guys. Shake it out, shake it out. Get excited. Get excited. Chapter 196 is called Spirit Medium Mirror. Klein rushed... I'm going to use a low voice right now. Just to kind of start saving my voice. That way I don't go completely crazy and just lose my voice. Klein rushed out of a head... I'm already reading wrong. Klein rushed out of the heavy safe and retreat. Did someone say attic? Just one more chapter. Klein rushed out of the heavy safe and retreat. Only when he realized that everything seemed fine that he calmed down. The white bone statue is creepy, although it isn't dangerous. It gives me the creeps. Could it be the so-called primordial Demoness, an evil god like the hidden sage, the dark side of the universe, or the true creator? Klein recalled his hunches about Madame Sharon, and he suddenly understood what existence the white bone statue might represent. Just as he thought, his spirituality stirred as an anonymous premonition gripped him. Klein quickly flew next to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside. He saw a carriage driving towards the front gate under the light of the gas street lamps. Madame Sharon is back. There was a tug at his heartstrings, and he finally understood the source of his ominous premonition. Taking into consideration that Trissy only became a woman after Sequence 8 instigator, Madame Sharon was most likely a Sequence 7, since Madame Sharon has been active in Tingan social circles for many years. She was most likely much stronger than Trissy. Klein didn't dare to take the risk of relying on his flaring sun charm. Oh, stop. Is she here? Azik's copper whistle. Instead, he made the wise decision to leave. He had a limited number of charms. Plus, he didn't know when he would be able to get the sealed artifact mutated sun secret emblem out again. Hence, if it wasn't a desperate situation, Klein didn't want to waste his most powerful charms. He would also have to issue an explaining of himself if he were to use it. I just can't tell DUNN that a kind of expert had happened to pass by and help me, right? As for why he didn't want to use Azik's copper whistle, it was because Klein wasn't sure if the messenger that was summoned had the ability to fight. What if he just looked strong but only knew how to send letters? With what I discovered earlier, it should be sufficient for the Nighthawk squad to take action. Why should I fight against Madame Sharon alone? We can totally gank her. They play League. Cuttlefish plays League of Legends. We can totally gank her. Klein empathized inwardly and ended his summoning. With a whoosh, he returned to the world above the Grey Fog. He then quickly wrapped himself in spirituality and stimulated a rapid descent to the return to his body in reality. He quickly put out the flame and put away the candle. He removed the wall of spirituality and left Madame Sharon's bedroom. He took the same path back, but he didn't have time to rest the bolt on the balcony door. Slide down the water pipe. Klein climbed over the wall with the wide opposite entrance of the house. He remained hidden until he reached the neighboring street. Then he hired the expensive night carriage to Zotland Street. Madame Sharon, who looked beautiful in her black dress, slowly walked to the second floor. She dismissed her maidservants and opened the door to her bedroom. Her pure, clear eyes suddenly concentrated and reflected fine threads that were almost transparent and unnoticeable. They didn't possess the luster and spirituality. They were like human hair that were pathologically changed. Shut up. We're at 997. We're so close. Get the mic closer. Is this good? If one didn't already know their existence or have a pair of very special eyes, they wouldn't notice the strands. All those fine threads had torn and fallen to the ground. Madame Sharon squinted her eyes and directed her focus onto the thick gray metal safe. 36 Zotland Street, the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn was reading the newspaper casually with his legs crossed. He looked at Klein, who appeared before his office door with a strange expression. He sat and said, "Weren't you supposed to slip into Madame Sharon's house to do an initial search? Did you encounter some sort of problem?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the Demoness sect." A member of the Demoness sect. Dunn lowered the newspaper and ruminated over the words. He then asked seriously, "What did you discover?" Klein didn't sit down. He leaned his body forward and supported his weight with his hands holding the edge of the work desk. First, they found a photo. There was a young man in the photo, but he looked very much like Madame Sharon. If he were to change into female clothes, put on makeup, and Photoshop the picture a little. Did he tell him Photoshop? Oh, he's probably seen that in his head. We might just hit 1K this stream. Oh my god. He will look exactly like Madame Sharon. Klein held back his urge to lampoon. Similarly to instigator Trissy, Dunn's eyes sparkled as he was enlightened. They had previously predicted that Trissy was most likely a member of the Demoness sect. Yes, Klein nodded with mixtures of emotions as he continued. I used divination to discover that Madame Sharon had a white bone statue in a hidden compartment in her safe. It's of an extremely beautiful woman, but her hair is very long to her ankles. Every single strand is thick as a venomous snake. On the tips, there were eyes. They looked rather creepy. Captain, is that the image of the primordial Demoness? As his security clearance was insufficient, the information about the Demoness sect that he could read was very limited. Wow, I can't read. Damn. Dunn recalled and nodded with a serious expression and said, "That's the image of the Let me read this. As his security clearance was insufficient, the information about the Demoness sect that he could read was very limited." Dunn recalled and nodded with a serious expression and said, "That's the image of the primordial Demoness. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon." Oh my god, so she's the fight? Oh my god. It's a Demoness sect fight. Klein, oh, maybe Triss joins in. Maybe it's Madame Sharon and Trissy. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon. Klein immediately agreed and said, "If Madame Sharon is the mid-sequence beyond from the Demoness sect, I have to assume that she'll be able to tell that someone had sneaked into her bedroom." Then he suddenly felt puzzled as he blurted, "Captain, why do the 7 Orthodox gods only have symbols without any actual image? Why do the 7 Orthodox gods only have symbols without any actual images, while the evil gods that I'm currently aware of have anthropomorphic appearances? The true creator and the primordial Demoness are examples. Is this one of the difference between Orthodox gods and evil gods? Why would there be such a difference?" Klein added inwardly, but he wisely didn't say it out loud. That's one of the difference between Orthodox gods and evil gods." Dunn gave a reassuring answer. Then he got up and walked towards the clothes rack. He said, "Let's not delay any further. I'm worried that Madame Sharon will run away." Dunn paused. "Go upstairs to get Keenly. With 3 of us taking action together, we can apply for sealed artifact. Madame Sharon is very likely higher than sequence 7 beyond her." "Captain, you're so wise." Klein answered without hesitation. "All right." Then he asked curiously, "Captain, which sealed artifact are you going to use?" Dunn weighed his words before he answered. 30217. As there were many sealed artifacts behind Tikkun City's Chandler's Gate, Klein quickly remembered what Captain wanted to use. Number 0217. Name: Spirit Medium's Mirror. Danger grade 3. Considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be requested for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification: official Nighthawk members or above. Sealed method: store in absolute darkness. Description: the back of the mirror is plated in mercury. The front of the mirror has 3 minor cracks. The very first investigator that looked into the mirror saw a sobbing girl with long hair. Then he... Oh, just like what Melissa's friend saw. Or she saw like an evil version, right, of her? Then he discovered that the girl climbing out of the mirror... Oh, hell no. Get that exorcist stuff out of here. Or the Grudge. From many experiments with the artifact, the image that reflected in the mirror is different for most of the time. Even if the same person uses it repeatedly, they would encounter different things of varying dangers levels, but they would prioritize dealing with the person who looked at the mirror first. The most dangerous situation is to see if oneself in the mirror. If no one looks at the mirror under the prerequisite of there being light, an image would surface automatically every 3 hours. It doesn't possess any living traits. Remark: the mirror originally belongs to a spirit medium. It was a very ordinary mirror until one day the spirit medium committed suicide when looking at it. Oh snap. The Grudge? Oh hell, That movie creeped me out as a kid, man. Yeah, that messed me up. And what was the other one? 7 Days or something like that? The Grudge? And there's another one. Wait, no. Same thing. Right? The Grudge, you have 7 days? I'm dumb. I was thinking of something else. Indeed, I skipped a line. I lied. Indeed, that there aren't many sealed artifacts behind China's Gate that can be used in a Beyonder battle. 30217 is a good choice. Klein didn't speak further as he merely ran to the Nighthawk's recreation room to get sleepless keenly. That night was Royale's turn to be put on duty at China's Gate. Leonard was off duty, Secretron was patrolling the airs like Raphael Cemetery, and the new member would only arrive on Sunday. Hence, Dunn could only pick from Friar and Keenly, taking into consideration that Madame Sharon was from the Demoness sect and had little to do with dead spirits. He opted for the latter. After a few minutes, Dunn returned from the basement. He held the mirror that was tightly wrapped in a thick black cloth. Frankly speaking, if I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't be able to tell that it's a mirror. None of it is exposed. Client went forward from the petite size Keenly. You're in charge of using sealed artifact 30217. Dunn passed the mirror to Keenly. Upon seeing that, Klein suddenly realized that he was a sequence 8 Beyonder, and that he possessed the ability to fight head on. He couldn't just hide by the side of support. Man, I'm a little nervous. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. He touched the slumber charms in his pocket and made sure that he was well prepared. The only problem is that in order to make it easier to climb, I'm not bringing my cane. Huh? I can borrow Keenly's. He has the mirror in one hand and a gun in another hand. That should be sufficient. Amidst Klein's thoughts, the trio arrived downstairs and took a carriage to Osna Street. We're at 40 likes? Dude, that is so cool. Thank you guys. That's so awesome. Thank you. We're almost at 7 hours live. Wow. On their way there, Keenly looked at Seal Artifact 30217 in his hand. He sighs from tension. This is the first time I've been involved in such a dangerous operation. Normally, the Nighthawks wouldn't use any sealed artifacts to deal with Beyonder incidents. When they went to Morristown, they had applied for the mutated Sunseeker emblem for preventive purposes. Given how far away Morse... I know, we're so close. Shut up. No, we're not. Stop it. I know, we're 3 away, dude. We're 3 away. That is so cool. When they went to Morristown, they had applied for mutated Sunseeker emblem for preventive purposes. Given how far away Morristown was, it would have taken back on some time to arrive. If they were needed this time, they were almost certain. I got stretched. They were almost certain that their target was a mid-sequence Beyonder. Don't worry, perhaps Madame Sharon has already fled. Klein replied with a smile. Honestly, he was just as tense as Keenly. Dunn's eyes turned and looked at him helplessly. Let's try not to let Madame Sharon escape. About 20 minutes later, the 3 Nighthawks arrived at Osna Street. They saw the garden and Madame Sharon's house in the darkness. The house lay in silence as though nothing had happened. Klein took out the pendulum and his left sleeve and made a quick divination. There's danger inside, there's danger inside. Oh, I remember this. It's like the harbor fight. Yeah. Oh, shit. What's closing in? Oh, my God. Okay, sounds like we gotta change the track. There's danger inside, there's danger inside. After he recited the statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant swinging clockwise. The amplitude and speed were considered medium level. It meant that there was danger in there. Not very high, but it wasn't very low either. Oh my God. We gotta change the track. Yeah, we gotta change the track. Okay, okay. My voice is so raspy, dude. I don't know if you guys can tell. Update the top left and timestamps. I got you guys. I got you. We're updating this. And then we keep reading. I gotta change the song though. Because you know there's a fight coming up. I'm already playing this. You know it's going down. Everybody knows what's about to happen. Everybody knows what's about to happen. Okay, here we go. There's danger in there. Not very high, but it isn't very low either. This means that Madame Sharon is in the building. She hasn't fled yet. Klein froze for a moment, quickly realizing that the reason he had entered a unique state of summoning himself to inspect the safe, he hadn't forcibly broken the lock when he was inspecting the secret compartment. Nor did he activate any traps, thus Madame Sharon wouldn't have discovered that her secret had been exposed. She would only think that there was a break-in or some private investigator was checking in on her, not to no avail. In such a situation, it was logical that she would continue to stay home. It made logical sense. To lose composure from a tiny matter and overreact wasn't the Madame Sharon who Klein had come to understand. She was a calm socialite who was capable of acting afraid and pitiful, as well as a Beyonder member of the Demoness sect who had kept her identity hidden for so many years. If the telephone had been invented, Madame Sharon definitely would have called one of her lovers and complained about the security in Tingen, whilst hinting that it was Madame Maynard. Klein began imagining a melodramatic plot. He told Dunn and Kinley the results of the divination as well as his guess. That's the most reasonable deduction. Dunn pressed down on his hat as he looked at the second floor of Madame Sharon's apartment. There's no need for us to rush in. Why? Kinley, who was holding Sword Artifact 30217, instinctively asked. He was filled with fear towards the spirit medium mirror in his hands. He was afraid that some unexpected event would arise from the sealed artifact. Dunn wore his black gloves and looked at Klein. Do you still remember what happened when we tried to capture Instigator Trissy? I remember. Klein replied after some thought. She seemed to be able to detect our presence and made the necessary responses, which resulted in her successful escape. I also remember suggesting the use of bombarding the house when the captain asked me. Oh, yeah, you're right. Bye, you'll take over? Oh, no way, who's heading out? Who's heading out? Oh, bye, SSDV. Yeah, dude, take care. Thank you for staying with us for so long, dude. Yeah, no, I'm sorry we're still going. Dunn looked at the Crimson Moon. Wait. I also remember suggesting the use of bombarding the house when the captain asked me. We're at 998. We're 2 away. Thank you, guys. Oh, my God. Thank you. I also remember suggesting the use of bombarding the house when the captain asked me how I would deal with the situation. That was the safest, most surefire method, but not this time. We can't use it here, as there are many innocent maids in the Madame Sharon's house. If we notified them in advance and got them to evacuate, that would definitely catch Madame Sharon's attention. According to Leonard, Trissy could turn invisible. We have to assume that Madame Sharon has the ability to. Klein connected the dots at once, and then looked at the crimson moon and sky and said, "Good, your answer is very good. You're rather intuitive in such situations. We cannot approach recklessly and end up alarming Madame Sharon. I'll try dragging her into a dream from a distance. If I'm successful, you and Killing will go and capture her. Well, you can make the decision on whether to kill her or not. Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is of utmost importance. Captain, your line of thought is always so clear at such critical moments. I was just waiting for you to say that." Klein praised in his heart. Over the months, Klein had grasped most of the unique traits of the different Beyonder powers of his partners when he was casually chatting with Dunn, Leonard Fryer, and the rest. Amongst those, Dunn Smith, who was a nightmare, could freely enter the dreams of a sleeping person, even though he was at home or at Blackstone Security Company. But how he did it was a secret. of his own sequence, as Klein didn't ask about it too deeply. The ability to drag someone into a dream had a limited range, and it was normally used during direct confrontations. But Klein had once heard the captain say the ability also had a certain effect when used within 100 meters radius. But he needed time to complete the process. He couldn't do it instantly, for the process was similar to coaxing a child to sleep. At this moment, Dunn was going to drag the distant Madame Sharon into a sleep state a little at a time. After completing the first stage of the restraint, he was going to create the most opportunistic condition for Klein and Kinley. Alright, Kinley was also rather accepting of the captain's plan. Without any more chatter, Dunn leaned on the corner of the wall and shut his eyes. He put his hands together and lowered his hand. His black windbreaker and silk hat blended into the night. In the opulent bedroom, Madame Sharon was leaning on the comfortable rocking chair, completely naked. Wait, we gotta reread that. Madame Sharon was leaning on her comfortable rocking chair. Why is she naked? Completely naked? Her fair and excellent figure was completely exposed. She sometimes turned her head towards the full-length mirror to admire her charming self. As she looked at her face with flush red as tears rolled in her eyes, her expression emitted strange tenderness amidst her stupor. The skeletal statue of the goddess was sitting on the table beside her. The thick strands of hair seemed gentle under the warm pink light. Slowly, the frequency in which Madame Sharon looked into the mirror decreased. Bit by bit, her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Oh, so it's working. Oh, snap. Yeah, no, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, it's okay, dude. No, yeah, thank you for joining for so long. Yeah, no, thank you, dude. Thank you. Bit by bit, her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Seconds turned into minutes when Klein suddenly recalled something. How was the captain going to notify Kinley and himself after he successfully dragged Madame Sharon into a dream? Madame Sharon would wake up if Captain left his nightmare state, and she would notice that something was off. I wonder if Captain is capable of giving hand signs while dreaming at the same time. Klein looked at the word keenly, pacing around, and intended to discuss this with him in order to distract him. At that moment, his mind turned. And let me find my place, because I'm lost. At that moment, his mind turned into a blur. He saw a giant crimson moon, as well as the Captain DUNN Smith with his black windbreaker under the moon. There was also the short Keenly, his expression dazed. Keenly realized that he too was dreaming. I've been dragged into a dream by Captain, so that's how he was going to notify us. He wanted to facepalm himself, but couldn't only maintain his trance-like state while saying muddled-headedly, Captain. Then nodded slightly and said, Madam Sharon has entered a dream. You can take action now. He then empathized. Remember to be careful and don't be too reckless. We would rather miss the opportunity than take unwarranted risks. Yes, sir. Dude, we are on 196. I lied. We never updated our chapter. We're on 197. Uh-oh. I lied. We were on 197. I never... Yeah, wait. No, yeah. It was actually... I never... No one reminded me, and I forgot. Snap. We would rather miss the opportunity than take unwarranted risks. Just as he finished his sentence, the world before Klein shattered. His eyes reflected Dunn Smith again. He was still at the corner of the wall, looking down with his hands clenched tightly into fists. On the other side, Keenly, who had stopped pacing about, also opened his eyes. The duo exchanged looks and nodded. Both of them entered a state to execute their operation. Even though this was the first time Keenly was participating in a relatively dangerous mission, he was still more experienced than Klein. He had attended many official missions, so he quickly adjusted his mental state, becoming calm and sharp. Of course, it could also be attributed to the augmentation the knight had on a sleepless. Oh, I gotta be careful so I don't unplug the power. This was also one of the reasons Dunn had chosen Keenly over Farrar for his operation. Let's go. As a sequence 8, Klein took on the role of the leader, signaling for his partner to follow. Keenly didn't object. He gripped tightly, wrapping the mirrors and softened his footsteps as he followed. Klein led him to the place where he scaled the walls previously. He grabbed onto the create. Oh my god. He grabbed onto the crevices of the wall, made it to the top of the wall with little effort. He maintained his ridiculous sense of balance and turned around, bending down and grabbing the spirit medium mirror Keenly had tossed over. So he threw it and he caught it. Damn. Indeed, any item that requires sealing has some malefic side to it. Keenly internally muttered to himself wistfully as he watched Keenly scale the wall. In order to facilitate movement, Keenly had placed his cane beside Dunn. Klein didn't dwell on the matter. After making their way through the garden to the side of the building, he climbed the pipe up the balcony of the second floor just as he did before. He then hung naturally from his feet, allowing his body to fall. Once again, taking sealed artifact 30271, Keenly looked at him puzzled. Immediately he nodded, his head in enlightenment. At that moment, Klein was shocked. There's no way the track ended. Let me find my place. Keenly looked at him puzzled, but immediately he nodded, his head in enlightenment. At that moment, Klein was shocked by his own actions. He exerted a force using his waist, and with support of his left hand, he easily flipped over. What happened just now? Why did I move like that? It felt so natural. Is that an ability of the clown? Wait, what? At that moment, Klein was shocked by his own actions. He exerted a force using his waist, and with the support of his left hand, he easily flipped over. What happened just now? Why did I move like that? It felt so natural. Is that an ability of the clown? He thought back and felt that he was able to better display the unique characteristics of a clown in actual practice. After waiting for Keenly to easily make his way up, Klein handed the spirit medium mirror back to him before pulling open the unlocked door of the balcony. Keenly carefully pulled away the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact 302171. He pointed the object mirror side by side, reflecting the tiles on the ground. One of the rules of the spirit medium mirror was not to use it on yourself or your partners. After pulling away the black cloth, Keenly took out his revolver and followed behind Klein. They made their way past the corridor towards Madam Sharon's bedroom. Their footsteps light. Klein wielded his readied revolver, and while activating his spirit vision, he reached. I know we're so close to 1,000, dude. We're so close. Dude, we're so close. After putting away the black cloth, Klein took out his revolver and followed behind Klein. They made their way past the corridor towards Madame Sharon's bedroom. Their footsteps lights. Klein wielded his readied revolver, and while activating his spirit vision, he reached out for the door, handed over with his left hand. He didn't dare to care less since his divination told him that there would be danger present. The reason why he didn't make another quick divination was that he knew the presence of the primordial Demoness statue in the room. At the distance, his divination would definitely be interrupted.
he knew that there was no way for him to get a clear answer without relying on the gray fog's obstruction. Oh, he can't use it. Furthermore, with Keenly beside him, there was no way for him to enter the mysterious space. Oh my god, I'm getting scared. Oh my god. After pushing open the door, we entered Klein and Keenly field of vision was warm light from the gas lamp. Then they saw Madame Sharon slumped over her chair as well as her alluring body. However, Madame Sharon wasn't asleep. She was reclining in her chair with a faint smile across her mouth, looking straight at her two visitors. Instinctively, Klein flipped his palm and pointed the spirit meter mirror at Madame Sharon. Klein first froze, then exclaimed, "No." He clearly remembered that there was a full-length mirror on the other side of the chair, but it wasn't there now. The spirit meter mirror had locked onto Madame Sharon in just a second. But that image of Madame Sharon became blurred before turning into a full-length mirror. Klein looked at himself in the mirror and also sealed artifact 30271, reflecting his own image. Oh no. Did it backfire him? A figure instantly appeared within the spirit medium mirror. It was an expressionless, sinister image of Keenly himself. Klein felt his limbs turn rigid as if he had been entangled by invisible threads. An elegant figure appeared beside the full-length mirror. It was Madame Sharon wearing a nightgown. She glanced at the two intruders and chuckled. If it wasn't for the fact that the statue happened to be beside me, I should be deep asleep now, waiting for you to wake me up with a kiss. At that moment, Klein suddenly shouted a simple term in ancient Hermes, crimson. He had no idea when he dug him... Wait, he had no idea when he dug his left palm into his pocket. He definitely flicked his fingers and tossed out a slumber charm. Alright, let's go, dude. Oh, 7 hours, nice. He's already at the 190 Azik's peak moment. I know, dude. We've been reading so much, but we gotta keep going, dude. Keenly was... So, Key was holding the mirror, right? Yo! We hit 1,000! Wait, no way. Look, I never had my aspect ratio ready for 1,000. Dude! No fucking way. Dude, really? Guys, look at that. Look at, we did it. We fucking did it. We hit 1,000. Dude, we're still going up. What? Nah, really, guys? Yo, we fucking did it. I'm gonna cry. We did it, dude. Let's go. Now we want the dress. Wait, come on. Wait, hold up. Yeah, we did it. Oh my god, we did it. I am the 1,000 sub easy win. Oh gee, I am the 1,000 sub easy win. Easy win, dude. Oh my god, we did it. So have you worn blonde wigs before? No, I have not. Dude, yeah, no shit. No, don't spoil it that it was an alt count. No, don't spoil it, OG. No. Oh, GG, dude. That is so cool. Thank you guys so much. We hit 1,000. Oh my god. Dude, I'm kind of lost for words right now. Thank you. Who unsubscribed? How could you? How could you do this to me? This is so cool, dude. Thank you guys. No, for reals. That means a lot. I want you guys to know that this means a lot. Update the left chapter and time step now. Yeah, no, we gotta update it. Oh, that is so cool. Okay, now let's update it. I don't care. Oh, dude, that is cool. Are you guys ready? Chapter 198 is called Appropriating. I have ad blocks, so I have no problem with that. That's funny as hell. Oh, man. Chapter 198 is called Appropriating Uniqueness. The silver charm suddenly turned ice cold, just like the crystal coat with layers of frost. Let me reread that. After hitting 1,000 subs, dude, that is so cool. The silver charm suddenly turned ice cold, just like a crystal coat with layers of frost. Klein shivered and suddenly became more alert. His fear of agitation temporarily froze. He quickly injected his spirituality into the charm and pushed the thin silver piece out of the pocket with his finger grip, causing it to drop to his feet.
A crimson flame appeared in the ear, and the sound of light continuing explosions echoed in the room. A serene and deep feeling instantly emanated and engulfed most of the bedroom, including Madame Sharon, sleepless, keenly, and also Klein himself. Oh no, man. The slumber charm was an item that didn't distinguish between the enemy and the caster. In most situations, using it meant throwing it at the enemy. That way, the caster would only be affected by the redmint shock waves, but do not to the extent of failing to resist the temptation of falling into a deep sleep. But Klein's arms were entangled by countless invisible threads. He couldn't throw the charm, so he could only exchange Madame Sharon's slumber with it. But he had long considered such a situation that was prepared. This was because his body was unique, a uniqueness that was unlike most low sequence beyonders. In that instant, Klein eyelids closed and entered into a deep sleep normally. While Madame Sharon and Keenly also appeared to slow down, Keenly quickly realized that he was in a dream, and rationality knew that he was sleeping. Whenever anything related to the dream invasion or similar hypnotic effects were used on him, he can still remain conscious. He had discovered this when he was dealing with Dunn's nightmare powers, as well as when Dali was channeling his spirit, Kacha. Klein tore out of the dream forcibly and woke... By force? Klein tore out of the dream forcibly and woke up. He felt the countless threads of binding his arms, the legs, and body loosen. As for Madame Sharon, she was a vacant look, as though she was going to shake off the effect of the slumber charm, but had yet to wake up entirely. Keenly was on the ground with the spirit medium mirror flipped upside down nearby. While his revolver had been flung to the door, an opportunity, Klein seized the moment while the fine threads loosened. He took out his left hand and snapped his fingers. He lit up a faint blue spiritual flame and burned the countless fine threads before him. At the same time, he picked up his revolver with his right hand and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang. The two silver demon honey bullets tore through the barrel and fired towards Madame Sharon. Klein didn't confirm the outcome, but bent his knees, exerted strength in his waist, and leaped over to Keenly. Simultaneously, he broke the fine string that were tied around his body. His earlier shots were mainly to inform the captain that something unexpected had happened. They were already fighting and were in need of assistance. Of course, if he could shoot Madame Sharon directly, that'd be the best outcome. However, Klein didn't believe a sequence 7 or 6 beyonder could be taken care of so easily. There were faint blue flames twirling in the air, dancing across the fine threads in the room. In such a dreamy scenery, the two silver demon hunting bullets struck Madame Sharon's bodily. Ka-cha-ka-cha. Madame Sharon was in the translucent sleeping robe, and her indistinct body shattered like the crimson moon's reflection in a lake. Oh, that's the same thing that happened with the clown. Basically, like when you know you are dreaming, you can force yourself awake. Oh, but Klein never did that with DUNN, because then DUNN would have realized, like, oh, he knows. Dude, we're at 1,003 subs. Thank you, guys. That is so cool. Thank you. The full body mirror next to her cracked into pieces, and most of... Wait. Madame Sharon was in her translucent sleeping robe, and her indistinct body shattered like a crimson moon's reflection in a lake. The full body mirror next to her cracked into pieces, and most of them shattered into about thumbnail-sized chunks, while a small amount remained on the frame. They also resembled palms, strangely shaped palms, a substitute, beyond the power of the Demoness sequence. The corner of Klein's eye swept over as it already rolled next to Keenly. Since the fine strings were all broken by his movement, the faint blue flames didn't spread. At that moment, Madame Sharon had vanished by the sleeping. Keenly lifted his hands, gripped his neck so tightly that his saliva began flowing out of his tongue protruded, but he didn't seem like he was going to sleep. But in Klein's spirit vision, there weren't any abnormal things around. He suddenly recalled the description of sealed artifact 30271. The most dangerous situation is when you see yourself. Could it be that Keenly saw his own reflection in sleep artifact 30271 through the full body mirror? Klein speculated. He quickly took out another silver charm without having the luxury of time to think about it. It was a triangular shaped item, a requiem charm, crimson. Klein said the ancient Hermes word while he instilled his spirituality into the charm and threw it out. Then he pressed down his left hand and grabbed the spirit medium mirror. He used the corner of his eyes to determine the sealed artifact was facing downward so it wouldn't reflect himself. The triangular silver charm ignited into icy blue flames. The gentle serene darkness blanketed Keenly and affected Klein himself. The nervous emotions dispersed in that instant. Keenly relaxed his hands on his throat while Klein felt that he was standing before the oriel window at home, overlooking the quiet streets. His physical and mental state were at peace. That was exactly what Klein wanted. At that very moment, he entered the extremely serene state. He appeared to be the only person left in the entire world with nothing else in existence. With a sense of calmness, he suddenly had a gut feeling in his mind. Madame Sharon is about to attack my right waist. How does he know that? Yo, we're still going, Randy. We're still going, Randy. Oh my god, I know we're still going. These guys gaslit me into streaming for 7 hours. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. We're going strong. Madame Sharon is about to attack my right waist. That was the foresight ability of a crown in battle. Crown. That was the foresight. Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. He can. It's like auto divination. That was the foresight ability of a clown in battle. Without any hesitation, Klein lifted the spirit medium mirror and rolled to his left. Just as he moved, the dagger burning and dark flames pierced the spot where he had stood earlier. Madame Sharon's figure was outlined once again. As he rolled, Klein suddenly lifted the spirit medium mirror and pointed at the mirror herself. Auto divination. That's how you know. Yeah, auto divination. I think I got 13. I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not got 13 more hours. We didn't. We told you to stop like 3 hours ago. That is true. You guys also told me to stop. Holy hell. I was gone for 1 day and you sped around 20 chapters. Yo, low-key Zen. I was planning to read like 5 chapters today. I was planning to read for an hour, just sit back, play some video games. But we kind of locked in. Yeah, his seer intuition enhanced with his serene state and his clown potion. What? No, you're crazy. We never encourage this. Gaslighting. What is that? You're losing your mind? Yeah, we are. We are. Just a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so hype, dude. Madame Sharon figure was outlined once again. As he rode, Klein suddenly lifted the spirit medium mirror, pointed at Madame Sharon. Besides saving his teammate, his main goal when he got close to Keenly was to pick up the sealed artifact. Otherwise, he didn't believe that anything good would come out of waiting for the captain's reinforcements while being next to Madame Sharon. Oh, he's gonna use it. The flaring sun charm could be used to fight against a Beyonder, but the effect wouldn't be as significant as if it was used against a dead spirit. What? Oh, because it purifies the dead. Plus, the other person wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to use the charm. If it really didn't work, Klein could only take the risk and use Azik's copper whistle. Regarding how he would explain it, he would think about it after he managed to stay alive. However, things developed better than Klein had predicted. Madame Sharon opted for assassination. She didn't interrupt his use of the Requiem charm and the spirit medium mirror. Therefore, Klein had instantly formulated a simple plan. He didn't avoid the repercussions of the Requiem charm, but he relied on it to enhance his foresight ability as a clown. Then he seized the opportunity to dodge the attack while he used the spirit medium mirror to reflect the enemy. When Madame Sharon missed her strike, she immediately wanted to chase after her agile opponent, who was rolling away. She suddenly saw a mirror in her 3 cracks. Oh, I read in her 3 cracks. She saw a mirror with 3 cracks. I don't know why I felt it so funny, dude. Oh man, I saw your username. Gaslighting just means the lighting Klein had to pay for at the beginning. Yeah. The surface of the mirror rippled and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, hanging low and blocking her face. Klein left hand shook and the spirit medium mirror glided on the carpet for a dozen centimeters with the front facing upwards. A pale hand extended out of the mirror and a woman in white bedsheet-like dress climbed out of the mirror. This is literally The Grudge. Yo, pause. Ayo, pause. Ayo. Oh, shit. Like, ayo, wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, snap. Front back and top username. I'm crying for completely different reasons. Oh, I misread that. I can't even read anymore. A pale hand extended out of the mirror and a woman. There's 43 of you guys watching me here make a crack joke. Klein dodge rolling bros corrupted. A pale hand extended out of the mirror and a woman in white bedsheet-like dress climbed. Wait, I need to reread this again. A pale hand extended out of the mirror and a woman in white bedsheet-like dress climbed out of the mirror quickly and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression became gloomy. There was a layer of darkness above her innocent brown eyes. Her surrounding ignited with 7 black flames. With a whoosh, I'm a little tired, a little bit, but that was the laugh got me a little bit more tired. With a whoosh, a black flame flew out and hit the woman in the white dress. Whoosh. The woman caught on fire and wailed in pain. Very soon she vanished into thin air. Swoosh, swoosh, or su. The black flames flew at Klein one after another like bullets. Klein's pupils constricted as he quickly rolled away. He didn't dare stay in that spot, however. His action of rolling gradually became slower because there seemed to be fine threads entangling him away. They slowed him down and affected his motion. It seemed like the nemesis of the clown's combat abilities. The black flames flew past Klein's face and fell onto Madame Sharon's bed. However, it didn't burn. Seemingly effective on items with life or spirituality, Klein had yet to feel rejoice over his successful dodge when another premonition flashed through his head. He twisted his spine and changed his forward flip into a side roll. A transparent ice crystal suddenly appeared like a sphere and stepped into the carpet where Klein had originally intended to land. The white frost expanded and extracted Klein, whose actions were affected by fine threads. He suddenly shivered as his body became stiff. Although he could still move, he was much slower. Madame Sharon had black flames surrounding her again, and there was a transparent ice spear that condensed in her hands. Klein didn't hesitate any further as he shoved his hand into the pocket and grabbed Azik's copper whistle. Heh. Just then, keenly shook off the effects of the Requiem and the Slumber Charms. He got up and looked towards Madame Sharon with a pair of vacant-looking eyes. What is DUNN doing in this whole situation? Did we just pass like a busy period or something? So many joined. I know a lot of... We're at 45? Bro, we're almost at 50 likes and there's 45 of you people here watching me go crazy. Oh my god. Thank you guys. Praise the Fool, dude. I lost my place. Damn, there's so many of you guys here right now. This is crazy, dude. Yeah, hit him with them flex emojis, fool. Yeah, dude. DUNN is still outside. Okay, he's outside. Just then, keenly shook off the effects of the Requiem Slumber Charms. He got up and looked towards the Madame Sharon with a pair of vacant-looking eyes. His face seemed to be blanketed by the shadow, making him look silent yet creepy. Thud, thud, thud. Keenly he leaped at Madame Sharon, who was the closet. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and shot the black flames surrounding her one foot after another keenly. Poof, poof, poof. The black flames disappeared like snowflakes and didn't have any effect. Klein was stunned at first. Then he lifted the gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger while aiming at Madame Sharon. Bang! Madame Sharon dodged ahead of time and threw the frost spear towards Keenly, but it only penetrated his clothes and not his skin. Hence, it didn't create a freezing effect. Bang! Klein fired again, and Madame Sharon dodged to the side of the broken full-body mirror and picked up a palm-sized fragment. She continued to walk swiftly and dodged another bullet. She then used the irregular fragment to reflect keenly as he leapt over at her. Right off the heels of that, Madame Sharon dodged to the side as she swiped the mirror with her palm, which was covered in black flames. At that moment, Klein had emptied his revolver. He had no choice but throw it, letting the empty shells and revolver fall to the carpet. Just as he rolled over to pick up Keenly's revolver, he heard his teammate's tragic scream. Keenly stopped before bending over and vomiting. It was bile at first and a red heart, followed... Wait, no. Keenly stopped before bending over and vomiting. It was bile at first, then a red heart, followed by his lungs that were burning with black flames. Bro, we are close to 8 hours. Oh no, man. That's crazy. Oh my god. I don't like the name of this chapter. There's 50 of you people here? Yo, what the fuck, dude? That is the most of you guys have ever joined. Dude, that is fucking cool. This is really fast. Insert Pedro Pascal meme. What Pedro Pascal meme? No. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, okay, wait, hold up. I'm getting a phone call. Just bear with me for 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm just tell him I'm still streaming. 1 sec, 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Hold up. I'm back. Hold up. 1 sec, 1 sec. I can hear Ellie outside. 1 sec, guys. 1 sec. Let me go get Ellie. And then we gotta keep reading. There's no way he's fucking dead, man. I'm gonna be so fucking pissed if you guys made me read for 7.5 hours for Keenly to die. Let me go get Ellie. I'm a hugger. Bear with me for 1 sec. I'm just saying, he better come out of this. Go, Ellie. Activate your comforting human powers. Look, she's so comfy. Oh my god. Update top left chapter. Okay, let me do this with Ellie. Wait. I'm gonna try one hand. I'm sorry, Ellie. You're gonna be a little uncomfortable. Okay. What? Are you trying to bite me or are you yawning? Okay. Let's update this. There's no fucking way he's dead. There is no fucking way he's dead. I was low-key I was just fucking like I was like I can't wait for Keenly to shine more. I was like I can't wait for him to shine more. Ow. Girl, you're gonna expose my nips. Can you like not do that? That's so indecent. Let me like Ellie in this crew world. Here. Let me put her on the bed. Ellie, you gotta go to bed. Hey, you gotta go to bed. You got to trust me. I said it before. Everything is alright. Nothing happens. It's okay. Hey. Come here. Lay down. I'm still streaming. You gotta chill. Dude, this is so... You look at her. Look at her. She's just spectating you guys. Look. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god. It fucking better be a dream this whole damn time. You better wake up and be like, ah, it was all a dream. It's okay. We're all good. It better be, dude. Oh, how long was I recording this whole time? Oh my god. I think I was. I don't think I paused the video. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Chapter 199. Successful toss of the die? Like when you die, or like a die set? The beating heart, the yellowish green liquid, the silently burning black flames, and the falling figure entering Klein's field of vision etched themselves deep into Klein's mind. The most dangerous mission he had encountered up to this date had been when he was dealing with Ray Bieber, who was in the midst of digesting. Even such a terrifying and dangerous monster had only resulted in severe injuries to the Beyonders of the mission. No one had to sacrifice their lives. The death of the Beyonders Klein had witnessed, including O'Neill's, were all due to them losing control. The murder might have strange and indescribable... I can't read. And indescribable or related to evil gods, but they had nothing to do with the missions they undertook. Ellie, it's time for bed.
What are you? Why are you pouting? It's time for bed. Now he was looking at one of his partners being killed in action.
The death was purely due to one mistake. Nighthawks were fighting against the madness, but so were they also fighting against the danger. They might never be an opportunity to make up for that one mistake. Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom. Apparently, having taken a huge blow, he knelt down and lifted his right hand, firing successful shots at Madame Sharon. The silver demon hunting bullets pierced through the invisible threads and shot towards her head and transparent sleeping gown. Suddenly, Madame Sharon appeared to be yanked in another direction by something, allowing her to successfully avoid Klein's manic shooting. Klein only managed to collect himself and regain the ability of rationale through thought when he finished firing the 5 bullets in his revolver, and the sound of the hammer striking an empty chamber entered his ears. His heart tightened. Without any time to reload, he tossed the revolver to the side and took out a stack of tarot cards. Oh, he's using the cards. Oh, Madame Sharon's body moved to the side and saw a card fly past her, piercing deeply into the surface of the makeup table. Let me pick up Ellie.
I gotta hold her because she wants attention.
Madame Sharon's body moved to the side and saw a card fly past her, piercing deeply into the surface of the makeup table. Okay, maybe she doesn't want that. She smiled, her beautiful brown eyes once again taking on a black luster. At that moment, her waterfall-like brown hair suddenly flailed into the air like it was lifted by invisible force. Madame Sharon froze like she wanted to dodge, but she was too slow. Klein had tossed out a magical card, successfully pinning her hair to the wall. Pa! Madame Sharon forcefully tore away her hair and rolled forward. Her body quickly vanished from Klein's line of sight. She turned invisible again. Klein had a tarot card between his fingers as he slowly turned around while being alert of his surroundings. No way, dude. Suddenly he realized why Madame Sharon had to give up her attacks and why she had slowed down. If the situation had developed normally, Klein would have no choice but to use Azik's copper whistle to deal with the terrifying Demoness. Yes, the captain must be around here somewhere. He felt a little excited. He looked around, his gaze instinctively falling on the window. At the same time, he made a judgment in his heart. Madame Sharon wants to flee. She knew that... Wait, let me scroll down. She knew that we still have a partner with the ability to drag her into the dream, but she was unsure if there would be other reinforcements from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Even though she was powerful, there was no way that there's still 40 of you guys here. Even though she's powerful, there's no way she can wipe out a team of Beyonders on her own. With that thought, Klein flicked his wrist, tossing the tarot card towards the window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He threw out 5 cards in succession, 3 sealing the window, and the other 2 towards the door. Crack, thud, thud. Amidst the sound of shattering glass, 2 tarot cards dug into the ajar bedroom door, one after the other. As he expected, Klein heard the sound of dodging. He once again tossed the cards out, making use of his clown's intuition to pinpoint where he should be aiming. The cards pierced through the air and rapidly advanced before drilling themselves. Sorry, I'm just like trying to pet Ellie. He once again tossed the cards out, making use of his clown's intuition pinpoint where he should be aiming. The cards pierced through the air and rapidly advanced before drilling themselves into the sturdy wall. However, a figure was quickly outlined in the air. It was none other than the brown-haired man, Sharon, who was in a translucent sleeping gown. The moment Madame Sharon was exposed, her eyes lost her focus, as though she was falling asleep standing. Oh my god, Ellie's trying to fight me now. Ellie, you gotta stop. You gotta stop, girl. Captain Klein scanned his surroundings, but was in no hurry to throw his cards. That was because he knew that Madame Sharon would quickly break out of the dream. He had to deal fatal damage in these 2 or 3 seconds, or their opponent would escape. It was easy to escape from a nightmare when there was a huge distance between them. I'm gonna pick her up. Ellie. Okay, after Ellie's going through her villain arc, we found our place. It was hard to escape from a nightmare when there was a huge distance between them. Bending his knees, Klein rolled forward diagonally. He went prone and extended his right hand, grabbing the edge of the spirit medium mirror that was facing upward. He then flicked his wrist before his reflection could appear in the mirror. He tossed sealed artifact 30271 towards Madame Sharon, mirror's side facing her. Madame Sharon's body trembled. The color of her brown eyes was quickly restored as they once again found their focus. An awakening before her was a crystalline layer of sturdy frost that appeared on the surface of her body. However, she didn't see the card nor the demon hunting bullets approaching her. All she saw was a mirror, and that mirror was reflecting her innocent yet alluring beauty. Also, she saw herself. That beautiful face in the mirror suddenly became contorted. Wrinkles, gashes of blood, rotting spots appeared on her face. Oh my god, that's what Melissa's friend saw. She saw herself like that in the mirror. No, Madame Sharon let out a shrill cry as if she had just witnessed someone she loved die. Oh, her beauty's going. Her skin quickly took on a green color as yellow pus flowed out of the corner of her eyes. After a moment of suffering, a silent black flame burned outwards from within Madame Sharon, as if she was trying to expel something. The black flames that condensed in a thick frost as if it was creating a coffin from an external rest. The invisible threads finally took out on the color that was visible to the... The invisible threads finally took on a color that was visible to the human eye. They enveloped the frost, forming a gigantic cocoon. Thud, thud, thud. Sealed artifact 30271 fell onto the ground and thumbled before stopping beside Madame Sharon's giant cocoon. At that moment, Dunn broke through the window frame and Summer saluted into the room. He caught sight of Keenly, who had just stopped breathing, and his expression sank. It was at this moment the cocoon cracked open. The coffin of ice crumbled an inch at a time as black flames turned into specks of light. Hey! Stop! Stop it! We're reading a fight and it's like, you're trying to fight me in why are you trying to fight me in real life? We're already, like, we literally lost one person. You gotta stop. Why are you trying to fight me in real life when there's only one fight in here? You gotta chill. Stop. Stay in here. No, you've been so mean to me. There's 51 of you. There's 50 people watching you acting mean to me. Stop being spoiled. Stay in here. The black flames then condensed into a thick frost as it was creating a coffin for eternal rest. The invisible thread finally took on a color that was visible to the human eye that enveloped the frost, forming a gigantic cocoon. Thud, thud, thud. Seal artifact 30271 fell onto the ground and tumbled before stopping beside Madame Sharon, giant cocoon. At most, Dunn broke through the window frame and Summer saluted into the room. He caught sight of Keenly, who stopped breathing, and his expression saying, you're staying here. It was at this moment that the cocoon cracked open. The coffin of ice crumbled at an inch of time as the black flames turned into specks of light, dissipating into the surroundings. Madame Sharon's skin had regained its normal color. Her eyes showed fatigue, but she seemed to be normal. Her eyes reflected at Klein, who was still sprawling on the ground. She also saw Dunn Smith, his fingers pressed onto his glabella with his eyes crossed. A formless ripple spread outwards for Dunn as Madame Sharon's eyelids dropped uncontrollably. Under Dunn, windbreakers were writhing snake-like objects. Klein knew what the captain couldn't restrain Madame Sharon's for long. Just like when they were previously fighting Monster Bieber, Klein rolled forward again, grabbing his revolver, the one he had previously tossed onto the carpet. He grabbed 3 demon hunting bullets with his left hand and familiarly stuffed them into the round chamber. Klein closed the cylinder and stood up, taking aim at Madame Sharon with both hands of the gun. He aimed at the center of the forehead bang. He controlled his body with the abilities of the crown and pulled the trigger. The silver demon hunting bullets pierced through the air, accurately hitting the... I'm gonna just hold it. The silver hunting bullets pierced through the air, accurately hitting the fixed target. A bloody gash appeared between Madame Sharon's eyes, but the bullet seemed to tear through multiple layers of obstruction, causing it to lose the bulk of power, rendering it unable to pierce through the target's skull. Klein fired another 2 shots without hesitation when he saw Madame Sharon suddenly open her eyes. This is a double-layered battle right now. We're fighting 2 fights right now. A rain of blood spattered amidst white dots. The stunning beauty that was Madame Sharon has become a mutilated corpse that would incite nightmares in every man. She had long run out of substitutes to use. Few. Klein lowered his arm and patted heavily. Madame Sharon was on half of her head left, slumped onto the ground. She still had an exceptional figure, her skin still white and tender. Dunn straightened himself up and opened his eyes. He too lowered his hand from his glabella, his face a little pale. He wasn't injured, but he looked as though he had lost a lot of blood. That's not good. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to kill a few people before she tried to escape, if it wasn't for Serial Artifact 30271 reflecting herself by chance, we probably would have only been able to injure her. Dunn slowly walked forward to Klein's side, his voice usually low. If it wasn't for how unique I was, I would have died along with Keenly in the first 10 seconds of the battle. Klein turned to look at Keenly, who was silently lying on the black ash. He exhaled. Captain Keenly. I know, Dunn replying with a raspy voice. I made a mistake. I was fooled by Madame Sharon. I didn't expect her to secretly escape from the dream. He paused, then he said in a serious tone, but you have to get used to this. It's normal for Nighthawks to die during missions. Perhaps the next one to die would be me. Shut up. I swear, dude, if they kill Dunn Smith, man, we are dropping this series. You guys better pray that doesn't happen to him. He better be A-okay. Oh my god, dude. He paused and he said in a serious tone, but you have to get used to it. It's normal for Nighthawks to die during missions. Perhaps the next one to die would be me. Klein felt silent, not knowing how to reply. Keenly still had his eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling. May the goddess bless you. May you find true peace. Dunn walked over to Keenly's side and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He then squatted and closed his partner's eyes. May the goddess bless you. May the serene night no longer harbor any dangers or madness. Klein also drew the crimson moon as he prayed silently in his heart. A few seconds later, he forcefully retracted his gaze and asked in a heavy voice, Captain, should I channel her spirit now? Dunn nodded indiscriminately. Dunn attempted to ask about the primordial demoness. That's very dangerous. I guard you and prevent any actions from disturbing you. Klein didn't tarry. Ellie, okay, I'm almost done. I'll take you out in case you want to go to the bathroom. Klein didn't tarry. He took out the various ingredients and quickly set up an altar. Staring at the mediumship ritual, after reciting incantation, he took a step back and used the dream divination. Madame Sharon's partners. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein entered a dream. He saw Madame Sharon. Hey, stop! Oh my god, she's rolling over for attention. Ellie, stop. Okay. Weren't you out? Oh, wait. He reached out the transparent ethereal soul and the scene before. Wait, let me read this again. Are we recording? Yes, we're recording. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein entered a dream. He saw Madame Sharon's soul within the hazy world. He reached out of the transparent ethereal soul and the scene before his eyes changed. It was a night scene. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a long black robe, handed an ancient bronze book over to Instigator Trissy. Wait, was she the mysterious woman that handed Triss the formula, the potion? It was her. She was the mysterious woman. Oh, wait. You want to change the music? Yeah, I got you guys. Okay, let's keep going. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein entered a dream. He saw Madame Sharon's soul within the hazy world. He reached out of the transparent ethereal soul and the scene before his eyes changed. It was a night scene. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a long black robe, handed an ancient bronze book over to Instigator Triss. She was laughing. She laughed a little manically after hearing the latter doubts over the term witch. Weren't you always curious about... Oh, it is! Spoiled Ellie? Yeah, she spoiled. Yeah. I'm spoiling her, as you can see. Look at that. But it's okay, it's only for you guys. It's so we can finish strong. It was a night scene. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a long black robe, handed an ancient bronze book over to Instigator Trissy. She laughed a little manically after hearing the latter's doubt over the term witch. Weren't you always curious about why our upper echelon are always female? So really, So it really was the Demoness that Leonard's guess accurately matches the truth. He really does have a huge secret. The corresponding sequence 7 for assassin is an instigator is witch. What a trap, Klein thought to himself. The scene immediately changed. Klein saw a vast hall with a narrow windows, and all around the place, and a lady clad in pure white robe. Her back was facing Madame Sharon, and she said with a smile, "We can reach sainthood as long as we advance towards the primordial. We can attain power, attain salvation, and avoid the end of days." Madame Sharon lowered her head and asked curiously, why must we become women? Is it because the primordial is a woman? Do women symbolize destruction and calamity? The lady whose back was facing Madame Sharon answered calmly, "No, men are the same. They are the synonym of war. These are two similar pathways." There's a male pathway? We got one more chapter? Oh my god, we got one more. Oh, are you... The Demoness of Pleasure? This is how we're ending? Alright, we're gonna finish strong. Alright, this is our last chapter. Oh my god, we made it. Yeah, we made it. Synonym of war. A similar sequence as the are we recording? Yes. A similar sequence of war as the Demoness sequence pathway. Which one would it be? Klein watched the movie-like scene as he recalled the sequence pathway that he knew of. And this chapter is why Assassin is the biggest trap for guys in LOTM. Alright, let's find out. Let's see why. Synonym of war, a similar sequence. Oh man, wait. Let me reread this again. Synonym of war, a similar sequence as a Demoness sequence pathway. Which one would it be? Thank you for spamming the flexing emojis. Which one would it be? Klein watched the movie-like scene as he recalled the sequence pathways that he knew of. As he was only an official Nighthawk, there was still a lot of information that he couldn't access. He was still in the dark about the names of the mid to high sequences and their corresponding traits. He only knew about the few that he had learned from the eternal blazing sun, such as the Priest of Light and the Unshadowed, the God of Combat sequence pathways that he found out from the young man, such as the Dawn, I thought it said Dwayne, Dawn Paladin, Guardian, and Demon Hunter, as well as the Spirit Guide and Gatekeeper, which he found out from DUNN. Hence, it was difficult for him to judge which sequence pathway would be synonym of war. He could only eliminate them one by one, such as the God of Combat sequence pathway, which seemed more like individual battles rather than war. Klein thought about it and minimized the scope to 5 options. First was the Arbiter sequence pathway, which was Lowen Kingdom's ruler. The Augustus family and the Fane of Potter Kingdom's Castilla family were in control. But Klein felt that this option was the least likely because the Arbiter's corresponding sequence 8 was Sheriff and sequence 7 was Interrogator, which both seemed to be learning towards the trial and judgment but not towards war. Second was the 4th Epoch Solemn's Empire pathway of Dark Emperor. Its sequence 9 modern's name was Lawyer, that's a new one. So Lawyer is one? Oh my god, we're learning so many pathways. Oh, I need to update my notes, man. Remember how I said I was gonna reread 180? I need to re-listen to everything I've read today. There was so much, oh my god, so much lore. Its sequence 9 modern name was Lawyer, which was good at discovering and using the flaws and weaknesses of opponents while also possessing outstanding eloquences and logical thinking. So just objection, right? That was the second lowest possible sequence pathway, so just Ace Attorney. He's expected that the development of the sequence would make use of the rules and walked in the Shadow of Order. Of course, War was also considered as one of the Shadows of Order. Third was the Hunter sequence pathway that was in control of the Faesec Empire's rulers. Ellie, you're moving the mic. The Einhorn family and the Intis Republic former royal family, the Sauron family, and also the hidden organization that only appeared in the last 200 to 300 years. The Iron and Blood Cross Order. Klein thought it was quite possible that Nighthawk's confidential information described hunters as excellent trackers, outstanding track masters, and super hunters. Hi, Ellie. Thank you for being so calm. Hunter pathway mentioned. Oh, Hunter Hunter? I love Hunter Hunter. The corresponding... Actually, I'm not caught up with Hunter Hunter, so I take that back. I gotta catch up. The Hunter The corresponding sequence 8. Wait, let me read this. The Nighthawk's confidential information describe hunters as excellent trackers, outstanding trap masters, and superb hunters. The corresponding sequence 8 was provoker, while sequence 7 was pyromaniac. Both were partly associated with massacre and war. The fourth was the ancient organization Blood Sanctified Sect worshiped Demoness that worshipped demons. Oh, one worships Demoness and one worships demons. They were in control of the criminal sequence pathway from the criminal sequence. Dude, there's so much going on. There is so much going on. From the sequence title itself, Klein felt that it had a high possibility. Oh, she's gonna bark in like a few seconds. Just watch. Wait for it. She's just looking at me. She's gonna bark right now. She's like, turn the stream off and go to bed. I think that's what I get for making her sleep with me in the bed so much now. I think she just got used to that. No, you're waiting. We're literally on our last chapter. We're literally on our last chapter. Okay? Fifth was the Rose School of Thought that was known for bloody rituals. They had the prisoner sequence pathway, and the reason was the same as the one before. There's a prisoner, so there's a prisoner pathway. There's a... Was it really 5 freaking pathways? Criminal lore? War? What were the other 2? Wait, let's keep reading. Just as Klein was running in his own thoughts, the scene before him changed. Madame Sharon has just finished showering, and her wet hair hung low. There was a fresh yet seductive charm on her. I can't see the woman in white robe that turned Madame Sharon into a demoness. It might be because my psychic ability is still lacking. Klein reined back his thoughts and rendered his attention to what was before his eyes. Madame Sharon flipped her hair, and water droplet glided down her cheeks. She looked towards the man who was waiting on the bed as she giggled and said, "Do you need me to take care of the Maynard?" The middle-aged man was on the bed, Oh, this is what happened. The middle-aged man on the bed caressed his eyebrows and shook his head. "Not unless you can guarantee that there won't be any traces left behind, but that's impossible. Besides, what means do you have?" Looking at the man before him, Klein was taken aback at first before suddenly feeling that it was within his expectations. The middle-aged man's photo often appeared on the front page of Tengen City Honest Paper and other newspapers. He was a current... Oh, it's the mayor. He's the current mayor. He was a current mayor that was looking to be re-elected as a member of a conservative party. Madame Sharon smiled but didn't delve deeper into the topic. Her robe was halfway up her legs as she walked gracefully to the side of the bed. The scenery before him changed one after another until Klein saw many members of parliament, businesses, and civil servants who appeared on the newspaper occasionally. They would either discuss how to receive donations, bribe voters by going around the campaign act, or promise protection and solve problems. In the entire development, Madame Sharon acted as a broker. This is actually documentary, right? Tour of the upper circles of the Tengen with Madame Sharon. Well, but why are there so many bed scenes? Many nobles and members of parliament knew that Madame Sharon had many lovers, so why did they look like they couldn't resist the temptation? Was this the ability of Madame Sharon's sequence? Klein watched thoughtfully as he speculated. Through the divination earlier, he was certain that none of the guys in Tengen's upper circles knew of Madame Sharon's true identity, nor did they collude with her to murder Maynard. In other words, Maynard's death was Madame Sharon's own decision. Why? She had no reason to take that risk. Of course, from Madame Sharon's perspective, she possessed the Beyonders' powers to interfere in divination, as she could also create a sudden death from sexual pleasure and make the death appear natural and accidental. Killing Maynard wasn't something risky that would expose her identity, but she clearly lacks a motive. It doesn't match the risk involved. Okay, one sec. We're gonna finish strong. Yeah, I know. Dude, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being part of this beautiful, amazing day when we hit like a new subscriber goal. The next stream is whenever we finish stream. The stream is 12 hours from now. Not from when the video goes up, but 12 hours from when we end stream. I just need to sleep, recover, and then we finish it. I need to sleep, recover, finish. Of course, from Madame Sharon's perspective, she possessed the Beyonders' powers to interfere in divination. She can also create a sudden death from sexual pleasure and make the death appear natural and accidental. Killing Maynard wasn't something risky that would expose her identity, but she clearly lacked a motive. It doesn't match the risk involved. Could it be one of the requirements of her acting? But she could definitely find someone whose identity and status wasn't as sensitive. Then the case wouldn't have fallen to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. The most important point was that the Madame Sharon should have been able to tell that Maynard's wife hated her and was extremely indignant. They made it highly likely that someone would be sent to investigate her. So why did she move to those sensitive items like the white bone statue away? She could have burned it in the garden or something. Was she so confident in the security of her safe and its hidden compartment? Amidst his suspicion, Klein saw that Madame Sharon's spirit had yet to disperse. He seized the opportunity to do another dream divination. This time the divination involved Madame Sharon's true motive for killing John Maynard. After he recited in silence, Klein entered a dream once again and saw a new scene. Madame Sharon held a glass of red wine which resembled blood. In her loose sleeping gown, she was pacing back and forth in her room. Finally, she drank the red wine in one gulp as though she had decided on something. The scene dispersed quickly, leaving Klein even more confused since Maynard's death looked like Madame Sharon had volunteered to do it without anyone's instigation. That's weird, Klein muttered to himself and used another few divination statements, but the answer were no different. Seeing that Maynard Sharon, wow, I can't read, it's been so long. Seeing that Maynard Sharon was growing transparent, the illusionary, signifying that she was going to disappear soon, Klein thought and made final contact with the dead spirit. Sequence potion formula of the Demoness pathway. Sequence potion formula of the Demoness pathway. Klein recited a DUNN divination statement with the aid of cognition. He got set in a dream very quickly. At first, he didn't want the divination because he felt that the Demoness pathway only spread disaster and created pain. Even if he obtained a corresponding portion formula, he was unwilling to sell it to anyone and indirectly become a murderer. Then he recalled another matter from before. With his understanding of the Spectator potion, he had been able to suspect and verify that Daxter Gudrian was a member of the Psychology Alchemists. So in order to better fight against the Demoness in the future, he'd have to learn more of the traits of their sequence pathways. Yes, after Hujijin's death, Daxter Gudrian has yet to contact me. I'm guessing the Psychology Alchemist sent some stronger members for an investigation, and he hasn't dared to make any moves. As Klein's thoughts flashed, he saw the dark hall again. He saw the woman in the holy white robe again. Madame Sharon hung her head low, and she could only see the other woman's legs, a pair of flawless legs. Soon she heard a melodious voice. Please, this is the name of... Oh my god, they keep being revealed. Please, this is the name of the Sequence 6 potion. The goal that you are about to advance to. If you succeed, you'll become a Demoness of pleasure. Oh. Amma, you missed so much. I know, I'm sorry. We've been streaming for 8 hours. Hi, Amma. Hi, everyone. You still on? I know we're going strong. Don't worry, when we end stream, we're gonna stream 12 hours from now. I don't even know what I mispronounced. Notes? No, we're definitely not doing notes this stream. Oh, I'm trying to sleep. We're gonna save notes until after we finish volume 1. When pleasure is irresistible and impossible to break away from, it's a form of agony. This is also a maxim that you have to live by. As long as you complete your advancement besides the enhancements of your various abilities as you wish, you'll also become more beautiful, making you better at seduction and providing unforgettable pleasure to the same or opposite sex during lovemaking. You'll be able to make strange threads like spider and utilize them. Oh, those were the threads we saw. Immediately following that, an ancient silver book appeared before Madame Sharon. After it was almost hit the power cable. Oh. I'm a little tired, Amma. But we're finishing strong. Immediately following that, an ancient silver book appeared before Madame Sharon. After it was opened, there was the formula and ingredients placed separately. Main ingredients: a pair of succubus eyes, adult black widow spider silk gland. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters. There's a lot of water in these potions. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of black gem swede juice, the complete remnants of a succubus hair, 10 grams of faded butterfly powder, and 5 grams of real mummy ashes. The scene changed again. Oh, we've seen that before. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna see how many of you guys have been here for a while. The scene changed again. It was the same hall, the same long white robe, and the same woman, indistinguishable features. But now the difference was Madame Sharon has returned to her original state. She was now the young man in the picture from before. A melodious female voice reverberated in his ears. This is the name of the sequence of potion. I'm sure you're surprised. Yes, I still can't believe it's called Witch. Madame Sharon said in a rather agitated manner. Remember, if we want to get closer to Primordial, we have to be more and more alike her. Okay, so we have him and we got her. Okay. So we got him and we got her. She's a woman, so we have to be woman too. The melodious female voice replied, either you give up or you accept. After becoming witch, you'll become a true woman, and your appearance and charm will be enhanced substantially. You'll have the ability to turn invisible and use substitutes. You'll gain a rudimentary mastery of various dark magic. You'll be skilled at distributing the divination of others, and you'll also gain the favor of the black flame and icy frost. That's what she was using. The main ingredients are every drop of the abyss, Demoness fish's blood, and agate peacock's egg. The supplementary ingredients are 80 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of gem swan weed, 3 scales of shadow lizard, and 10 drops of daffodil juice. Scenes continued to play one after another, and Klein saw the instigator and assassin formula and understood their corresponding traits. Just as he wanted to continue divination, Madame Sharon's spirit dispersed completely. I'll need to stretch. Klein stopped the ritual and returned to reality. He packed up the ingredients, removed the wall of spirituality, and told Dunn Smith about the outcome of his mediumship without holding back any information. Then he expressed his suspicions on Madame Sharon's murder of Maynard. Please, pleasure doesn't require her to kill anyone of a higher rank or position in society, huh? We need to scroll back up. We need to investigate where Madame Sharon has been over the past few years and understand her origins. We need to look for the dark hall that you saw. Of course, this will need to be reported to the Holy Cathedral, and they can assign investigators accordingly. We can leave Tingen as we wish. Dunn nodded slightly as he looked around. He said, go to the first floor, check if those servants are still in deep sleep. If anyone is awake, bring them over and make them sign a confidentiality contract as per protocol. I'll be in charge of the second floor. He found a black cloth and covered the sealed artifact 30271. All high sequences are referred to as him or her as respect. Okay. Give him a break, little bro. He can't understand anything anymore. I know. So much is going on. Oh my god. So much is going. We've read so much. Oh my god. But this is fun, man. I'm telling you guys right now, I have never in my life have read this much out loud. I mean, I've read manga like for an entire day, right? But it's like I've never read out loud this much vocabulary, and I still messed up a lot of words. You gotta sleep and digest all this. I'll tell you right now, I'm probably gonna digest like half of the info that I've read. Make sure you have enough time and energy to read 13 chapters. Of course we're gonna be able to do 13 chapters next stream. Come on, man. You know who you're talking to? I think we can do it. I think we can do 13 chapters tomorrow. We have to do 13 chapters. There's no way I do like 5 and then save them. Oh, man. Upon hearing that, Klein suddenly understood why the intense battle hadn't brought the servants over. Captain had sent them into a deep sleep, and from the very beginning, Klein's body was still cold and stiff. He had to slow down and move forward in a very light steps. When he passed the bedroom door, he extended his hand and pulled out 2 tarot cards at the door. He wiped them and put them back into his pocket. After he left the room, he walked towards the stairway. After taking a few steps, he suddenly thought of a question. How would he make sure that the person was in a deep sleep? Check the divination one by one. That's troublesome. The captain is a nightmare. He should be an expert in this. I'll have to ask him if he have any fast and simple methods. With this in mind, Klein turned around and walked towards the bedroom door, step by step, as he fought against the cold stiffness in his body. Before he came close, he looked through the ajar door and saw the shattered pieces of angled full body mirror. There were still large shards of mirror clinging to the frame in all sizes of palm. Okay, what else do we have? In a cracked mirror, Dunsmith in his black windbreaker was kneeling beside Keenley's dead body doing something. Suddenly he lifted his head. His gray eyes were deep and the corners of his lips were tattered with crimson blood. Without thinking, Klein turned around left the side of the door and leaned back against the wall. Damn. We've lost 2 Nighthawk members. Oh, we're definitely gonna have to do a good recap, Alma. We're not doing an all-nighter. Okay, hold up. Can I keep going? Can I keep going? Can I keep going? Oh, man. Inquiry. Let me just copy and paste this. I'm going crazy. There's been so much. Hi, what's up? What are you doing? Oh, wait. There's a guy messaged us on Twitch. Was that just now? How long ago was that? Hi, what's up? First time chatter was called Dova Can Fly. Dova Can Fly? Dove Can Fly. What are you doing? Oh, man. No? Nah, bro. Shut up. He's no. Stop it. He isn't. Stop. Stop trying to debate me and tell me he's losing control. Nothing's happened. Stop. No. Full stop. If you start, you won't be able to stop. Oh my god. Okay. Hold up. I did promise people we'd be back. Can I read just one chapter? Did you even understand what Dunn was doing at the end? No, he's not. He's not losing control. Go fuck yourself. Oh no. There's no. Fuck you, I'm crying. There's. Wait, I'm reading the chapter. No. No. I didn't cry for Keenly, but no. No. How am I supposed to go to sleep after that? You fuckers should have told me to stop a chapter ago. Why would you guys make me read that? You're gonna make me keep going. No. Why would you do this to me? No, I'm not gonna. Dude, I can't go to sleep after this. I'm crying. There is no way he lost. Fuck you. No, not like I don't mean like fuck you as in like I'm not saying it in a negative connotation when I'm saying fuck. I'm just saying it in general. Fucking shit, dude. No. Keenly went to sleep. No, wait. Let me read. Let me just reread the last. Wait, I didn't know. I'm fucking crying, dude. There's no fucking way we're gonna lose Dunn, dude. No, I can't cry to sleep after this. There's 50 of you guys watching a grown man cry because Dunn is losing control. Fuck, man. What? The captain is a nightmare. He should be an expert in... Wait. After he left the room, he walked towards the stairway. After taking in a few steps, he suddenly thought of a question. How would he make sure that the person was in a deep sleep? Check with divination one by one. That'd be troublesome. The captain is a nightmare. He should be an expert in this. I'll have to ask him if he has any fast and simple methods. With this in mind, Klein turned around, walked towards the bedroom door step by step. As he... Oh, now it's hitting me. As he fought against the cold and stiffness in his body, Before he came close, he looked through the ajar door and saw the shattered pieces of angled full body mirror. There were still large shards of mirror clinging to the frame, all the size of a palm. Wait, in the cracked mirror, Dunn Smith in his black windbreaker was kneeling beside Keenly's dead body doing something. Suddenly he lifted his head, his grazed eyes were deep, and the corners of his lips were tainted with crimson blood. Crimson blood. Without thinking, Klein turned around, left the side of the door, and leaned his back against the wall. Nah, man. There's no way. Dude, there's 52 of you guys watching. Fuck, man. I don't even want to read this anymore. The reason I didn't catch all this because I'm like, oh, thank God, we're almost done with the chapter. I can go to bed. I'm like, you guys are fucking debating. Why are you guys telling me he's losing control? He just saw. I thought when I read Crimson Blood, I thought it meant the Crimson Moon. I guys, I have to read more. I can't go to sleep. I'll be honest. You know how I was really sleepy like 5 minutes ago? I'm fucking wide awake. Well, this vision will visit people's nightmares for sure. Dude, I'm not even sleepy. I'm wide awake. I know I saw 54. Remember we're guardians? Nah, don't come at me with that quote, Bullseye. Nah, man. OG, you did say I said stop at 199. Sleep, we trolled, don't worry about it. I'm gonna read one more chapter. Fuck you, Jin. Don't worry, you can ask Dunn in your dreams. But stop after 2 or 3, or so you have to read all the way to 2 3. Okay, I like this. They're trolling you. Go to sleep. Nah. Hold on. Actually, see, bro, I'm wide awake. I'm down to finish it right now. If you read more, okay, I'm gonna just read one. Just one. Just one more. Just one more. Fuck. Shit. Let me just read a little bit. I know. Do not read 203 the stream. Okay, what if we don't? Well, okay, wait. Hold up. Pause. Okay, thank you, OG. Thank you for permission. I got you. Okay, but one more. If the fool is our witness, if the mother of Fooler, holy storms, holy Moretti, holy lord of storms, hidden sack of sage, you piece of steam and machinery, holy Trissy of Triss, son of a deaf, hidden sack of sage is crazy, dude. We're reading one more. I can't do this, man. Hold up. Let me just update the chapter title to the last chapter. I need to know how bad it is, dude. I fucking told you guys. If they fucking kill Dunn, you know that one meme where the guy's like, I'm done. You know the guy that's crying? I'm done. I'm over it. I'm leaving. How does it go? Oh, holy lords from Caesar beg you smite these trolling heathens. Nah, it's okay. No one's trolling. It's okay. It's all out of love. One more chapter. I'm gonna lower the volume down a bit. Klein held his breath with his back against the wall as he faced the darkness of the corridor. What's Captain doing? What's wrong with him? Dude, I'm gonna go to bed crying like a little bitch, dude. Was he drinking blood? Is this a sign of him losing control? Klein's mind was a mess, incapable of effective thought. Nearly 20 seconds later, Klein clenched his teeth with the help of the control he had over his body as a clown. He silently made his way down the stairs. Later, he then intently took the heavier footstep and made his way back to the door of Madame Sharon's bedroom. Oh my god, and it's just the two of them. There's no back. Oh my god, it's literally Klein versus. No. I'm gonna stop. I promise I'm not gonna read more. Klein looked in to see. Oh my god, I skipped a line. Later, he then intentionally took over the heavy footsteps and made his way back to the door of Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein looked in to see the captain wrapping sealed artifact 30271 with a black cloth. His expression was serious, his face clean. Oh my god. It was as though what Klein had seen just now was only an illusion. It's only an illusion. Glancing sideways, Klein saw nothing abnormal with Kinley's body. It was the same as it had been. He inhaled and asked, Captain, how am I going to confirm that those servants are still asleep? I can't make an accurate judgment just based on his spirit vision alone. They'll have various emotional reactions due to their dreams, which will be reflected in the color of their aura. Dunsmith. Dun. Oh my god. Was there a spoiler? Oh, it's okay. No, it's okay. Wait, is he okay? Oh my god, dude. He inhaled and asked, Captain, how am I going to confirm if those servants are still asleep? I can't make an accurate judgment just based on spirit vision alone. They'll have various emotional reactions due to their dreams, which will be reflected into the color of the auras. Dunn fiddled. Wait, what's going on? I'm so confused. Was it a nightmare? Dunsmith fiddled. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Dunsmith fiddled with the spirit medium mirror and was silent for a few seconds. He said with a raspy voice, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. I made too many mistakes tonight. There's no need for you to check. I'll confirm it. He lifted his... Why is Keenly's body okay? He lifted his hand and pressed his glabella. Then he closed his eyes, allowing the formless ripples to spread towards the first floor. It was crystal clear to a nightmare if anyone was asleep or not. Klein froze when he saw this. He looked down and bit at the insides of his lips. Captain, were you really drawing me away just now? What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? He abruptly turned to look at the window, only to see that the crimson moon hanging high in the sky seemingly unchanged for thousands of years. After collecting himself, Klein used the cover of picking up the tarot cards, revolver, half-top hat, and other items to closely examine the corpse of Keenly and Madame Sharon. They maintained the same look as when they died, but their skin was turning pale. Oh my god, so something did happen. But their skin was turning pale at a rapid rate. They also had tings of blue and black marks. It's a little weird. They seem to be missing something. It's not something specific, but more of a feeling. Klein muttered to himself. He felt his hair stand on the end due to the chilly wind blowing through the shattered window. Oh my god. At that moment, Dunn opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, they're alive? They're all still asleep, but some of them are... Oh, wait. Oh my... I'm so confused. All this dream and shit is throwing me off. They're all still asleep, but some of them are closing to waking up. That's good, that's good. Klein looked at Captain, not knowing what he was saying. Dunn surveyed the surroundings and said, clean up the scene, then get someone from the nearest police station to come over. Oh, and make a trip back to Zotland Street and get Friar to come help out. Klein gave Captain a deep look and nodded with his teeth clenched. Okay, with Dunn's help, Klein quickly... I'll read your guys' messages right now. I know you guys are talking a lot. I got you guys. I got you. Let me just finish. With Dunn's help, Klein quickly cleaned up the scene and left Madison Sharon's house through the front door. Walking through the garden and coming outside, Klein couldn't help but look back. All he saw was a silent nursery in darkness. There was no light at all. He turned his heart heavy. He soon located the nearest police station based on his memory. This was common knowledge of the Nighthawks. Knock, knock, knock. Klein knocked on the steel door. Something later, the officer on duty passed through the courtyard with a lantern in hand. He opened the door and observed Klein suspiciously. What's the matter? Klein failed to force an expression. With a heavy face, he produced his documents and showed it to the police officer. There's a serious murder case at 15 Osa Street. Immediately call for other officers to head there and help out. The police officer lifted his lantern and scrutinized the documents before putting his feet together and saluted. Yes, sir. Having settled this, Klein headed back to Zotland Street on a rental carriage. On the way back, he sat in the dark carriage. The thoughts were in a mess and unfocused. That's me right now. Keenly is dead. I remember that he was recently engaged. No. Keenly? He was engaged? I remember that he was recently engaged. His parents are still alive. What was the captain doing just now? Did he crave... does he crave flesh blood, or does he have other motives? His memory is still as poor as before without any obvious improvements. This means that he doesn't have the warning signs of lose. Oh my god. He doesn't have the warning signs of losing control because he has a bad memory. So it did happen. But he's known about the acting method for some time now. Does the fact that his memory hasn't improved mean that there's a problem? No, it must be because the captain is still figuring out the proper way to act as a nightmare. Yes, the most important reasons why Keenly died was because of sealed artifact 30271. It was the captain. Shut up. He didn't do that deliberately. No. Maybe it's something else. Who knows? It was the captain who gave it to him. What am I thinking? It was a logical decision back then. It was also captain who suggested using... Oh my god. It was also the captain who suggested using... Wait. No. Wait. Oh my god. Wait. Dunn always forgets. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that artifact. Oh yeah, you're right. We should do that. He was the one that said, take the artifact. No, it must be because the captain's still figuring out the proper way to act as a nightmare. Yes, the most important reason why Keenly died was because of the sealed artifact 30271. It was the captain who gave it to him. What am I thinking? It was a logical decision back then. It was also the captain who suggested using sealed artifact 30271. Calm down, calm down. I cannot make blind guesses, but I cannot wait around either or the situation might worsen. I'll send a letter to Madame Downley and let her know if she knows what this situation means. If she doesn't know the exact answer, she'll definitely understand the signs of danger and inform the Holy Cathedral. That way we can smother the problem in the cradle and get the captain back to normal. No, the captain might not have a problem. I might have misunderstood something. I'll see when Madame Downley says. Klein had already made a decision when the carriage arrived 38 Zotland Street. He was no longer flustered and helpless as before. He went up the stairway towards the entrance of Blackthorn Security Company with heavy steps and opened the door from a key he fished out. The familiar setting calmed down considerably. It reminded him how he felt when he asked the captain for help every time something was wrong. Taking a deep breath, Klein went to the recreation room and found Frere reading alone under the gas lamp. Frere turned to look at Klein, his cold face revealing a look of concern and worry. Did something happen? Where's Captain and Keenly? Klein replied with a raspy voice. Keenly's dead. He died at Madame Sharon's hands. We all made mistakes. The captain is guarding the scene. He needs your help there. Before they left, the captain had informed Frere about the general situation. He told Frere that he weren't back within 2 hours. He was to send a telegraph to Holy Cathedral. Similarly, since they had to apply for sealed artifact 30271 and enter Channa's Gate at night, Royale, who was guarding Channa's Gate, was also notified of the mission. According to the internal guidelines of the Nighthawks, a captain could permit the opening of Channa's Gate at night. If the captain was present, then only the captain could enter. Frey froze for a moment, then he let out a sigh. He drew a crimson moon on his chest. He put on his coat and hat and headed out the door. When he walked past Klein, he said softly, "You don't need to blame yourself. Making mistakes is something we can never avoid. We must always trust our partners." Yes, Klein closed his eyes. His vision turned blurry. Ah, dude, my heart is racing, dude. I got you guys. I got you, OG. Klein and Frere first headed to the basement to notify Royale before locking the door to Blackthorn Security Company and rushing to the Madame Sharon's house. Oh no. It was nearly dawn by the time they got to Keenly's corpse and Madame Sharon's half-deprecated body back. Dunn stood in front of the mortuary, silently looking inside. This is scaring me. It was sometime before he turned to Klein and said, "Go home first. You just experienced an intense battle. You must be exhausted." "Alright." Klein didn't reject the suggestion. He puckered his lips and stole a glance at Captain before quietly leaving Blackthorn Security Company. He took a carriage back to Daffodil Street. Just as he had done the previous time, he easily entered his bedroom and locked the door. Taking out the silver ritual dagger, Klein sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. He then sat at his desk and wrote urgently. "Dear Madame Dally, I've noticed that there's something odd about the captain recently during a mission." Klein stopped when he reached this point. His mind had gone blank. He didn't know how to continue or how to describe the incident. Pa. He threw the pen and crumbled a piece of paper in front of him into a ball. Looking at it, he pondered heavily on the table, sending a reverberating thump across the room. Klein closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. He didn't move, as if he had become a statue. 5 minutes later, he sighed. He put down in his right hand and burned the ball of paper with his spirituality. He watched it turn to ash as it fell into a bin. After organizing thoughts, Klein thought of a fresh piece of paper and wrote, "Dear Madame Daly, we just completed a mission and regrettably lost a partner. The exact details are as follow. Back then, I felt that with my present standards, my spirit vision was incapable of accurately ascertaining whether the servants were asleep or not, and that it was a very troublesome to do divinations for every one of them. Thus, I returned with the intention of asking for Captain's wife. At that moment, through the mirror's reflection..." Wait, it was a mirror's reflection. Wait. Was it the evil mirror? Wait. The mirror... But the mirror... So the mirror affected the captain. I saw the captain kneeling... Wait, no. I saw the captain kneeling beside Kindley's corpse with crimson blood covering his mouth. I'm not sure what exactly happened, nor do I know the state of Captain is in. I hope that you can give me an answer. After writing this, Klein read the letter again with a heavy heart before folding it in half. He then set up a ritual and activated his spirit vision to summon Daly's messenger. He summoned the strange face, which was only a mouth without eyes or nose. He saw the red tongue laced with irregular sharp teeth and 5 pale fingers on the tip of his tongue. Klein silently handed the letter over. When everything was restocked back to normal again, he sat down and continued writing. This time he planned to ask Mr. Zik, on a recent mission, something strange happened to my superior. He sent me away and kneeled beside the corpse of a teammate. His mouth was covered in crimson blood. Have you encountered something like this in your memories before? How can I help my superior? We're done. Yeah, so it's not the evil mirror, because it would have been covered up. So he just looked at a different mirror. Maybe the mirror... Maybe the sealed artifact was able to indirectly pass as a bit... No. Cope, I'm coping. It was an evil mirror. Copium intensified. Did you provoke? I guess your marriage is dead. I guess it's dead. Oh, man. Mother Fooler. Holy storms. Son of a death, you piece of steam and machinery, hidden sack of sage, holy lord of storms. Holy lord of storms. What a stream. Damn, man. And that's all she wrote. Hell yeah, that's all she wrote. I gotta go to bed. Oh my god. I messed up. Yo, you're from K. I also just realized I haven't done timestamps in the last hour. Shit. I haven't done timestamps in the last hour. This is bad. It's okay. It's okay. Alright. We're gonna end it right there. Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed a few people here. Looks like he had a tumble with sequence 6 Demoness. Dude, so much happened, man. We hit 1,000 subscribers. We've read for we've been live for almost 9 hours. If your next stream is in 12 hours, then I gotta wake up like at 5 a.m. and Saturday to catch it, lol. Hold up. It's probably not gonna be 12 hours from now. I'll be honest. I think I'm gonna just sleep and stream. Before you guys leave. I think the plan is to just sleep and then stream when I wake up. There's 54. Okay. Guys, we're gonna sleep. We're gonna 8-hour, 6 to 7 hour break. I'll be honest, I don't even know how that works back. I'm learning all this right now. Yeah, that's right. When do you wake up? Let's do some math right now. I sleep on average 6 hours. Probably after reading this, I'm gonna be asleep for like 7 hours when you wake up. Man, thank God I got the whole day off tomorrow, guys. You guys are so lucky. I got the whole day off tomorrow, and I'm like, we're just gonna read. Hey yo, I can catch at midnight after my drinks. I'm gonna miss stream. You're gonna miss stream, Cammy? Sure, take rest. Bye. No, really? Man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Time zones are so off for you guys. Damn. All right, guys. Well, if you guys actually made it to the end of this 6+ hour video, thank you. I'm gonna remember this day for a long time. Unless I have like Dunn Smith's nightmare memories, but we have Lords of Storms done to him. We're finishing this tomorrow. It might be a good to split into two. It's alright. Would load faster too. Rest before the final. Oh, it's right. The plan is to 6 is quite healthy. Oh, I won't be able to catch the stream if it's in 7 to 6 hours after this. For like 7 hours, it would be 10 p.m. for me. Stream 9-ish hours. Thank you for entertaining me the whole day. Thank you, man. Thank you for staying with me the whole day. 7 is crazy. Wait was here the whole day. I know Romero was here the whole day. OG was here for a while. I was here for a while. Praise the Lady in the Full. Holy crap! It's been 9 hours. 7 is crazy. Just to sleep. 9-hour stream. I did wait. Wow, we hit 9 hours. Let me stretch. All right. I don't even know what to say for this outro. I'm kind of just in shock. Because I swear, dude, if they kill Dunn Smith, I won't be mad. We saw Amma chat for a bit. Amma chatted for a bit. So it's technically been a bit. I count it. No, we had people coming in and out. I mean, we've been live for a while. So stream is 8 hours confirmed. Shoot me with your outro. 8 hours from now? Yes? Maybe? Better release the VODs immediately for the next stream. I'll be mad if you're stalling. Well, look. I'm gonna be uploading the video. Okay, there's not gonna be a thumbnail or anything on this video. I'm just gonna upload it. That way it's up right away. Otherwise, I'm not gonna make it public until I wake up. Wait, hold up. While it's uploading, I'll be up for 30 more minutes. I'll see how fast I can do a thumbnail. Gamers, are you guys ready? We're just gonna do the outro. We're just skip everything. Thank you guys for 1,000 subs, and now I'm gonna read with a hinge provoker. Thank you guys for 1,000 subs. Thank you guys for like literally. We were at 50 for so long. We literally hit 54, and we're still going up. This stream almost hit the stream hit 720 views. Thank you guys. I'm gonna sleep blight everyone. Thanks for the stream. Are you guys ready? This is what we're saying. I mean, the stream's gonna go look for a little bit more after we read the outro. But you ready? This is from Unhinged Provoker. It better be peak, and it better not be sad peak. New Year, Audrey. New Year, new me, guys. We're gonna be streaming an Audrey cosplay every day. No, imagine buff Audrey. That'd be cool, dude. You know what? I'm optimistic. That'd be fun. Bullseye. When LOT anime comes out, your channel's gonna blow up. That'd be crazy. All the Kosas and Goons rise up. Well, you guys make sure you guys like the video and spread the video. Share the video, man. Show it to your grandma. Show it to your grandma. Like, yo, man, have you guys heard of Easy Geeky? You should check him out. Are you guys ready? We're gonna read Unhinged Provoker's outro and then we end the video. Are you guys ready? Dude, my voice. Wow, I am raspy. Gamers. Oh, hold up. A little ASMR outro. Gamers, cultists, and badoons alike, thank you for tuning in. It was great to have you for like almost 9 hours. And if you want to see more easy geeky content, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. And I'll see you next time. Thank you. That was awesome. The elderly loves easy geeky. Yeah, man. They like me. They think I'm pretty cool. They're like, oh, wow, he's so ripped. He's so chiseled. You have such big muscles. Wait, hold up. I'm still recording. This is part of the outro. All right, guys. Go to sleep. We will be back. You know what? Fuck it. We'll be back 8 hours. From the time this stream ends, 8 hours. Might as well make it a night. Just give me 8 hours and we'll be back. Ciao. Sayonara. Feels like a captain's announcement on a plane. Alright, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Mods can finally rest. Alright. Thank you guys. To all my beautiful mods. We wouldn't be here without you guys. Thank you. I know we also get excited with slight spoilers, but it's okay. It's all out of love. It's okay. All right, guys. Peace. Gotta sleep now. Otherwise, no chance I'll be back for next week. Yeah, everybody go sleep. I know you guys were. Some of you guys were up all day. I know. I also need to sleep. All right, guys. Peace. Have a beautiful day. I'm tired. All right. Good night, guys. We'll be back in 8 hours from when the stream ends.